Yo, what's good fellas? So many people have forgotten how truly insane Guardian is. So here's a rank 4 showcase. Now when I made the top 10 tech champions in a game, a lot of people were saying Guardian doesn't deserve to be on there. Oh, you cannot be more wrong. After this video, I'm sure you will all be convinced not only is he one of the best tech champions in the entire game, you could make a very strong case for him being the very best. He's extremely versatile, he's such a nuke, and you're about to see how insane his utility truly is. But first we're starting simple. Yes, Jean Grey is a simple matchup for Guardian. 40-second nuke right there, easy 100% finish. We can just perfect block all of those special attacks. And now the next matchup we have is Captain Britain. Now a lot of people don't realise that Guardian is one of the best counters for this champion, and Captain Britain is probably the very best defender in the game right now. There's very few counters to her that can finish at high health, but Guardian is one of them. Now when Captain Britain is at high sig, she will completely bypass all of your energy resistance, but that doesn't matter because we're just not gonna hit her, bro. We're just gonna keep on parrying, and thanks to the massive block proficiency Guardian has, we are just going to take no block damage, parry all the way up to our special 2, and then let it rip and nuke Captain Britain way above 90% health. So yes, he is one of the very best counters to her. Obviously your Guardian must be max sig for this, but you should have your Guardian at max sig in general. Unfortunately I never invested in a 7-star, but after recording this video, oh, I regret it. By the way, the Hulkbuster relic I'm using in this video is at a 7-star rank 3 level. It was actually the very first relic I ever rank 3'd, and you do not realize how much this helps Guardian. With this relic, he pretty much nukes any defender at 3 force field charges with a single special 2. There's very few defenders which can survive that. Oh, and he's a great counter to Yelena, and this isn't one of those matchups where like, oh, he can take Yelena but it's kind of slow. No, he nukes Yelena, and thanks to the perfect block he has, you can just block those specials, gain extra power, and bro, Guardian is so insane. Like, people were saying Bastion is better than Guardian. There's no way Guardian deserves to be on the top 10 above Bastion. Okay, buddy, show me Bastion do this. Show me Bastion do half of the stuff I'm about to show you Guardian doing in this video. I know some people are going to say, but Bastion can take Onslaught. So what, bro? Me nan can take Onslaught at this point. There's 1,000 counters to Onslaught. There's not 1,000 counters to Yelena or Dark Phoenix. Yes, he can take Dark Phoenix, which I have no idea why no one has talked about this. Thanks to Guardian's high energy resistance, you barely take any Nova Flame damage, bro. And you can perfect block her special 2. You do want to avoid her throwing a special 1, but that's pretty much the case with every single Dark Phoenix counter out there. The most important thing to keep in mind in this matchup is it's imperative, it's absolutely important that you land your heavy attack before you drop your special 2, because obviously your special 2 consumes a armor up to deal that shock to the opponent, and if you lose that armor up, you'll lose all your energy resistance. So make sure you land a heavy attack to gain a additional armor up before you land your special 2. And that is a Dark Phoenix nuked 90% health by a tech champion, and that Nova Flame damage, most of the damage, like 60% of the damage we took there was from the Nova Flame, but 35% of it was just from that single blocked hit we took. So if you can avoid taking that blocked hit at the end of the match, you're looking at like a 93, a 94% finish. And now we have this Gentle. He's a great counter to Gentle. Obviously, you don't want to hit Gentle too much, otherwise he's going to go unstoppable and be very annoying. So what we're going to do is we're just going to build up to our special 2. We're not going to throw a special 1 first, and then we're just going to wait until we gain 3 force field charges, and that special 2 is going to absolutely melt this guy. You do need to keep in mind, never ever throw your special 2 below 3 force field charges, however, because if you do that, then you're not going to get that massive shock off the special 2, and that's where a majority of the damage comes from. Oh, and he can take Solar, and guess what? He does it faster than Bastion. I don't care. Guardian is better than Bastion, bro. Maybe Bastion is better than Guardian for Alliance War, but that's the only scenario where he is better. For Battlegrounds, Guardian may genuinely be the best tech champion in the game. I should have put him higher up on the list, but even I didn't expect he could do half the matchups he can in this video. Even I didn't know he was the Dark Phoenix counter until I tried it to myself. Even I didn't know how fast he nuked Solar. What if your special 2 isn't nuking opponents? Make sure you rank up your Hulkbuster relic, by the way. It's literally like a buff to Guardian. It makes him so much stronger. It gives him so much more damage. About to drop this special 2 here. Of course, the special 2 itself does no damage because of the stupid cowardice. Oh, but that shock does 38k per tick. 38k every half a bloody second. Are you kidding me? That is insane damage. That shock is doing like 200k damage overall. Now we have a Serpent, because why not, bro? Why not a tech champion taking Serpent? Guardian doesn't care. He's so silly. Like, you can just perfect block all of Serpent's special attacks, so you take no block damage. This matchup isn't the fastest, of course, but like, it's an easy 100% health finish. And as long as you have that Hulkbuster relic at rank 3, you will finish this matchup without timing out very comfortably. We're going to use the heavy attack again to gain another armor up, so we can keep the armor up after our special 2. And look at this damage, bro. Just look at that damage. Plenty of overkill on that as well. Plenty of overkill on that shock. Even if I think we got lucky with crits on that special 2, so we got some extra burst damage. Even if we didn't get lucky there, that shock still would have finished him off. It did like an extra 60k damage after Serpent went to immortality. I do make a mistake here because I dropped my special 2 a little too early. I drop it before I gain my 3rd force field charge, so my special 2 doesn't quite kill, which is unfortunate because I could have finished off this Serpent a little bit faster if I was just a bit more patient. But I was thinking, you know, it might kill, might as well drop it, but unfortunately it didn't. But yeah, still doing this fight in a very respectable time. Bastion is better, my balls. Hell no, bro. Guardian is on top. Show me another tech champion doing that. Oh, and of course, he's a great counter to Bullseye because of all the bleed resistance he has. He can perfect block special attacks, so you're not going to take too much damage from Bullseye special 1. If you're better at perfect blocking, if you're better at parrying all the hits of Bullseye special attack than I am, you will take even less damage. I'm better at dexing Bullseye special attack than I am at parrying it, so that's what I prefer to do. But yeah, if you can't dex it, learn how to parry it, and you will basically take no damage off his special 1. And of course, we're going to nuke him in a single special 2. We didn't even need to use the special 1 in this matchup realistically. We could have just gone straight for the special 2 and waited to gain 3 charges. Especially because Bullseye has negative energy resistance. So he look how much overkill was on that special 2. He takes even more damage than... he takes even more damage from Guardian than other champions would. He's a great counter to Killmonger because Guardian doesn't crit, so you're not going to be taking much reverberation damage even if you do trigger Killmonger's reverberation at a high power level, because Guardian's basic attacks themselves obviously don't do much damage. His basic attacks do decent damage when he crits, but when he crits he doesn't actually crit. He deals a burst of shock damage, and of course Killmonger cannot reverberate that. And yeah, again, special 2 way overkill, bro. Way overkill, man. I can't believe this. And even against Sentinel, it's still a single special 1 into a special 2 rotation, deleted from the game. I cannot believe myself how insane Guardian still is. I'm going to take mine to rank 4 and max sig him as soon as I possibly can. He's just so insane. On top of that, he's a fairly decent defender as well. Now, don't get me wrong, there's so many cosmic nukes nowadays that most of the time you put him on defense, he's probably going to get nuked. However, if you can catch your opponent without a good cosmic champion, he can stall on defense very well. I don't know how Carolina does against him. because obviously Guardian has all that energy resistance, so he may slow down Carolina. I may be wrong though, I haven't tested that matchup. Oh, and he can take Gallon. He's a champion at games armor ups. He can still take Gallon because haha funny. I remember I did this matchup like a year ago in Battlegrounds. I think it was against Dead Hide, and like I was flabbergasted, bro. I was so shocked that Guardian could do this. Like a tech champion with a armor up should not be nuking Gallon, but that's Guardian for you. He just takes matchups which you would not expect him to be able to. I'm gonna brag a little here. I was on the Guardian train way before it was cool though, because I was a fan of Guardian even before we all got the free 7-star version of him when Jax left the game. I had a Ascended 6-star, he was one of my first rank 5 6-stars, so I've known for a very long time that Guardian is just one of the best tech champions in the game. Honestly, I thought he'd have fallen off a bit right now, but I was wrong, bro. He has not fallen off. I don't understand why more people aren't using this guy, why more people don't have him at rank 4. He's going to be so insane in the last meta this season in Battlegrounds as well, because it's arms race, so you're going to gain 200% extra attack rating on your special 2. Not that it matters, because I mean Guardian's special 2 straight up nukes anything as is, but he's going to have an extra 200% attack on it in the last week of Battlegrounds this season, because why not? Oh, he's a great counter to Photon as well, because you can, when Photon goes into pure light form, you can just perfect block those special ones and still take no damage. So yeah, he counters pretty much every meta defender in the game that is not shock immune, apart from like Solvark. I don't think, well, maybe he can take Solvark, but you probably take a bit of damage in that match. I don't know, I haven't tried it. Unfortunately, there's not a Solvark on the CCP beta, so I am not able to test that. But you already know what's going to happen to this poor Enchantress. I'm not even going to wait for my 6th Force Field Charge, because I know it's going to be way too much overkill. And she's dead. Yo, what's good people? So welcome to the 4th and the final installment of 10 matchups you didn't know worked. So we're starting off with Havoc versus Havoc. Now, basically, Havoc is just immune to himself. He does not take any detonation damage. I'm sure a lot of people already knew this, but in Battlegrounds, this is actually a viable matchup, and Havoc takes Havoc much faster than you probably think he does. So the rotation for this is you want to use your special 1, build up some plasma onto the other Havoc, then you want to use your heavy attack to apply that feedback debuff, and this will basically give you some nice damage over time. Keep doing this until Havoc is about at 50% health, and then you want to throw your special 3, and that's going to nuke him. So yeah, if you're trapped in a corner, if you don't have a Havoc counter but your opponent does, you can just do this match, and it's very viable. It's a very solid matchup, much faster than I was expecting it to be. I don't know if Cyclops works for Havoc as well. I think he does, but don't quote me on that because I haven't tested it. Okay, so now we have Crossbones versus Gentle. Now, I'm sure most of you are aware this matchup works, but you probably don't know that Crossbones is literally the best counter for this guy. Not only is Gentle a hero, so we're going to gain extra fury buffs, but our ability accuracy reduction stops Gentle from ever going unstoppable. So he is literally a potato against Crossbones, and Crossbones is always my go-to counter for this guy. Nukes him in 30 seconds, sometimes even less. He is just crazy for Gentle. Like, it's insane that the best counter to this guy is a skill champion. So now we have Cosmic Ghost Rider versus Dark Phoenix. Now, basically, the Damnation will stop Dark Phoenix from triggering her immortality, but it's super important that you do not activate the Damnation whilst the immortality is active, otherwise it is going to turn passive. But if you use your special 2 and activate the Damnation before Dark Phoenix activates her immortality, then it's never going to trigger because the domination stops buffs from ever triggering. So CGR, when he eventually comes out as a 7-star, will be the very best Dark Phoenix counter in the game. Now we have White Tiger versus emo feminist Nico. So most people would assume this matchup doesn't work because White Tiger is reliant on gaining her Fury buffs, but the rotation in this matchup is basically wait out the buff immunity at the start of the match, then you activate your special one. This will give you some power still onto Nico, and then basically you're going to play the rest of the match without baiting out a single special attack, which is doable thanks to White Tiger's very potent power control. If you want to see more White Tiger gameplay, because she not only nukes Nico, but she's a great counter to hard defenders like Serpent, Dark Phoenix. I made a showcase on her a while ago, so I would really recommend checking that out because she is insane, as you can see here. Easy nuke. And now we have Werewolf by Night versus Captain Britain, who is probably the very best, the scariest, the most BS defender in all of Battlegrounds right now, with all her unavoidable neuroshock damage. But if you don't actually hit her, if you just hit her block, then she's not going to apply any of those neuroshocks to you. The only problem with this fight, it is by no means a fast fight. Now keep in mind, this is a rank 3 wolf versus a rank 4 level Captain Britain, and it's not full moon, so this could be much faster. If it was rank 4 versus rank 4 and full moon, I think you could get this down in a minute 10 at the fastest. Without full moon, rank 4 versus rank 4, you're looking at about a 120 fight, I think. But rank 3 versus rank 4, it's a struggle honestly, but it can be done. And it's better than nothing because there's barely any champions that can finish Captain Britain with a high health total. But Werewolf by Night is one of them, so if you have no Captain Britain counters at all, at least put this guy in your deck and he will work for her. If he's equal ranks, that is much better, much faster. However, rank 3 versus rank 4 can still work, just it's really not a fast matchup. But hey, it's better than losing 60% of your health to unavoidable BS damage, am I right? And if you're fighting against someone else who doesn't have a Captain Britain counter, you will win. And we got a 93% finish there. It would be a 95% finish again if it was rank 4 versus rank 4. Next matchup is Sunspot versus Yelena. Now, normally attack rating increases don't work against Yelena, stuff like Fury or anything that increases your attack rating. But this doesn't apply to Sunspot. Even though he doesn't have access to Daunted, his solar flares still grant him extra attack rating. So he is a perfect counter to Yelena. And you can see here we're just doing so much damage with our basic attacks. And by the time we get to our special 2, that is so much overkill. And Sunspot honestly is my go-to Yelena counter in Battlegrounds right now. I've been using rank 3 Sunspot versus rank 4 a lot. So now we have Mantis versus Spider-Woman, and I'm sure most of you are aware this matchup can work, but you're probably not aware of how good this matchup actually is. So thanks to Mantis Tranquilize, this will stop any debuff from being applied to you, and if you don't have any debuffs on you, Spider-Woman isn't going to evade you. Not only that, it also stops her applying the fumble and ensnare debuff to you, so she's not going to be reducing your ability accuracy, and she's not going to turn off your dexterity on her special attacks, so you don't have to worry about her throwing random special ones. So Mantis is honestly one of the most underrated and safest counters for Spider-Woman out there. Next one is Captain Britain versus Domino. A lot of people don't realize how good Captain Britain is on attack. I actually nuked a 7-star Domino with my 6-star Captain Britain in Battlegrounds the other week, and I had like a 95% plus finish, which really surprised me. I knew Captain Britain was quite good on attack, but to be fair, why would you ever use her on attack when you can just put her on defense and it's pretty much a automatic win? But yeah, all you need to do in this match is get to your special 3, use that, then a couple of special attacks after your special 3 will nuke Domino. She's not immune to critical failure, she just doesn't have much stuff to fail, so you're really not going to take much damage in this matchup. So she is a sneaky good Domino counter. You can draft her for Domino and your opponent probably won't be expecting you to do that matchup well. So yeah, it's a nice thing to know in case your opponent gets like a Maker or something for your Captain Britain. And now we have Guardian versus Serpent. Now, there's a lot of matchups Guardian can do, which you wouldn't expect him to be able to do. So if you haven't watched my Guardian showcase, go check that out. Because not only does he do Serpent, he also does Yelena, Dark Phoenix, and so much more. Like, Guardian is truly insane, but Serpent is the craziest to me, just because of how good of a counter he is for this man. He's not the fastest, however, thanks to that perfect block he has, you're going to take no damage whatsoever from Serpent's special attacks. There is that burst damage off the special 1 still, however, Guardian's energy resistance is so high that you're not going to take any of that burst damage off Serpent's special 1, so that's not a problem whatsoever. I could have done this matchup a bit faster, but I dropped my second special 2 before I gained my third force field charge, so I took a bit longer nuking Serpent here than I should have. So this matchup could have been like 5-10 seconds faster. But yeah, he is a surprisingly good counter to Serpent, kind of a hard counter, just not the fastest counter out there. Could have been 10 seconds faster though. Again, like, Guardian is really insane. Honestly, I think he may be the best tech champion in the entire game. It's between him and Starkey for me, but yeah, I think Guardian is more versatile than Starkey nowadays, which I never thought I'd say, but it may be true. So the last match of the video is Zola versus Maestro. Now, basically, Zola's disintegration cannot be glanced because he has increased ability accuracy. Again, this is not the fastest match out there, but the fact a tech champion can take Maestro in the first place and finish at near 100% health is impressive enough, so I figured I'd include this on the list. By the way, if my voice sounds a bit grouchy, I kid you not, this is the 16th video I've commentated over today. Like, I have been hustling with these videos, my guy. I have been at work getting ready for December to remember. I said I was going to upload every single day, so I thought I would just get everything ready as soon as possible. So my voice, my throat is a little bit sore right now. No diddy, like, none of that sort of stuff. It's sore from speaking too much. I have yapped about Mcoc for well over 4 hours today, and I want to go to bed. But yeah, basically in this match you do need to go for your special 3 because you do take a bunch of cosmic radiation damage, but luckily Zola has that super OP regeneration from his special 3, so you can still finish this matchup at 100% health. But that is going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. I'd appreciate it. Like the video, all of that good stuff, and I will see you all in the next one. Yo, what's good, Gooner Gang? So 23 champions have been released this year. Yes, 23, not 24. Megamind over here has no business being here because he's a 2024 champion. So what I'm going to do is rank each and every single one and let everyone get mad at me in the comments. God, I already know people are going to try and slaughter me for my Bastion placement. Well, it is what it is, bro. Now, keep in mind, as always with my ranking videos, this is mainly going to be focused around Battlegrounds. However, I will be taking every aspect of the game into consideration for the rankings. Alliance War, long form, short form, blah, 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 blah. You get the point, bro. Mainly Battlegrounds, but I will be taking all content into consideration. So that's enough yapping. Let's just jump into the list. And, of course, the worst champion of the year, Ashula. He sucks, bro. Like, his damage, mid, His utility, mid. His animations, they're mid as well. I'm pretty sure his special one is a recycled animations from No Special 2. Obviously, I made a showcase on this champion. I've played pretty much every single one of these champions, apart from one, but I'll talk about him when I get to it. But yeah, Dracula, infinitely disappointing. You know, the only real impressive piece of utility this man has is the slow on his special one. And it is a nice slow, bro. It lasts like, what, 40 seconds? Yeah, and it's passive. That is a strong piece of utility, but that's like all he has, literally. His damage completely fucking sucks. He's just one of the most disappointing champions ever to be released. He's not good on defense either. I know this guy has some fans out there, but they're sniffing on an insane amount of copium. My guy, like, get off that shit, because he is mid. He sucks, okay? Now, let's move on to number 22, who is another very disappointing champion, Foreign Falcon over here. Now, this guy came out at a time when Enchantress was one of the most devious defenders in the game, but like he didn't even counter her like that well, bro. Spider-Woman is a infinitely better counter to Enchantress that Falcon Jokin. I can't pronounce his name, that's why I call him Foreign Falcon. But yeah, Spider-Woman counters Enchantress, which is basically the only thing this guy does. Now, his damage is a lot better than people give him credit for, but it's nothing to be, like, proud of. Like, his damage is, like, decent, but it's nothing crazy. He does have this unique piece of utility where he'll basically instantly regenerate any sort of burst damage from the opponent's special attacks. But, like, it's not really that useful in reality. Like, the only real champions you can use that against is, like, Gallon and Enchantress with her damage reflection. Other than that, it's barely even useful. I think this guy is getting a little bit of a buff though, so we can all look forward to that, and hopefully he comes out a bit better. But there's just so many better science options out there than this guy. So yeah, now the next spot. I know people are going to be mad at me for this, bro, but I don't care. This guy sucks. He's mid. He's disappointing. And like Dracula, if you think this guy is good, you're not snorting, you're injecting an insane amount of copium into your veins. Lizard. Now, he's not an awful champion by any means. This is when the champions actually get good, because Lizard is not bad. He's just insanely mid, bro. His utility is, like, decent-ish. He can counter miss, but other than that, you know, he's quite tanky. And he's basically just the worst version of Scorp. He has way less utility, way less damage. And the only reason people are hyped about this guy is because it's Lizard, and we've been waiting for him for years. But he needs a little bit of a buff, man. But he won't be getting a little bit of a buff because the buff program ended. So, haha. F you, bro. He's not getting a buff. But yeah, he's not an awful champion by any means. And Spider 99 Relic does make him a lot better, giving him the utility of being able to stay unstoppable and unblockable for a lot of the match. But his damage is quite RNG. And it's just like average. His damage is bang on average. He's poison immune, sure, there's a ton of poison immune champions in the game. He basically just suffers from the same thing Foreign Falcon does, in the fact that there's a indefinite amount of better science champions than this guy. Like, this guy's not even in top 10 science, not an awful champion by any means, but I think within a month or two, people will completely forget about his existence. Okay, now, the next champion. This is the one champion I have not played. I have played every single champion apart from this guy, Mr. Knight. So this is like the one placement where, like, yes, I could be underrating him. He could be underrated. However, I watched Seaton's video on him. I played him a little bit on the beta. And you know, this guy actually seems kind of underrated. He's got like a stun lock, sleep lock combo going on. His damage is pretty good. He completely counters science defenders because he has really strong access to the Tranquilize debuff, which basically completely shuts off any debuff science defenders would apply to you. So he's like a great counter to like Photon, Spider-Woman. Like, he even counters Spider-Woman's fumble and ensnare. So honestly, Mr. Knight, he seems quite cool, man, and I need to play him more, so I'm gonna place him here for now. But honestly, he could be a bit higher. I might be underrating him because, like, from what I've seen, his damage is actually pretty great, and he's got that stun lock. So I think this guy definitely has potential. But that's all I have to say about him. This is like the one placement where I'm not like 100% sure on it. So we're placing Mr. Knight here. Now, the next champion is my former alliance leader. Now, where is he? Where is the bold warrior himself? Oh my god, I can't find him, bro. There he is. Gentle. Now, I think Gentle is quite underrated on attack. You know, he counters Yelena. His damage is pretty great. A lot of people seem to think he's bad on attack, but like they don't understand how Gentle works whatsoever, because they say he's bad because you take recoil damage with him, but literally all you have to do is land a light ending combo before you throw your special 2 and you won't take the recoil damage. Like, bro, learn the champion before you diss him. But he's mainly on here for defense because he has proven time and time again to be a really solid stall defender on Battlegrounds defense. So yeah, like if you don't have a good counter to this guy like Crossbones or you know, someone to handle his unstoppable, he stalls on defense. And even if you do have someone to handle his unstoppable, like he's so tanky because you can only take him with champions that don't crit a lot, because if you crit this guy twice in a row, he gains that resistance passive and he just becomes like an absolute beast tank on defense. So I'm putting Big Bull Gentle right here. A really solid champion, you know, nothing crazy, not a must-have by any means, but he's really solid. So I think he's well deserving of this spot. Now, the next champion is High Evolutionary. A lot of people call this guy mid, but I swear, like, this guy is not mid on defense. The only reason people call him mid is because Okoye absolutely destroys him, hard counters him, which, yes, but, like, if you don't have Okoye for him, bro, it's quite an annoying fight. Not because of his auto block or anything like that. It's the detonation what gets me, because, like, if I don't have a counter to this guy, how am I supposed to land 16 hits before that detonation runs out without pushing this guy to a special 2? Because you really don't want to push him to a special 2, because then, like, you get inverted controls, all that stuff. So, like, a lot of the time, if you don't have a counter to him, you just end up taking a massive burst of detonation damage. And I actually think he's quite underrated on defense. And, of course, he's annoying for Alliance War. Not because he himself will get kills on Alliance War. However, if he's at max sig, he puts those annoying cross fights on the champions, and that makes the next fight they're going to do really annoying. So he's a really solid Alliance War defender. On attack, you know, he's okay. Like, he's got some utility on attack, like the withers, all that stuff. But realistically, he's purely a defender, and a pretty decent one, to be honest with you. I think he's quite underrated on defense, and I don't think he gets enough credit. Like, yeah, you can nuke him, but if you're not able to nuke him in time, you're taking a big fat burst of unavoidable damage, buddy, and you just gotta live with that. Okay, now the next champion is someone who I think is quite overrated, but I'm not going to talk about that too much because I made an entire video on that. Silver Samurai. He has insane damage. He can counter Yelena. That's all this guy has going on. Well, I mean, he has bleed resistance as well, but other than that, that's all this guy's got going on. He severely lacks utility. Now, he's not an awful champion by any means. He's a solid champion, and if you enjoy the character, can be worth ranking up. Absolutely, because he's good enough to rank up. It's just like this guy's not very versatile because he really lacks utility. He doesn't really counter that many meta defenders, and it's not like he's a good defender either. So, like, what are you going to do when you put this guy in your Battleground deck? You're going to have him to just counter Yelena? Is that it? Like, he can take over matchups, of course, but he's far from the best counter for any of them apart from Yelena. So, I don't think I can give Silver Samurai a higher spot than this. But his damage is insane, so I imagine he's quite a good champion for questing. Pretty much no use in Alliance War, for the reasons I mentioned. Basically has no fucking utility. I can imagine him being quite good in Colosseum, honestly. So maybe that's his game mode to shine in Colosseum. I can definitely imagine him doing well in there. And if he does, maybe he goes up the list in the future. Okay, now we are going to be placing the freaky squid person, Imperiosa. Now, I don't think he/C is as bad on defense as we initially thought, because there is a method to fight them where you slow play it and let her power loss, you know, make it so you don't have to bait out many special attacks. But still, an annoying defender nonetheless. Pretty good on attack as well. Great counter to many tech defenders, most tech defenders in the game for Battlegrounds, and pretty versatile because their damage source is corrosion. And, you know, no one's really immune to that. I'm pretty sure corrosion is direct damage as well. I don't think it's energy damage, right? Let me check. Oh, no, it's physical damage. Okay, so if your opponent has a lot of physical resistance, then you're probably not going to want to use Imperiosa for them. However, Really versatile damage source. You know, not many champions have a ton of physical resistance. Solid defender. Just a really solid all-round dual-use champion for Battlegrounds. And there definitely are certain metas where they're going to shine. So I think Imperiosa we can place right there. Now, the next champion is quite an underrated champion. Frankencastle. I actually think this guy's really solid. I think he's a solid-ish defender, you know, far from the best defender, not particularly hard to fight whatsoever, but if he throws a special one, you take his some block damage. If you're not paying attention and you try to intercept him when he walks up to you, he's gonna go unstoppable and whack you in the face, and he's quite versatile and underrated on attack. On attack, you know, he gets some nice free willpower healing from that rage debuff, so you can stay really healthy with this guy. His damage is great. He has access to that passive crush, so which is basically unblockable, but it bypasses champions that can block unblockable attacks, so it's even better. And you can keep that up for a majority of the match if you know how to play this guy. So yeah, honestly, I think Frankencastle is a really solid champion, and I think people are sleeping on him right now. There are definitely certain metas where this guy will shine. Like, for example, I think in the last meta of this Battleground season with Arms Race, he's going to be a really good attacker. And, you know, stall defenders are going to be really good for that meta as well. So he should be solid on defense. So honestly, yeah, I think Frankencastle's really solid champion, Zombie Punisher. I actually think he's better than the buffed up Punisher we got for the Banquet event, which is ironic. Dead Punisher is better than Alive Punisher, but hey ho, there you go. Just a really solid dual use champion for Battlegrounds once again. Okay, now we're going with Moondragon 2.0. Now, I'm pretty sure they just added Cassandra to the game because they were lazy one month and they were like, Moondragon. We can probably just, you know, alter her model a bit, make it into a new champion, bim bam boom. You got Cassandra Nova. Now, but this champion is really good. Tilapia made a fantastic showcase on her, and I watched that, and she's much more versatile than you think, and if you know how to play her, her damage is fantastic. You know, she can even counter defenders you wouldn't think she is able to, like Serpent, Solar. Far from the best for those matchups, but she can do them. She cancels Nick Fury's second life, so one of the best counters to him. One of the fastest Yelena counters. Can be a solid defender. I wouldn't call her necessarily tricky on defense, but her special one comes out super fast, so it's easy to get clipped by that. And, you know, if she throws a heavy attack and you're not patient and you run into the middle of that heavy attack, you're going to get stunned and hit in the face. So, again, just another really solid dual-use champion for Battlegrounds. And I could honestly imagine Cassandra going up the list in the future. I think she has a lot of potential. And I think once more people start playing her, we're really going to see that. Okay. Now, the next champion is a champion everyone underrated on their release, but everyone, you know, knows they're a good champion now. The Maker. Now, this guy is jam-packed full of utility. He is, like, so good utility-wise. The only problem with this guy is he doesn't have the most insane damage in the game. His damage isn't even bad by any means. His damage is just, like, average. But his utility is fantastic. Neuroshock immunity, the only champion that is immune to Neuroshocks in the game, makes him the absolute safest counter to Captain Britain. Great counter to pretty much every mutant defender. Like, he shuts off the entire mutant class apart from Havoc. He's not a good counter to Havoc because he does deal energy damage with his burst damage, and of course you don't want to do that against Havoc if you don't have an armor up buff. Otherwise he's going to deal a shit ton of burst damage to you. Not really any good on defense, but he can catch some people on occasion. And of course, he has access to those pre-fights, which is worth mentioning because that's really useful for, like, Alliance War. You know, it makes a lot of Alliance War fights a lot easier for a lot of different tech attackers. So yeah, you know, not the most insane damage in the game, but his utility is pretty much unbeaten in the tech class. So I think Maker is well deserving of this spot, and you know, I'm surprised people underrated him on release. I guess it's because people didn't really know how to play him too well, because he does have a bit of a funky playstyle, to be fair to you. But once people have figured that out, yeah, everyone knows Maker can cook now. So, definitely deserving of this spot. Okay, now is a champion that would be higher up on the list, but they're kind of falling off, low-key. They're kind of falling off now that everyone's learned how to fight them and who their best counters are. And that is Yelena Baloney. When she came out, absolute menace on defense, bro. Like, absolute menace for, like, the first 6 months of her release. Nowadays, she's a bit less of a menace. She's kind of falling off. But, like, if you don't have a counter to Yelena, it's pretty much a guaranteed win because your opponent is going to time out or come close to it. That's if they don't mess up, which is extremely easy to mess up to Yelena if you don't have a counter, because when she goes into that elimination mode, and if you don't play right, if you don't only do medium attacks, you're going to get hit with a fat reversal, take a bunch of damage. But Yelena is quite underrated on attack. Like, she does counter a lot of tricky defenders like Photon. She's great for Spider-Woman. She's actually a great Nico Monero counter, thanks to her poison immunity. The only reason they made Yelena poison immune is because they didn't want Archangel to nuke her when he eventually comes out as a 7-star. But yeah, it's nice for Nico. So honestly, she's a really solid dual threat champion for Battleground. She's not just a defender. But you know, with the surgence of Jean Grey, Onslaught, Deadpool, X-Force, Cassandra, you know, they're really popular champions for people to run in their Battlegrounds decks. She's definitely fallen off a bit, like 100%, bro. So you can't put her up too high on the list. So I'm going to leave Yelena Baloney here. And that's that. Still a really great addition to anyone's Battleground deck, but not a must-have anymore by any means. Okay, now, this is where people are going to get mad at me, bro. Bastion. Phenomenal champion for Alliance War, yes. Great champion for questing, yes. Amazing champion for Battlegrounds, no! He's okay for Battlegrounds, but far, far, far from the best champion for Battlegrounds. He's not good on defense. He's far from the fastest attacker out there, even in his ideal matchups. Jack-O-Lantern is better than Bastion for Battlegrounds by far. Like, Bastion is a great champion, but he's so overglazed, bro. Like, he's not the second coming of Jesus. You'll really need to get Bastion's big metal rod out of your mouth, okay? He's not that guy. He's not Hercules 2.0. I know people are going to go mad at me in my comments for putting him this low on the list, but fuck it, I ain't going to read him! He's a good champion, okay? He's just overrated for Battleground specifically. If you're an Alliance War player, sure, he can be much higher up on the list if you exclusively play Alliance War. But my channel has been focused on Battlegrounds since it started, and I'm going to keep it that way. So I'm leaving Bastion right here. Okay? Not in the top 10. Deal with it, bro. This is my list. And literally, if you ask any other Battlegrounds player the same question, they will tell you the exact same. It's only people who do, like, casual questing or, like, Alliance War that, like, really overglaze Bastion. But I'm not trying to hate on him too much because he is a fantastic champion. He's just not that guy, bro. He's just not that guy. Okay, I need to actually look where I'm up to on the list. So, 1 second. Okay, now we're moving into the top 10. So Bastion was number 11. Bastion was number 11. Now at the number 10 spot, this was a really tricky champion to place. Dark Phoenix. Now, of course, Dark Phoenix is like okay on attack. She's got some utility, like being immune to power drain, having access to Nova Flame as her damage source, which not many champions are immune to. However, obviously, she's not here for attack, bro. She's here because she's a BS defender. Like, literally, oh, well done, Kabam. Dark Phoenix is such a greatly designed champion. Instead of actually designing a tricky-to-fight defender, instead of coming up with something unique, something that the community would like, they just went, fuck it. Give her unavoidable damage. Why not, bro? So, yeah, I mean, like, basically, if you don't have a counter to Dark Phoenix in Battlegrounds, you lost, bro. You just lose. Like, there's no way around it. There have been a lot more counters released to her recently, though. Of course, Indian Spider-Man, Nico, Hood. A lot of people have learned how to do the fight with White Tiger, Absman, when people get their hands on him. There's a lot more counters to Dark Phoenix now, and that's why she's only at the number 10 spot. Like, if I made this list 6 months ago, she'd probably be at the number 1 spot because of how much of an instant win she was on Battlegrounds defense. But nowadays, there are counters, and if you do have a counter to Dark Phoenix, she has a small health pool, so she will die really, really fast. However, still, if you don't have a counter to it, it's literally a guaranteed loss. So, like, you gotta give her top 10 at least. Such a stupid champion and such a lazy design by Kabam. This is one of the most disappointing champions ever. Not because she's like an awful champion, just because of how lazily designed she is. So, yeah, Dark Phoenix, at number 10. Okay, now at number 9 spot, this champion would be higher, but he's another champion that's fallen off recently just because there's been so many counters released to him. And that is the Nazi 2.0, Armin Zola. Now, he's actually really underrated on attack. People do not realize how good Zola is on attack. I actually made a video on him if you want to check that out. And like, stand your ground does not ruin him, bro, because there's 5 hits in his heavy attack. It's like a bloody 2% chance the opponent is going to trigger stand your ground on all 5 hits. I mean, it does happen on a very rare occasion. It has happened to me once. However, it's extremely rare. And even if you do mess up with this guy, if you do get hit in the face, bro, his special 3 regen literally takes him back to 100% health. You could be at 10% health, use your special 3 and go all the way up to 100% health. Do you realize how broken of a piece of utility that is? Like, people talk about Bastion survivability. Nah, fam. Zola's got him beat there. And like, Zola can completely decide which special attack the defender is using. He can completely stop the defender from using special 1s or special 2s, which again is an insane piece of utility, not just for Battlegrounds, but for Alliance War, for questing especially. Like, this guy's utility on attack is insane, and I've not even talked about him on defense yet. Of course, insane defender. He has that stupid cowardice when you use your special 2, so if you're not using the champion that inflicts damage over time on the special 2, you basically do 0 damage against him, which is kind of funny. Obviously, if you don't have a champion that can parry non-contact attacks or that can land an easy heavy attack on him some other way, he's an absolute menace on defense. However, the rise of Cull Obsidian, Carolina Dean, you know, everyone has Deathless Thanos as well. He's definitely taken a hit on defense and he's not as strong as he once was. But thankfully, he's a great attacker, so he's still well worth putting in your Battlegrounds deck, and that's why he's at the number 9 spot. Like, Zola is quite insane, bro, especially on attack. Like, people really underrate his value on attack. Okay, now the number 8 spot is another tech champion, actually. And that is Solvark. One of the best Captain Britain counters in the game, which is immensely valuable because Captain Britain is dumb and basically Mutant Dark Phoenix but on steroids. So yeah, Solvark, he kind of deserves a top 10 spot just for that alone. But other than that, you know, he's a great counter to Mutant defenders in general. Completely nukes defenders like Onslaught. Great for Jean Grey if you know how to do that fight. Just great for pretty much every Mutant defender in the game. Even Havoc, even though his armor ups are passive, he's still a great counter to Havoc thanks to his access to Power Burn, which removes Havoc's charges. And of course, he's an absolute beast on defense. You know, if you don't have someone who can control his armor ups like Cull Obsidian, Null, or like Deathless Thanos, he's an absolute tank, bro, and you're probably going to time out against him. And even if you do have a direct counter to him, he can still be annoying to fight. If you push him to a special 2, there's no guarantee on which special attack he's going to use. He can use a special 1 or a special 2, and that can really throw you off your game. Just a really great dual use champion for Battlegrounds, and even though there is a lot more counters to him now, he's definitely not fallen off, specifically because he is one of the best Captain Britain counters in the game, so he'll probably be around for a while. I know so many people are going to hate me for putting these 2 tech champions above Bastion, but deal with it, bro. This is my list, and it's a Battlegrounds focused list, so yeah. Okay, next, now we're getting into like the really OP champions, like the cream of the crop, the top tier, the god tier champions. Well, I would put Solvark in god tier as well. However, the next champion is Lumatrix, a champion I actually have at rank 4 myself. Just a fantastic design champion. He's great on defense if you don't have someone that can counter miss. If he spams that special 1, can be super annoying. And you know, if he decides to throw random heavy attacks, he's going to trigger that evade. He's just an annoying defender if you don't have like a nuke for him, like Jean Grey or like a Juggernaut or something like that. Just a really solid defender, but he's so good on attack. Access to guaranteed crits. Well, it's technically not guaranteed crits because each of his cunning passives just increases his critical rating, but it increases it so high to the point where you basically have guaranteed crits against anyone. Obviously, he can stay phased pretty much the entire match, which completely removes the need to parry, removes the need to intercept, and just gives you free openings. And on top of that, he has that evade, which just gives you even more free openings. And something I really like about Lumatrix is that he applies that passive slow when he does evade, so he's not affected by the unfazed mastery, which is just a massive W. He's one of the only champions in the game that's immune to rupture, got bleed immunity as well. He can counter miss, just fantastic utility, and one of the safest champions in the game to use if you know how to use him. The one thing I will mention is you have to be careful using this guy against champions that reduce your ability accuracy, because his evade is ability accuracy based, and if someone's reducing that, when you try to evade, you're going to get hit in the face. So like, be careful of that. But other than that, such a versatile champion, and in my opinion, probably the best Idol champion added to the game. He's just fantastic. So yeah, that's really all I've got to say about Lumatrix. And now we're moving on to the top 6. The top 6, bro, like, I wish this top, we're just going to count this top 6 as a top 5, because like every single champion in the top 6 is like god tier, OP, best of the best champions, okay? So do not get mad at me for putting Carolina Dean at top 6. Don't get mad at me for her missing out on the top 5, because she's such a fantastic champion. Solid defender, actually, if your opponent does not know how to dex her special attacks, because her special attacks, you know, they go unblockable when she's in the sun, and she does get power gain, so she can spam them quite often. So solid defender, but obviously that's not why she's here. She's a really versatile, fantastic attacker. Her damage source is incinerate damage, and not that many champions are immune to it. There are a few, but like, it's one of the more versatile damage over time sources. She's got a really versatile playstyle, because you don't actually have to hit your opponent much to deal your damage. You can just stay in the sun, let your opponent, you know, stay passive whilst you gain power and spam your special attacks. And of course, her greatest piece of utility is that glancing when she blocks. This basically lets her take 0 block damage, even from big hefty special attacks like Photon Special 1 or just any special attacks. It reduces the ability accuracy as well, so she can counter annoying defenders like Bullseye, because when you reduce his ability accuracy, he's not going to deal bleed damage on his special one. That glancing mechanic on her block is just such a fantastic piece of utility. Her playstyle is incredibly versatile, and she's just a really great damage dealer as well. She's just a fantastic champion. Mrs. LGBTQ+ over here, yeah. Carolina Dean, well deserving of the number 6 spot. I know some people are going to be sad that she's not in the top 5, but like, she deserves to be in the top 5, bro. It's just a lot of OP busted champions have been released this year. Now we're moving on to the top 5, and at the number 5 spot, I am placing Mrs. Feminist herself, Nico Minero. As I've mentioned many times, I do not like her design on defense, because she basically does unavoidable poison damage if you don't have a champion that is poison immune, or at least a champion that can nuke her before she really has a chance to throw too many special attacks. And the thing what annoys me most about her is that burst damage through your block on her special one, because like, if she throws that special one when you have that buff immunity on you, you dex it, you take poison damage, you block it, you take burst damage through your block. Like, you just take damage for existing, bro, and it's stupid. So I think that the only thing she needs on defense is for that stupid burst damage through the block to be removed, and honestly, she'd be a valid defender, a balanced defender. But obviously on attack, she's great. She's not the fastest champion against defenders that don't have many access to buffs, but like, she has the best buff control in the entire game, pretty much, with that buff immunity. And any champion that would gain buffs when that buff immunity is on the opponent, she deals so much damage against. Like, obviously one of the best serpent counters, pretty much the best and fastest counter to Dark Phoenix. She pretty much shuts off the entire Cosmic class defender wise, and the Cosmic class does actually have probably the highest defensive value in the game. So that's why Nico is so valuable. if your opponent doesn't draft one of the annoying cosmic defenders, you can always put her on defense and she'll still cook. And it's not like she's only good versus cosmic defenders. It's mainly just that, you know, she's at her best against champions that have access to a lot of buffs. So like, she's a great Red Skull counter, for example, as well. She nukes him in 30 seconds. Even against champions that don't have buffs, like, her damage is decent. It's just nothing to go crazy over. And yeah, she just has some of the best buff control in the entire game. Of course, she has that access to miss, and of course she has her pre-fights, which can make her immune to poison, which can swap out her poison damage for incinerate damage. So she's pretty versatile as well. But if you have to use that pre-fight, she's going to be pretty slow, because Incinerates deal 30% less damage for Nico than her poisons do. But yeah, Nico at the number 5 spot. At the number 4 spot, I am putting Indian Spider-Man, because I actually made a comparison video between Indian Spidey and Nico. And this guy won, because he not only counters all of the meta annoying cosmic defenders like Nico does, but he's so good outside of the cosmic class as well. He's a worse defender by Nico, absolutely, but he's still a decent defender in his own right. If your opponent does not have an evade counter, or if your opponent does not have a buff immunity champion, he's gonna evade a ton, and that's just really, really annoying. But his damage is insane. Like, he nukes so many defenders outside of the cosmic class, like a great Sentinel counter, great Mr. Sinister counter. I could go on. He's a great Nico Monero counter as well, ironically. He's just a really fantastic, versatile champion for Battlegrounds, and he has some of the best power control in the entire game. If you know how to play this guy properly, you can play him in a way where you can avoid your opponent throwing any special attacks in a match at all in a Battleground setting. His power control isn't so OP to the point where, like, you can stop your opponent throwing special attacks in longer matches, but in Battlegrounds you absolutely can. Just a really versatile champion for Battlegrounds, and he does have a really nice safety net with that evade as well, because when he's fully ramped up, he has a 20% chance to evade all attacks, basic attacks, heavy attacks, special attacks. So that's a really nice safety net if you get caught with a combo. He's probably going to evade it, bro. He's probably going to get you out of that sticky situation. Oh, and don't cancel me for calling him Indian Spider-Man, because, like, oh no, I called someone who's from India Indian. Bloody cancel me, boys. But yeah, now we're moving on to the top 3. Now, this was really, really hard to rank. You could definitely interchange these champions. You could definitely put them in different orders. However, this is the order I have put them in. And at the number 3 spot, I am going to be placing Okoye. There's really nothing bad I can say about these champions. The only reason Okoye is below the 2 champions above her is that she basically has no value on defense. Like, she has a decently sized health pool. That's the only thing which makes her, like, somewhat of a threatening defender. Other than that, you know, super easy on defense. But of course, some of the most insane damage in the game, and she accesses her full damage ramp up so fast. Of course, she has that ensnare debuff, which not only counters evade, but reduces the opponent's ability accuracy by 30%, which isn't reliable, but it can come in handy on so many different occasions. Like, for example, versus Kindred, you can completely fail him, rooting you at the end of the match. Like, that ensnare is such a great piece of utility. The only downside to it is that you can't rely on it, because it's only a 30% ability accuracy reduction, but it's so strong. Like, that ensnare is the reason she's a good Dark Phoenix counter, because she can fail her immortality. She can stop Dark Phoenix from placing Nova Flames on you. But yeah, Okoye, obviously one of the best Battlegrounds champions out there, and pretty much a must-have for anyone's Battlegrounds deck. I don't think I need to yap about her too much. You will understand why Big Bold Warrior Okoye is here. Okay, now the top 2 was insanely tricky to decide between, bro. What was so tricky to decide between. But the number 2 spot, I am going to be placing Spider-Woman. Insane dual threat for Battlegrounds, incredibly versatile, especially because her power stings are severe debuffs. So skill defenders, they can't even shrug them off. She's a great counter to Yelena, for example, which is stupid. She should not be countering Yelena. No science champion should. Obviously, she's one of the most annoying defenders in the game. When you have that fumble on you, she's pretty much guaranteed to throw that special one into your block and be super annoying. Her ensnare fails all your abilities, even though it's only a 30% ability accuracy reduction. Like, she will fail all your offensive abilities. Like it's so annoying. Luckily, that is getting removed off her, which the community don't really like. But honestly, I'm a fan of that ensnare getting changed. I'm pretty sure they're going to change her ensnare debuff, so it only counts as evade and doesn't reduce the opponent's ability accuracy, which just makes her a much balanced defender in my opinion, because I'm so sick of her failing my furies with anti-venom or failing my damage with other champions. Or stuff like that. She always fails your abilities with that stupid ensnare debuff at the worst possible times. So I'm glad that's getting changed. But even when she does get that nerf, even when that ensnare does get taken away from her, that would not change her position on this list. She'll still be a menace on defense, still one of the most versatile, still one of the fastest attackers you can have for Battlegrounds, and that is why she is at the number 2 spot. So at the number 1 spot, I'm sure through the process of elimination you can figure it out. Jean Grey. Just an absolute nuke for Battlegrounds. Insane amount of utility with her immunity to reverse controls. Her force field, which is insane, not only on attack but on defense as well. Makes her super tanky on defense and can eat stuff on attack as well. Like, you can just take so much block damage with Jean Grey and still come out of the match at 100% health. Counters miss as well. Yeah, I don't think I need to explain why Jean Grey is here. Everyone knows why she is. She's pretty much a must-have for Battlegrounds at this point. She's an insane defender because of that force field, making her so tanky. Not only that, if you crit against her, you're going to get that exhaustion debuff on you, which not only reduces your critical damage, but it also synergizes with an equity to reduce your damage even further. And that's without mentioning how tricky she is to fight on defense on her own, because of course she has those inverted controls which she inflicts when her force field is dropped and then randomly inflicts on her special attack. So like, she could be throwing her special 2, you'll have no reverse controls on you, so you'll be dexing it, then you get inverted controls in the middle of a special 2, get hit in the face and you die, and it's not a fun time, bro, believe me, because it's happened to me several times. But yeah, she's incredibly versatile on attack as well, because of course not many champions are immune to neuro shocks, and that is the way she gets her damage. And you can play her 2 type of ways. You can either go for a big special 2, or you can just let the damage over time take your opponent down with the special ones. Such a safe attacker to use and such a powerful defender as well. But that is the list, fellas. Tell me how much of an idiot I am in the comment. Tell me why Lizard should be number 1 and why I'm a massive bozo. But yeah, that's going to be it from me. God damn, that is a long video and I need a drink. I don't know if you can tell, but like, I recorded this all in one take and my throat is like killing me, bro. I need to get a drink of water before I die. God damn. Okay, I'll see you all later. Yo, what's good, people? 7-star Absman is finally here. And he's pretty insane, man. So we're starting off with this Deathless Thanos matchup, and this may be the craziest fight in this video. As we all know, Deathless Thanos is one of the tankiest defenders to ever be in Battlegrounds. Every time you place him on defense, it's pretty much a guaranteed 60-second fight, no matter who you're using. But Absman nukes it far quicker than that, and I was not expecting him to be honest. For this fight, you definitely want to choose Uru form, because the special 1 has a lot less hits than the special 2, so it's a lot easier for managing Thanos' Unstoppable. And that was a 44-second fight, one of the fastest Deathless Thanos takedowns I have ever done. So that is pretty insane, man. Now we're fighting a Dark Phoenix, and Absman is a phenomenal counter to her. Now you need to choose Magma form for this matchup, and this will grant you an insane amount of energy resistance, so the Nova Flame barely does any damage to you. The only problem with this matchup is Dark Phoenix is of course Incinerate immune. Obviously it's Phoenix, why would she take Incinerate damage? So, you know, you're not getting all that Incinerate damage. You do get a bit of burst damage still though, but that's more than enough. Absman nukes this matchup 50 seconds, and as you can see there, one of Absman's special abilities is he reduces the duration of Immortality, Unstoppable and Indestructible buffs by 90%. So Dark Phoenix's Immortality means nothing to him. He just absolutely destroys that fight. One of the best Dark Phoenix counters in the game, now that he's a 7-star. And now we have this Null matchup. Now, all you have to do against Null, bait a special 2, throw a special attack, and you kind of just win. That was a 19-second fight. So yeah, rip Null on defense, which is kind of sad for me, because like Null is one of my only good defenders I have in my deck nowadays. So rip him. That's kind of balls. But yeah, Absman, he's pretty goated. Now he can take Atuma as well. He was one of the OG Atuma counters, because back in the day there really wasn't many at all. Now there's so many, you know, Atuma's kind of fell off on defense. But if you do see anyone running him, Absman nukes him perfectly fine, because in Uru form, he has an insane amount of physical resistance, and Atuma's Thorn damage is physical damage. So you basically don't really take any Thorns damage with Absman versus Atuma, and you get some regeneration on top of that when you get enough morph charges and then do your medium like medium. Now we have a Serpent matchup, and he's phenomenal for Serpent. You want to be in Magma form for this matchup, because again, grants you an insane amount of energy resistance, and all of Serpent's special attacks are energy damage, so they really ain't going to be hitting too hard through your block at all. Unfortunately, Absman's ability does not reduce the duration of Serpent's death immortality, because he's a stupid champion still. However, he does take this matchup very well, and an ability that Absman has that not a lot of people realise is when he's blocking, he actually reduces the opponent's power gain rate. So if you're blocking against Serpent, he's not going to be gaining nearly as much power. So that as well makes him fantastic for this matchup. You can see here, I'm blocking this special 2, and it's barely doing any damage, bro. Like if I was using a normal champion, that special 2 is doing 20% damage into my block. God damn. But as you can see here, Serpent's regenerating, that's fine. We're all ramped up, we're doing plenty of damage, so we're easily going to be able to finish him off with this special 2. This could have been faster, but I got horrible AI in this matchup. Like, even on the CCP beta, my AI is completely fucking cooked, bro. Okay, now we're moving on to a Necropolis fight. This is the Necropolis Vision Arcus. I think this has like 7 million health, and whenever Absman gets an armor break applied to him, or when he would get an armor break applied to him because he's immune to them, he gains those morph charges, and these morph charges basically, you know, they just ramp him up faster. What you can do with the morph charges is once you get to 150 or above, you do a medium light medium combo, and it exchanges them for energy or physical vulnerabilities, and this just increases your damage tenfold basically. Now, I wouldn't say Absman is necessarily a long form content champion unless there is armor breaks involved, because oh my days, his damage just pops off with them, and you're going to see truly how insane his damage is in this matchup. Because keep in mind, even as rank 4 7-stars, most champions, even champions that are good for Necropolis, are taking at least 6 minutes in these matchups, at least. And 6 minutes is a great time for Necropolis. Like a ramp up champion like Zemo, for example, he takes like 7 minutes in Necropolis, and that's like the content he's built for. So just understand that when you see how fast Absman takes down this Vision Arcus. 7 million health, by the way, and it's not like this is an easy fight. There's a ton of power gain, there's all different stuff going on. So yeah, obviously Vision is not going to get a chance to go to his second charges, so he's not going to root us or anything. We're going to nuke him long before that. So I think the thing what confuses most people with Absman is what form to choose in what matchup. And it really does depend on the matchup. If your opponent deals energy damage, most of the time you want Magma form, but there's a few exceptions, like versus Onslaught for example. Even though he basically only does energy damage, you want to go with Uru form, because if you go Magma form, you'll apply Incinerate, and that's very bad versus Onslaught. If your opponent does physical damage, most of the time you're going to want to go with Uru form. Now keep in mind, if you get hit in the face with a combo and you've picked the correct form of which damage type your enemy does, like for example, if the enemy you're fighting does physical damage, you pick the Uru form, you get hit in the face, you'll basically take no damage, bro. And that was an Acropolis fight in 2 minutes 30. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? But as I was saying, like, if you pick the right form, he's not only extremely fast, he's insanely tanky. You can get, like, hit in the face like 10 times and still stay above 90% health and have regeneration to top you off on top of that. But it really depends on the matchup, on which form you want to use. Against Hulkling, you can go with either one. However, I like to go with the Uru form, just because, like, by the time I push Hulkling to a special 2, I have a special 1 ready, not a special 2, so I just find the Uru form in the Hulkling matchup to be faster. By the way, you do want to try and heavy cancel into your special attack. It's not necessary, but basically what heavy cancelling into your special attack does is it will basically give your special attacks an insane amount of critical rating. So very high chance your specials will crit. Now in this Onslaught matchup, I tried this like 2 or 3 times and I kept getting like the worst Neuroshock RNG possible, bro. Like, this Onslaught is fucking rigged. I swear Kabam has rigged this Onslaught against me. Because, like, I tried this match the first time and I got 8 Neuroshocks on me. Like, bro, Absman does not even crit that often and I got 8 bloody Neuroshocks on me. I was raging. I was about to snap my iPad in half. But when that doesn't happen, he's a pretty great counter for him, bro. And that normally does not happen. I'm just unlucky as hell, apparently. So, would I say there's a bit of a skill ask when playing Absman? Because, of course, you have to light intercept a lot with him to keep your form paused and get more of those vulnerabilities up. And, like, yes and no. It's not like light intercepting is necessarily difficult, bro. It's more the jank ass AI, which is BS and just walks up to you and light attacks you when you're trying to light intercept. And, like, it never used to be like this. When Absman first came out, the AI was a lot more reliable. You could light intercept pretty reliably and people were actually getting better at the game because of Absman. But nowadays the AI is just kind of cooked, bro. And sometimes when you try to light intercept, the AI does some funky shit, walks up to you and light attacks you, and you have no way to react to it in time. Like, the nice thing is with Absman, at least if you pick the right form, even if you do get hit in the face, you're barely going to take any damage. But, like, still, it throws off your rotation. It's still annoying. And, like, I hate it, bro. I did not enjoy making this video. I am not a fan of playing Absman. But that's not even his fault. It's just because of the AI's fault. Can't wait for AI 2.0. Hopefully, they fix all this shit. He's a decent counter for Domino. Because, of course, in Magma form, all that energy resistance, critical failure damage is energy damage. So, yeah, he doesn't really take much of it. Domino can still fail your abilities, like she failed about half my incinerates in this fight. 15% ability accuracy reduction, my ass. More like 99%. Can I speak, bro? 99%, but still a 53-second fight, even with her failing half my damage. So I'll take that. Now, Weapon X is a really, really fun matchup for Absman, because Weapon X actually has aggressive AI, so you can actually reliably intercept against this guy, which is nice. We're very easily able to keep 5 vulnerabilities stacked up on Weapon X the entire match, and it's just a really fun time. Even though he has no buffs, still one of the better matchups for Absman, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, I would say how fast Absman is pretty AI reliant. Most of the time you're not going to get good AI though, because it's Kabam, it's MCOC. Why are you expecting to get good AI? Now, he can take Captain Britain. It's not like a great matchup or anything, but as a last resort option, if you don't have anyone else, he does it better than most. Now, Captain Britain, like Serpent, is dumb as hell, and she ignores your energy resistance. So don't think you can be smart going in this match in Magma form and you'll barely take any Neuroshock damage. No, you will take Neuroshock damage unless she is unduped. If she's unduped, you get to keep your energy resistance. Clap for you, bro. But if she's awakened and 6200, you're kind of cooked, buddy. So basically, we got to play this match slow. Make sure we're not hitting Captain Britain when the exhaustion's on us, when she's in her mode, so we don't get the Neuroshocks applied to us. All that stuff. Gonna throw my heavy attack here into a special 2 and get the damage rolling. Ideally in this matchup, you want to hit Captain Britain's block as much as you can when you've actually, you know, refined your form and got the damage going, because she cannot apply neuroshocks if you hit her block. So that's the best thing to do in this matchup. But you still got to be careful that you pause your form. Like right there, my form was about to fall off, so I had to make sure I pause it. But even though she's in her mode right now, I figured it's just best to go for the kill. And that's like 85% finish, 1 minute 20, which is terrible for like most defenders in the game, but for Captain Britain that's a pretty good score, which is just sad, bro. How have we got to the point where that's a good score, where fucking 47k points is acceptable and considered a good score because the defender is that BS? But never mind, this video isn't about dumbass Captain Britain. Anyway, we're finding Yelena now, and Absman, surprisingly good for Yelena, and you don't even have to send her into elimination mode. I don't know if she's reducing my incinerate damage, bro. I don't think she's reducing it. It doesn't seem like she is, because we're doing plenty of damage against her with those incinerates. Obviously, she's reducing my actual special attack damage, my hit damage, but the incinerates, they're cooking against Yelena, bro. Even when she's not in her elimination mode, even with the 60% damage reduction, like, we're doing plenty of damage here. So yeah, Absman, very solid counter to her. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, Absman kind of does need to be SIG 200. I mean, technically, he can do everything he can at max SIG unduped. However, he's just a lot harder to play unduped, and you're not going to have a fun time at all. So, like, ideally, he does want SIG 200. Not a must, even if you can get him to just like a decent SIG, he's cooking. Unduped, like, he can still cook, but he'll be very difficult to play. What I will say about Absman is he's really overrated on defense though. Like, this man is not a good defender. There's so many OP science champions nowadays. There's so many champions in general which will nuke this guy. Like, there's a million OP attackers, and Absman was overrated on defense back in his prime. Never mind today with all the OP defenders running around. Like, this guy's not getting any wins on defense in high tier battlegrounds unless like your opponent has a super ideal matchup and you have like a mid option versus Absman. Like, he's not a terrible defender, but like no like top tier competitive player is messing up to this guy. He might be decent in the lower tiers, but I'm talking like competitive battlegrounds here. Like, he's not going to cook in battlegrounds on defense whatsoever. He will cook on attack very well, as you can see here. I think he will make it to a lot of people's battlegrounds decks, and I do think he's better for battlegrounds than Kingpin. That's mainly just because Inequity fucks over Kingpin in battlegrounds. But yeah, even if it didn't, I think Absman would still be slightly better. 58 seconds versus another bald man, Nick Fury. Oh, the Kingpin is actually a fun matchup for Absman because, like I mentioned, you reduce unstoppable buff duration by 9%. So what I like to do in this matchup, just bait a load of heavy attacks. You get power from Mystic Dispersion. You can just like kind of spam specials. Really fun matchup, to be honest. This is one of the fun matchups where I actually had a good time. Gonna bait the special 2 out here, so if you can dex that, that's good to do because again, you're reducing the unstoppable buff duration. So it's a good time, man. It's a good time. By the way, if I sound off right now, it's because like I'm kind of ill, bro. But I need to get these December to Remember videos out. No break for me whatsoever. But 42-second fight, not bad at all, not bad. Now we're moving on to Zola, and Absman is another champion that can heavy counter Zola's heavy attack. A lot of those have been coming out recently. Like, most of the Banquet champions can counter Zola. Zola's trying to fall off on defense, boys, because like, why are Kabam releasing a million counters to this guy, like, all of a sudden? He's already got enough counters. There's Cull Obsidian, Carolina, Deathless Thanos. Now there's about a million champions that can counter his heavy attack as well, like Scorpion, Stealthy, Absman. Like, they are cooking Zola. They are hating on him hard. It's a good job he's a good attacker as well. Otherwise, like, he'd be useless, bro. But yeah, Absman is pretty solid for this matchup. I do like going Magma Form in this matchup, but you do take a bit of block damage. So maybe Uru would be better so you don't take that block damage. However, this match is just way faster with the Magma Form. So yeah, I mean, you still can't push Solar to a special 2 because the disintegration, it isn't energy damage, it isn't physical damage, it's just direct damage. So no matter which form you choose, you're taking damage, buddy, basically. It's a great counter to Red Skull. Honestly, maybe Uru would be better for this matchup as well, because Red Skull has a ton of energy resistance. So he's reducing our damage by quite a bit here. However, we still get him down in under a minute. So even with the reduced damage, like, Absman is cooking here, bro. I'm not gonna lie, no idea why I'm even bothering Dexing the special 2. Complete waste of effort. I can just block that and like take 0 damage whatsoever, because Absman is that guy. He's that tanky. Well, he's not that guy for me. I still kind of hate him, but he is really OP. So yeah, one more special 2 and we will finish the Red Skull off. So that special 2 there should show how much critical rating you get from heavy cancelling into your special 2, because Red Skull also has a ton of critical resistance, but we landed a crit on pretty much every single hit of the special 2. Keep in mind, your heavy attack has to be against a non-stunned opponent though. Like, if you heavy cancel into your special 2 against a stunned opponent, you're not getting that additional critical rating, buddy. So just make sure that, you know, you're heavy countering their heavy attack or their special attack. Now we're going to be fighting Nico. If you want to bait out special 2s in this matchup, like, because you can block the special 2 and basically take no damage, but that's only if you pick the magma form, because the special 2 is energy damage, but it's more risky, but it's faster. The safer approach is to go Uru form and bait out the special ones, and you know, if you do this, it's a really safe matchup. The magma form rotation is faster. However, good chance you get some poisons on you if Nico throws a random heavy attack, or like if you mess up slightly and like Dex or something. So this method's just way safer. Alright, we got this future Ant-Man here. He light attacks me, like walk up light attacks me. It's fine though, because I literally only took like 5% damage, so haha, L fam. And in this match, you want to go with the Uru form, because obviously farm reduces the duration of incinerates by like 95%, something like that. So Uru form, you're just doing a lot more damage. By the way, I would say Absman's damage is a lot more RNG in Uru form, because it significantly increases if you get good crit RNG. Good crit RNG, and he does slap in Uru form if you don't get the good crit RNG. I mean, it's still good, but the magma form damage is just way more reliable because you get those constant incinerates, but of course you can't choose that form all the time. Alright, now we're moving on to the last fight of the video. One last Necropolis fight, and that is Airwalker. So in this match, we have to make sure we knock Airwalker down every time that time is about to run out, before that timer runs out, sorry. So he doesn't gain Power of Galactus buffing, go unstoppable, start regenning, all that nasty stuff. And I don't mean unstoppable like the unstoppable buff, no, the Power of Galactus buff makes him be like constantly unstoppable, so like Absman can't reduce the duration of it, and the fight basically becomes impossible. So yeah, Absman also completely destroys this fight. I remember you had to do this fight for some Karina challenge, because I do remember using 6-star Absman for this fight and soloing it. Can't remember what challenge that was for the life of me, because I swear that was about 2 years ago now. And if my memory wasn't bad enough, I am not remembering a single MCOC fight from 2 goddamn years ago. Like, I played about 1,000 MCOC fights this month alone for December to remember. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you to enjoy this video, because I kind of want to go sleep, bro. So I hope you enjoy it. I'm going for a special free here, because going for a special free gives you a cruelty, which does increase your damage when you crit. So it's just nice for the longer fights. Really not necessary, like really not necessarily whatsoever, but more damage is more damage, bro. So we'll take that wherever we can get it. But yeah, thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do, and I will see you all in the next one. Yo, what's good people? So we may never see a 7-star CGR being released, or at least we're not going to for a very long time. So I'm going to simulate what a 7-star rank 4 Cosmic Ghost Rider would look like in this video. I am running a 30% green boost, a 10% attack boost, and a 15% health boost, and this more or less gives him the same attack and HP that a 7-star rank 4 version of CGR would have. Of course, we're missing the extra critical rating, the higher hero rating, so we're going to crit less than a 7-star Cosmic Ghost Rider would, and we're going to have a bit lower stats, but this is as close as we're going to get to a rank 4 Cosmic Ghost Rider for a while. Now, you saw him nuke that Maestro right there, but what's even more impressive is he's actually pretty much the best Dark Phoenix counter in the entire game. You do need to be careful in this matchup though. You need to make sure you throw your special 2 before Dark Phoenix triggers her immortality. Otherwise, her immortality will be turned passive, but if you throw your special 2 and trigger your damnation before she goes immortal, then she won't trigger it at all, and that basically makes him the best counter to her in the game, the fastest counter at equal ranks. Oh, and he can nuke Serpent as well, because of course he can, bro. It's CGR. Now, this isn't the easiest matchup. You need to make sure Serpent is constantly throwing his special 1s. If he doesn't do that, it's going to throw you out the loop and it's going to be an annoying time. But as long as Serpent is playing ball with you, CGR is a fantastic counter to him. The second special 2 is basically going to take him down to his immortality phase. You want to make sure you have your striker saved for this. Activate your power gain, use your striker, then slow combo, and you can just use your special 1 to finish him off. The damnation will heal block him, so he's not going to regen anything, and that is a 53-second Serpent takedown from CGR. Oh, and he can take Nico as well, which I'm sure should not be possible, but it very much is. So the strat in this matchup is basically just wait until the buff immunity falls off you, and when that has happened, you can just do your normal CGR rotation and you basically try to nuke her before she throws a single special attack. Now, this is a bit RNG based. If she throws a special attack, you're kind of cooked, but if she doesn't, you're easily able to nuke her before she can do anything really. And if she doesn't reactivate that buff immunity on you by throwing her special 2, you're not going to get poisoned. So yeah, CGR pretty much nukes Nico. And he's a great counter to Zola, despite Zola basically neutering your special 2 and making it do no damage. CGR does more than enough damage on his basic attacks to handle this guy. What I like to do is do the heavy counter special 1 trick to get my heavy attack off. And as long as you can do that, yeah, he's a perfect counter to him. Can't dex the special 1, obviously, otherwise we're not going to get the precision. So you do want to try and parry the special 1 hits. You're going to take a bit of block damage in this match, but other than that, yeah, he's a perfect counter to Zola. Definitely one of the fastest out there. That's 41-second Zola takedown. Could have been even better if we got some better AI. Now, Deathless Thanos, this is not the best matchup for CGR by any means, because CGR has so many hits in his special 2, so you really have to be careful in this matchup, otherwise you're going to make Thanos go unstoppable, and that is going to ruin your rotation, obviously. So what I like to do is, after I get off my rotation, after I get off my special 2, I will just land a couple of heavy attacks, hope they crit, and that's going to chunk him down pretty much. I don't think CGR would be crazily broken for Battlegrounds. Don't get me wrong, he will be broken, but I don't think it will be like, oh my god, CGR is instant win every time, because there are a decent amount of defenders he cannot take. He's not good for Captain Britain, he's not good for Yelena. He takes Deathless Thanos and Jean Grey, but not that fast, honestly. So there's a solid amount of defenders now, which CGR isn't too good for. Of course, there's all the armor break communes that he can't really take. So do I think Kabam should release a 7-star CGR? I don't know, man. I mean, Call Obsidian is basically 7-star CGR, to be honest. I don't think there's much difference between the two. Like in terms of damage, in terms of utility, they both have different utility. Like for example, Call can handle evade and auto block champions better, but CGR has the damnation to handle cosmic champions, champions with buffs, like Dark Phoenix, stuff like that. But in terms of damage, I think they're remarkably similar. So I do think 7-star CGR is like a possibility. I don't think he's too strong to be released per se. I think he's very strong, very OP obviously, but I don't think he's, you know, too strong. Now against Onslaught here, CGR is a metal champion and you cannot dex in this matchup. So you're going to have to take a lot of blocked hits. So honestly, like, you're going to take some damage against Onslaught. So I wouldn't call CGR the best counter to this matchup. He obviously nukes him extremely fast. However, look how much damage I took there and I played pretty much perfectly. So Onslaught, honestly, not the best matchup for CGR, even as a 7-star probably, unless you get really good Neuroshock RNG. He's a fantastic option for Mr. Sinister because that damnation CGR has not only nullifies all buffs on the opponent, but it also heal blocks them. So Mr. Sinister basically cannot regenerate any of the special 2 damage which CGR deals, and 2 special 2s is more than enough to nuke this guy. So yeah, CGR handles Mr. Sinister perfectly well, which I know a lot of people don't realise, but he's honestly one of the faster counters for him in game. Alright, I alluded to this matchup a bit earlier on in the video, but CGR is actually not that fast for Jean Grey because of those exhaustion debuffs she applies to you that reduces your critical damage rating, and she also has energy resistance. So don't get me wrong, CGR can do this fight, but goddamn, it really is not as fast as you'd probably expect it to be. There are much better options for Jean Grey out there. Honestly, might be a better move to go for the special 3 rotation in this matchup. It probably would have been faster, to be honest. Yeah, I should have gone for the special 3 rotation here, but this was the first time trying CGR versus Jean. And you know, he's still doing damage, he's getting it down, don't get me wrong. It's just not the fastest matchup out there, and honestly I was expecting it to be another 40-second nuke for CGR, but I was wrong. He's really not that fast for this matchup, which really surprised me. His playstyle does lend perfectly to fighting Jean Grey though, because you don't want a dex. That means, you know, you don't really have to deal with the inverted controls too much because you're just going to block the special attacks anyway. So yeah, his playstyle is actually pretty good for Jean Grey. He can take Havoc very well, but like, you need to set things up correctly in this matchup. Basically, what you want to do against Havoc is you want to get hit by the final hit of Havoc's special 1, and this will give you your armor up buff. And don't worry, because we're going to willpower heal the damage we took from that special 1, and you're gonna have to get hit by 2 special 1s in this matchup, unless you want to take a fat detonation, which I don't. But yeah, after we get the second armor up, 1 more special 2 is more than enough to finish Havoc off. So yeah, he's a good counter for Havoc. You just need to know what you're doing, and you just need to set it up correctly and make sure you're getting hit by the last hit of the special 1 to gain your armor up buff. And now we have an arcade. Thought I'd fight some generic tech defenders just to see how fast he nukes them. And yeah, this is just funny at this point. Obviously, arcade is already kind of mid on defense nowadays, but when 7-star CGR comes out, my days, his days are over, even more over than they already are. How fast was that? 21 seconds, could probably be even faster if I was able to land a intercept after my special 2 as well. Of course, Red Skull, he nukes just as fast. Even when Red Skull was a bigger menace on defense like a year ago, people were still nuking him with the 6-star CGR. That was everyone's main counter to him. 42k mediums just straight out of the gate. Insane damage, truly is insane. 22 seconds, well done Red Skull. You lasted a whole second longer than Chris Hansen over there. He's a great counter to Photon as well, especially because he has that vigilance buff, so he does bypass miss, which means you can parry Photon. You don't want to parry her too much, because obviously Photon does a shit ton of block damage. So yeah, don't parry her too much basically, but you can land a sneaky little parry in there and it's fine. And that was a 25-second fight, so even though we took 10% health loss there, 25 seconds, that's still easy. 52k points in Battlegrounds will win you 99% of matchups. Now the last match of the video is one I'm sure pretty much nobody expects CGR to be able to do, because Sentinel is armor break immune and he has so many resistances. However, there is a way to do this matchup. You basically want to go for the special 3 rotation, then spam your special 1s to get the incinerates. And those incinerates, you know, it's nothing crazy, but they do decent damage and they definitely tick Sentinel down. So this matchup is possible. You don't want to like go out trying to do this matchup, but if you're stuck without a counter and you have a 7-star CGR somehow, then he can definitely do this matchup decently well. Those incinerates are doing like what, like 1.8k per tick each, so that's solid, man. With the Fury, it's some very solid damage. But that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Thank you all for watching, and remember, this is December to remember, so an upload coming off me every single day this month. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good, people? So I have a bit of a fun one here today. We're going to be taking a look at rank 4 Dragon Man. Now, he was one of the first 7 stars ever released, and even when 7 stars first came out, he still wasn't a very popular champion. I remember like in the early days of Battlegrounds, like in the first year of it being released, people did use him here and there on defense, sometimes on attack. But is he any good? Can he do anything? Well, yeah, there are a few matchups he can nuke, and he's a really good Deathless Thanos counter actually, because he has easy access to that slow off the special 1, which obviously counters the unstoppable. And against champions with a lot of buffs, his damage is pretty great. Once you get the opponent in a corner, every time you hit them, you're going to deal a burst of damage, and that damage is increased for each buff on the opponent. Now, that was a 49-second Deathless Thanos nuke, which is very impressive. Like, there's barely any champions in the game that can do Deathless Thanos that fast. So, honestly, that did impress me. And now we have a Medusa. Whenever you use a heavy attack with Dragon Man, you're going to gain a unblockable buff, and this will be paused during your special attacks. Obviously, this makes him a great counter to Medusa, because if you're unblockable, she can't auto block you, obviously. And he does this matchup very, very fast. That was 32 seconds. So yeah, really solid stuff. Now we have a Red Skull, and of course that slow off the special 1 is going to come into play here as well. That is going to stop Red Skull from going unstoppable on his special 2, which is really nice. So a strong piece of utility which Dragon Man has is when you back the opponent into the corner, their combat power rate will be reduced by, I believe it's 80%. So you can stay super aggressive, but this combat power rate reduction only applies when the opponent is above 2 bars of power. So if they're below that, you're not going to get it. So basically the rotation for this guy is back the opponent in the corner as soon as possible, use your special 2, then use your special 1. Against champions that don't really have buffs, you want to go for a special 3, but I'll talk about that a little bit later on in the video. And now we have this Maestro. This fight took me a few tries to do. I definitely would not call him a reliable Maestro counter, but if you get good enough AI, if you can back him in the corner pretty much instantly, you can get enough damage off before he gains that glancing buff with your basic attacks, to where he's a pretty solid counter for Maestro. You know, far from the best, definitely not reliable, but if you can back him into the corner at the very start of the match, he can take it very, very well. So yeah, his damage is pretty fantastic against opponents with a lot of buffs. Against opponents with non-buffs, I would say his damage is slightly above average, but I do think this guy could do with a little love, a bit of a buff, a way to counter some of the more meta cosmic defenders like Serpent, Dark Phoenix would be fantastic. If he could place like placebo buffs onto the defender as well, so even against defenders that don't have a lot of buffs, he would deal more damage since he's placing buffs onto them, so his burst damage in the corner would do more. I think that would be a really nice addition to his kit. If he could get that combat power rate reduction when the opponent gets to 1 bar of power instead of 2, that would make him very, very strong. I don't think it would be too OP, because there's always a chance the opponent could throw a special 1, and that would pretty much, you know, reset your loop. So here we have a Super Scroll, and you're probably going to be seeing some of him lurking around Battlegrounds because people got him from the Cyber Weekend sale. Dragon Man nukes him in 35 seconds. And now we have a Hulkling, who obviously is not available as a 7-star right now, but this is a 7-star rank 4 level Hulkling. Like all of these defenders, they have the same amount of HP as a 7-star rank 4 version of them would have in a Battlegrounds match. Oh, and when you use your heavy attack, that will basically detonate the incinerates on the opponent and deal a burst of damage. The incinerates themselves don't really do much. However, the burst damage of the heavy attack when you detonate them is very nice, and you get an extra big burst if you're able to detonate 6 at a time. So here we have a Cosmic Defender that doesn't really have any buffs, which is Null, and we're going to see how he performs against him. Now, when Dragon Man would be armor broken, he does apply a degeneration to the defender. I wish this degeneration was a bit stronger. Like, it doesn't do that much damage. It's like decent, but yeah, really not as much damage as you'd like. It's not enough to where like he's a great counter to Terrax, he's an OP counter to Null. It's just kind of there. It's mainly a defensive mechanic, so you know, you can't like Cosmic Ghost Rider him, or you can't like use anyone against him that relies on armor breaks. So here we have a Dust, and we're going to go for the special free rotation in this matchup. The special free rotation basically gives him 3 of his power gains. Now this doesn't increase the amount of power he gains, but it basically lets him use specials without losing his power gain buff, because when you use the special, you will lose that power gain. However, once you use the special 3, you gain 3 of those buffs, so you get 3 specials before you lose it. And then after you've used your special 3, you basically just want to loop a couple of special 2s, and 2 special 2s into a heavy attack is more than enough to kill most defenders. And of course, he's a pretty decent counter to Dust, because those incinerates are going to get rid of the Sandstorm debuffs, so she's not going to activate her mode and deal damage to us. A nice thing about Dragon Man as well is he synergizes with the Juggernaut relic. So when you use that special 3 and you get that unstoppable buff, you will gain some regeneration, and it's nothing to scoff at. It's like 5, 6, 7% regeneration, which is more than enough to keep you topped up in a Battlegrounds match. And here we have a Nico. Of course, we start out the match with that annoying buff immunity, so we basically have to chill here. We don't want to bait out a special 2, because if we bait a special 2, that's going to reapply the buff immunity and we will lose our power gain. So here I'm just kind of stalling, letting the power gain push me to a special 3, and I'm going to make sure Nico's at 0 power when I throw this. We're going to skip that special 3. She throws another special 1, which I didn't really want her to do, but that's fine. Just going to let the power gain take us up to a special 2 now, and that's when we're actually going to start doing damage. I think his power gain being more potent would be a strong enough buff for this guy, because as you can see here, a special 3 rotation does nuke most defenders. However, it's a lot of setup, it's a lot of time, so if you could get to that special 3 faster, that would be really nice. So we land our 2 special 2s here, and I'm just going to combo into a striker, and that is going to be more than enough to finish off Nico. Obviously, Dragon Man is poison immune and bleed immune because he is a robot. Yes, he is the only non-tech robot in the game, I believe, which honestly can be a bit annoying because it means he doesn't have access to willpower regeneration, and a lot of Cosmic Defenders apply debuffs to you, which is balanced by the fact you get willpower healing. But obviously, Dragonman doesn't get that, so he can be annoying against like Terrax because you're not going to get any willpower healing from him. Here we have a Nimrod, and of course, Dragonman is fantastic for this fight. He has that slow, so we can counter Nimrod's unstoppable. And Nimrod does have access to a few buffs, so our damage is going to be even better here. And Nimrod is coming out as a 7-star, so figured I'd start including him in the showcases as well. Here we have a Bullseye. The only thing making Dragonman, I wouldn't even say good for this matchup, but like suitable for this matchup, is the fact he's bleed immune. If you can't Dex Bullseye's special Wando, you're probably going to take a lot of block damage because Dragonman does not nuke him fast enough to not take a bunch of block damage basically. But here's the rotation. Again, we're going to let the power gain push us to a special 3. And then we're just going to loop our special 2s. Bullseye does have negative energy resistance, so our Incinerate burst off our heavy attack is going to do extra damage. And you can see that Unstoppable is a nice piece of utility there, because even though Bullseye evaded us, it didn't really do anything because we're unstoppable. And whilst that Unstoppable is active, you will instantly regenerate any of the damage dealt to you, any of the hit damage dealt to you at least. You won't regenerate damage over time, but like, let's say Bullseye hit me there, I would have regen that right back up as long as I'm unstoppable. That sounds like a really strong piece of utility, but the Unstoppable really does not last long enough for it to be that important. I wish he could gain Unstoppable another way, like maybe he gained the Unstoppable buff on all of his special attacks. That would make that utility more important and more impressive, but that's the end of this video. Yo, what's good fellas? So in this video, I'm going to be comparing the 3 fastest champions from every single class to see who the fastest Nuke in each class is. Now, this does not mean the best champion in each class. This does not mean the most versatile champion in each class. This is purely to test who has the fastest Nuke potential in a vanilla matchup. So these will be ideal matchups for these champions, and we're going to see who can nuke them the absolute fastest. Unfortunately, Nova isn't in this video, so I thought I would just put a clip of him at the very start. But anyway, let's jump into it. So we're starting off with the skill class against Spider-Woman, and the first champion I'm going to be using is Crossbones. Very ideal matchup. Of course, there's some debuffs in this match, so there's some stuff for us to purify, and Spider-Woman is a hero, so we're going to be gaining extra furies plus class advantage, so there's that as well. There'll be class advantage in every single fight in this video, and Crossbones nukes her in, I believe it is 26 seconds, yes. Very solid time for a Spider-Woman. Definitely the best Spider-Woman counter in the game in my opinion, the safest and the fastest. And we're going to be comparing that to Stealth Spidey. Now, it would be safer to activate the slow pre-fight, of course, to counter Spider-Woman's evade, but I'm going for the pure nuke here, so I've just gone with the fragility and basically prayed that Spider-Woman does not evade me. So we're going to see how fast Stealth Spidey can do this, and unfortunately that was faster than Crossbones, 22 seconds, which is wild, and it breaks my heart to see, man. But I can't cap in this video, I can't, you know, play badly. I have to admit it, Stealthy did it faster than Crossbones. So now the last champion we will be comparing it to is Okoye. I will be using the special 1 rotation. I tested both the special 2 and the special 1 rotation. Special 1 I found to be faster, plus this sets up the Okoye lock better, where you can do the stand up intercept in the corner. So yeah, overall this rotation for Okoye is just faster, especially in this matchup. And believe it or not, she is the slowest out of these 3. I'm not calling her slow by any means, don't get me wrong, but out of Crossbones, Stealthy and Okoye, she is the slowest, which is probably surprising to some people, but not to me. I knew Goat Bones would be faster, but I'm not gonna lie, Stealthy winning the race out of all of them, it hurts my soul to see. But anyway, we move on to the mutant class, and first champion here is going to be Jean Grey. We're in an actual Battlegrounds match here because I do not have a Jean Grey on the beta for some reason, so I had to hop onto the main server and run an actual Battlegrounds match with my rank 3 Jean versus a rank 3 Lumatrix. And obviously the rotation with her, special 1, special 2, any skill defender gets nuked basically. Plenty of overkill on that. I did try going straight for a special 2 and it didn't quite finish him off. So yeah, you're definitely better off going for a special 1 first in that matchup. Now there was low time in that Jean Grey match, so that wasn't actually 41 seconds, that was more like 36 seconds because low time took about 5. We will be comparing this to Sunspot, the OG nuke of the mutant class, and again rotation is the exact same with Sunspot, special 1 into a special 2, but he does gain power a lot faster than Jean Grey does thanks to him absorbing Incinerates, and that was a 26-second nuke. Yes, Sunspot is really built like that. And the last champion we're going to be comparing it to is OG Storm, which may surprise some people, but I don't think it will after seeing the fight, because if Storm crits on her special 2, my god, you're about to see some devious damage. Watch this, watch this. Non-crit, non-crit, 180k crit. Basically like 20 seconds into the match. And that was a 22-second fight. So OG Storm is the fastest nuke in the mutant class. With the caveat, of course, that your special 2 has to crit. But that's kind of the same with Sunspot. Jean Grey, on the other hand, her special 2 does not have to crit whatsoever, so she has the advantage in that aspect, but if it crits, Storm is the winner. Now we're going to be jumping over to the Cosmic class, and I included 6-star CGR in this. This is unboosted, this is just regular ascended CGR versus a rank 4 7-star level defender, and he still nukes it in under 30 seconds. 23 seconds. I'm sure that's not even a surprise to most people though, because like it's Cosmic Ghost Rider, bro. Obviously his damage is stupid. The next one we're going to be comparing this to is Adam Warlock, and I cannot tell you how much I hate playing this champion. This took me like 3 or 4 tries to do because the AI just would not play along with me. It just would not dash back and hold block at the start of the match, so I had to keep restarting. And yeah, I did not have fun using Adam Warlock for this fight. Maybe this could have been a tiny bit faster, but I still think CGR would have won. I made sure to not use my special 2 until I got my Fury. That still didn't finish him off, which honestly surprised me. I thought it would. And that was a 37-second fight. Honestly, slower than I thought it was going to be. I thought Adam was going to do that in like 30 seconds tops. And the last champion we will be comparing it to is Cull Obsidian. Now keep in mind, this isn't an actual Battlegrounds match, so Cull doesn't start out with 3 charges like he would in Battleground, so he's going to be slightly slower here than he would normally. So I mean, there's nothing I can really do about that because I don't even have a Cull Obsidian on my main account, so it's not like I can log onto the beta and do a fight with him there. But of course he still nukes this fight with 1 charge in 25 seconds. So technically CGR is the winner here. However, I am still going to give it to Cull Obsidian because if I started the match with 3 charges like I would in Battlegrounds, he would have won that. Realistically, he would have won that. So yeah, I'm giving it to Cull. However, if CGR was a 7-star, he would have done that fight in less than 20 seconds probably. I wouldn't have even had to combo after my special 2. The special 2 probably would have just outright nuked him. So yeah, we're giving it to Cull, but honestly CGR is kind of the winner there. Now we're going to be comparing the Mystic class, and I will be fighting a buff heavy champion in Hulkling. First off, we have Tigra, of course, another OG nuke of Battlegrounds, and all it takes is a few heavy attacks, special 2, and he is Gunners. Would you believe me if I told you this is the slowest fight I'm about to show you in the Mystic class? 21 seconds is the slowest fight. Yeah, that's insane. So now we have Longshot, and obviously Hulkling is complete Longshot food. Like, he just absolutely melts him in a single special 2 basically. Well, it doesn't quite nuke him all the way, but a combo after does the trick just fine. Now, this was a 15-second fight. Of course, if there was no buffs involved, Tigra would have won by a mile, but this is the Mystic class and they are known for taking defenders with a lot of buffs, so I figured it was only fitting to test against Hulkling. Now, I'm going to be showing you Juggernaut. Now, this fight really surprised me. I don't want to spoil it, but like, keep in mind, Longshot is known for destroying, smoking anyone with a lot of buffs. He is known to be the fastest Mystic against buff heavy champions. However, Juggernaut still drew with him. Like, obviously I knew Juggernaut was one of the fastest champions in the entire game. Obviously I knew that. But like, bro, he should not be tying with Longshot against Hulkling. That is insane. That is actually silly. Juggernaut should not be able to do that. So I'm going to give the win to him over Longshot. Well deserving. That is absolutely insane. So the fastest in the Mystic class, you know, it's clearly Juggernaut, whether the opponent has buffs or not. Now we're going to be moving on to the Science class, and I only had Red Guardian and Human Torch spoilers as 6 stars, so we're only going to be using 6 stars for this. And the thing is, again, this isn't an actual Battlegrounds match, so we get our striker slightly slower here than we would in a Battlegrounds match. So for example, I can't use Silk because I won't get my striker in time for my special 2, so I wouldn't even be able to get her proper rotation off. So instead of Silk, who I would have included, I included Piggy instead, who is honestly just as fast as her, because that was a 35-second fight. And keep in mind, these are 6 stars against a 7-star rank 4 level defender. But next up we have Human Torch, and of course Torch against the Mystic champion. Doesn't matter what rank they are going to melt, because Torch just ramps up so insanely fast against them, and his damage is just very silly, to say the least. It's incredibly stupid. Like, he should not be allowed to do this much damage, especially as a 6-star. Power Stings are going to eat Longshot alive here, and that is a sub 30-second fight. That is so dumb for a 6-star versus a 7-star rank 4 level defender. So last champion we will be comparing this to is Red Guardian, and this fight really annoyed me because I had to try it about 5 times because my Red Guardian special 2 just was refusing to crit for some reason. Now keep in mind, it's highly likely your Red Guardian special 2 will crit because he has so much additional critical rating when he's at SIG 200, but for some reason he just would not crit in this fight. I had to try it like 5 times and it really annoyed me, bro. Like, seriously, I was ripping my hair out trying to do this. But that is a 33-second fight, so Human Torch is the clear winner here, Red Guardian in second and Spider Ham in third. If I did include Silk, I think she would have been third. I still think Red Guardian probably would have beaten her on speed. I may be wrong though. Honestly, no, yeah, I think Red Guardian still would have beaten her. But yeah, Torch is the winner, and now we're moving on to the final class, the Tech class. And I had to fight a Apoc here. I was going to fight an Onslaught, but Shock Immune, so Guardian won't work for him. I was going to fight a Dust, but she's Poison Immune, so Jack-O-Lantern won't get his full damage against her. So basically, like, the defender I had to end up settling on was Apocalypse, who, you forget how tanky this man is. Like, this man's chunky. He has a big ass health pool, bro. So Starkey is not as fast taking him down as I thought he would be. Still a fast fight, still a nuke, but honestly I was expecting it to be much faster than this. But Apoc kind of tanky, bro. Low key, maybe people should run him in their Battleground decks. But that was a 40-second fight. And now we're going to be trying it with Jack-O-Lantern. Of course, Jack is known for absolutely destroying, nuking, touching mutants basically. And yeah, one single special 2 is all it takes. I don't throw my special 2 straight away in this match because I tried it like 2 times beforehand and it wasn't knocking them out. So I did a additional combo when I got to 2 bars of power, used my striker, used the heavy to get the passive precision, then used my special 2, and that was more than enough to nuke Mcoc, and that was a 36-second fight, which again, slower than I thought it would be. So last comparison of the video, we have Guardian, and you already know my boy Guardian winning. Not only will he nuke anything in a single special 2, but he gains extra power whenever he parries special attacks, and Mcoc has a lot of hits in his special attacks to parry. So I mean, Guardian does have kind of an advantage in this matchup, but like, no matter who I picked, no matter what mutant defender I picked, someone had an advantage, and this was the most neutral defender I could find. So like, what you gonna do about it? So yeah, Guardian is the winner, but I will say Jack-o'-lantern will probably beat Guardian in a lot of matchups as well. But that is going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Thank you for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good, people? I can't lie, I'm a bit flabbergasted. I have spent my entire Mcoc career believing Gladiator was mid. There's barely any fans of this guy, but I figured, you know what, I'll test him out for myself. I've never played him, and the people who do like him really seem to like him, so there might be something there. And what the hell, bro? He is one of the most insane champions I have ever played, and I am not joking. He can handle some very, very tricky meta defenders. Just look at that damage off Zola's special 1. Look at that. That is a Zola nuked in 39 seconds, but it gets more crazy. Now we're going to be fighting a Maestro. So basically, the way this guy works is he has these confident buffs, and he has a intimidate off his heavy attack. You want to use that heavy attack to intimidate the defender, then you want to hit into that block to gain these confident buffs. When you have 20 confident buffs, you want to throw your special 1 to gain a unstoppable. And once you have above 20 confident buffs, basically, when your opponent throws a special attack, you're able to deal burst damage to them by attacking them during their special attack. But you need 20 confident charges for this, and you need the unstoppable off the special 1, otherwise you're just going to get hit in the face by the special attack. The unstoppable off the special 1 will be paused during the opponent's special attacks. Now, this guy's absolutely insane. He's one of the fastest champions in the entire game. Unironically, I can't believe I'm saying that, but Gladiator is not mid. All those people, including myself, who called him mid, could not be more wrong. He is genuinely insane. Look at that damage to Yelena. This is a Yelena, one of the trickiest defenders in the entire game, and Gladiator is making a joke out of her. 30-second fight, bro. That is unheard of. That is as fast as Silver Samurai. That is faster than Jean Grey. Faster than Onslaught. And yes, he can do Rintra, because Gladiator has increased ability accuracy on his buffs. So Neutralize basically does not affect him. I remember one season in Battlegrounds, Nasgaze, yes, I know I'm pronouncing his name wrong. I don't care. Let me pronounce it how I like. He did this fight to me in 60 seconds. And I was a bit shocked, bro. But if everything goes perfectly, you can do this fight even faster than 60 seconds. He shocked me. That's all I can say, bro. Gladiator is not mid. The only problem this guy has is he is a bit AI reliant, because we all know what Intimidate is like. Sometimes it just decides not to work. Sometimes the opponent is just going to get aggressive even when they're intimidated for no reason whatsoever. So you're basically gambling a bit with this guy. If you get good AI, if Intimidate works, he's genuinely one of the fastest champions in the entire game. But if it doesn't work, you're probably going to get hit in the face. Or at the very least, he's going to be a tiny bit slower than he otherwise would be. So he kind of reminds me of Hyperion. Of course, they're so totally different in terms of abilities, playstyle. I just mean the RNG factor. With Hyperion, you're basically risking getting good RNG with Furies, and if you do get that, he is one of the fastest, most OP champions in the entire game. Gladiator is the same, but you're basically having RNG with AI instead of Fury RNG, and if you get that good AI, oh my days, man, he truly is a beast. I want to rank him up on my actual account, and yeah, he's gonna nuke this Nick Fury. So the best champions, the best defenders to use Gladiator against are those with long special attacks, of course, because that's how you're going to get the most burst damage out of this guy. You do need to make sure you're not using him against defenders that have damage over time on their special attacks, because he has no safety net on that. Like, for example, against this Sentinel here, I cannot bait his special 2, because if I do that, and if I try to hit him during his special 2, I'm just going to get incinerated and die. So we have to bait his special 1. I do wish during special attacks he became immune to some damage over time debuffs. At least ones that tech attackers, tech defenders apply, like Incinerate, Shock. It'd be nice if he had immunity to those, even if it was just during special attacks. That would make him handle so many more defenders, but honestly, he handles enough meta defenders as it is. That's not too much of a problem, and that Sentinel just melted. You are going to lose a bit of health with Gladiator in pretty much every single match you use him in. You're probably going to come out around 90% health. But for how fast he is, I think that makes up for it. Yes, I made Thanos go unstoppable there, but I was aware of it. I just was hoping the Intimidate did what it was supposed to do, and he isn't going to attack me, which he didn't, so Intimidate actually worked there. You don't actually have to hit into the opponent's block to ramp up. You can just, like, heavy attack, because your heavy attacks also grant you 2 confident buffs. So you don't actually need to use the Intimidate, it's just much faster to do so. So in this matchup, I'm actually not going to get hit by Thanos' special 1 too much. I'm mainly just going to dex it, dash in, then use the window I have to deal some damage there. Of course, he's not super fast against Thanos. Barely any champions are, because of that silly protection he has. But he does do this matchup very well, and Thanos is also immune to Cold Snap. Not that that really matters, of course, most of the damage is from burst damage, but the Cold Snap, it does do some decent damage over time. Like, it's nice to have, I'm not gonna lie. Now we have this another great matchup for Gladiator, because that special 2 is super long and super easy to just land a lot of hits in between, so you can deal a bunch of burst damage. We ramped up almost instantly there because we got good AI. I know I'm going to bait out this special 2. And just watch him melt, bro. Just look at that burst damage. It's like 30k every single time I hit him. Well, every single time I whiff a hit at least. And that is a 25-second fight. Now we have a Kindred, who I wanted to try, and like low-key, bro, I kind of forgot Kindred was immune to Intimidate. So I got in this match and I was like, oh, is this even going to work? And yeah, it still works, because like I said earlier on in the video, you don't actually need to use the Intimidate. You can use your heavy attack to ramp up your confident buff. So he does actually work against Kindred, despite being a cosmic champion and despite not being able to access that Intimidate. But it's slower than it otherwise would be. Oh, he is like, you know, Chavez. You can land your heavy attack mid-combo as well, so keep that in mind. You don't have to parry heavy or anything. You can just hit the opponent, then land your heavy attack. No problem. And that is Kindred nuked. We did take some health loss there, but I mean, that's really solid for a Cosmic Champion versus Kindred. Cannot complain at that. Oh, Gladiator does have access to a Vigilance buff as well, so this means he can bypass miss. So he is a pretty decent option for Photon as well. And as you can see here, I think I'm going to bait out the special 2 when Photon is in pure light form. And it's barely going to do any damage to us, bro. Look at that. Like, you don't even need to wait out pure light form against Photon. You can just tank all of that with Gladiator, which is actually wild. Keep in mind though that Vigilance buff does go away once you've ramped up to 20 confidence charges, which is a bit silly, but I suppose it's just there so He can land heavy attacks against defenders which would miss you. But still, it would be nice if he could keep that vigilance buff once he is fully ramped up. Last fight of the video, we have this 1.2 million health pool Punisher 2099. Got some synergies here. I've made him a Herald. I don't think that actually does much for him, and I don't think his synergies do much for him. Honestly, I just want to see how fast he can nuke 1.2 million health. I'm not running any boosts, any suicides here. This is just Gladiator with some synergies, and obviously he's going to absolutely cook this Punisher 2099 super fast. So that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. Hopefully you did enjoy it. Gladiator is not mid. he is actually quite busted, and I want to rank him up on my main account now. But yeah, that's it from me. If you did enjoy the video, you know what to do. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Yo, what's good, people? I know so many of you have been hyped, excited, waiting in anticipation, and here it finally is. 7-star rank 4 Hulkling gameplay, the last champion to be released in a Banquet event. Now, when Onslaught first came out, keep in mind, like, he was a menace on defense, bro. He still is to this day, but back then we never really seen anything like him before. Serpent hadn't have released yet. Photon only just came out. Onslaught was a completely different monster on defense, and a go-to counter for this guy was Hulkling, and he made him easy for a lot of people. You don't have to take a ton of block damage, you don't have to rely on intercepting. Hulkling is so good for Onslaught, not just because of how much damage he does, but just because of that super easy access to unblockable he has. You just hit Onslaught's block, activate the unblockable, you can land a full 5-hit combo and then go in for another combo before it expires. Like, the unblockable has such a good duration on it as well, such a strong, underrated piece of utility that Hulkling has. Now, Hulkling does not crit much, and this actually makes him a fantastic Havoc counter. You just nuke him before he can really do anything. You're not really going to take any plasma detonations in this matchup. So Havoc, he just came back, and now he's about to fall off again because there's been a lot of really good counters releasing to him recently. So like, Havoc's going back in the bin, I think. Next matchup, we have us a Armin Zola. Now, keep in mind, Hulkling is far from the best counter to this guy, but he can do it. You have to land a lot of heavy counters in this matchup though, and you kind of need to learn how to heavy counter Zola's special one. Pretty easy to do with Hulkling. Just make sure you ramp up early in the fight. Like, you definitely want to hit Zola's block a few times before you work up to your special 2, just so you only have to hit his block once or twice before you drop that special 2, because otherwise he's going to gain too much charges during your special 2 and then put you to sleep afterwards. But yeah, Hulkling can take this matchup. Now keep in mind, I'm about to discuss something, but I want you to realise I'm not hating on Hulkling whatsoever. He is still a phenomenal champion, top 3 Cosmic, 100% bro. But when Hulkling first came out, he was one of the best champions in the entire game, easily. And he was pretty much the win condition in Battlegrounds. If you had Hulkling and your opponent didn't, more times than not, you were winning that round. However, back then, defenders were a lot more simpler. There wasn't all this unavoidable damage, all these stupid mechanics. So Hulkling could take a majority of the defenders in the game. He was really versatile back then, and he still is now. However, nowadays, there is a decent amount of defenders he's not that good for, and he doesn't nuke. So I don't think he is as strong as he was back in the day. Again, top 3 Cosmic, still a phenomenal champion, but he's not like busted, super beyond god tier. Like, for example, I think Deathless Thanos is definitely above him in a Cosmic class. Not only can Deathless Thanos finish fights as fast as Hulkling, he's also a beast on defense. Cull Obsidian is as fast as Hulkling. I would say Hulkling is more versatile than Cull though, so Hulkling's definitely better than him. But like, for example, Cull is just as fast as Hulkling, if not faster. And back in the day, Hulkling was a really strong defender as well. Now, I still think he will be a decent defender, especially if you can catch your opponent without a counter. The block damage this guy does is just insane, so you kind of have to rely on your intercepts, and you really want to bait out special 2s, which is kind of hard to do against Hulkling because you can't reparry, otherwise you're going to take a ton of block damage, obviously. So we're going to get into this Jean Grey here, and this matchup is a bit slower because of Jean's force field. All of these fights I'm trying were pretty much the first time I tried these fights, by the way. And I got really bad crit RNG, I feel like. Obviously, Hulkling has a low chance to crit, but with the additional critical rating, stat focus, and the higher challenger rating, I was expecting him to crit a lot more than he was. I think I just got bad RNG though, to be honest with you. Now, Hulkling was the go-to Nick Fury counter for a very long time. Back before there was all these champions releasing that could cancel Nick Fury's second life, people were nuking it with Hulkling, and he's still obviously a great counter to this guy. I'm just finding Hulkling to struggle a bit and take a bit longer against the newer defenders like Captain Britain, Yelena, Deathless Thanos, and there's a few more. I still think he will be a not an absolute must-have for Battlegrounds, but if you don't have this champion, you're going to want to ban him more times than not. I don't think he's a win condition anymore because there are Battlegrounds champions as good as him. This is what I'm trying to say. Back then, he was pretty much the best Battlegrounds champion in Hulkling's prime. Nowadays, he's one of the best, but he's not the best. Now, against Mr. Sinister, he's really good for this matchup because he doesn't crit, but also if you want to play this matchup completely safe, obviously Hulkling hits very hard through the block with his pierce buffs. So what I like to do in this matchup is actually throw my special 2s into Sinister's block. And Sinister can actually block unblockable special attacks, but that works in our favor here. So you can see here, a special 2 is hitting really hard through his block. You know, we could just hit him normally, but then we're risking getting a unlucky crit. Yeah, critting in this matchup is unlucky. Normally, critting is good luck, but in this matchup specifically, it's not right. We got a crit there of the striker, but that doesn't matter because Sinister actually can't regenerate damage from strikers. The more you know, Celestial Secret moment. But yeah, Hulkling, he's a pretty great counter to this guy. And now we have a Solvark. He destroys Solvark, one of the best counters to him. Absolutely, no surprise there. It's a tech defender. And Hulkling, I think he nukes pretty much every tech defender in the game apart from Zola. And he can still do Zola. It's just a really tricky and unideal matchup, I'd say. In this matchup, you do have to keep in mind though, when Solvark has a armor up, he gains a steadfast buff when you try to hit him with an unblockable attack. But Hulkling still works for it, it's just when you go unblockable, parry Solvark and then throw your special 2 instead of trying to throw your special 2 into his block. Otherwise, he's obviously going to block it. So what do people like so much about Hulkling? Well, he's one of the easiest champions in a game to play. And whilst being that, you get so much out of him for how easy he is to use. All you have to do with this guy, work your way up to your special 2, throw a few hits into your opponent's block, drop that special 2 when unblockable. That's literally his rotation. Rinse and repeat if you do not finish off your opponent. And not only that, thanks to that constant access to unblockable he has, it stops you from having to parry, it stops you from having to intercept. So it just gives people who, don't like doing that stuff a way around it, a different way to get openings, which is really nice. He also has some power gain. Each time you gain one of your shapeshift charges, you'll gain a bit of power gain, and you can see the shapeshift charges at the top left corner underneath Hulkling's health bar. These go up to 8. Basically, you convert these shapeshift charges into buffs. So when you hit your opponent's block, you'll gain a pierce buff. When you parry, you'll gain a bulwark buff. When you hit the opponent, you'll gain a aptitude buff, and these aptitudes are actually kind of important because they do increase the potency of your Furies of the special 2. Now Hulkling, he isn't the fastest counter for Serpent out there, but he's pretty damn good for him because he has that access to unblockable, as I've mentioned, and that actually places the fear debuff from Serpent onto Hulkling, so you can get a lot of free willpower healing in this matchup which is really nice to regenerate all the nasty block damage. So yeah, I'd say Hulkling is honestly a pretty great, and I would say this is a reliable Serpent counter. Not the fastest out there, but a solid one. I would confidently use him for Serpent in like an actual Battlegrounds match, 100%. In terms of utility, he's got poison immunity, shock immunity, he's immune to power drain, power burn, all that stuff. He was like, I think he did come out before Gallon, because I remember once more people got their hands on Hulkling, like that's when Penny Parker stopped being the most devious defender in the game. Because if you remember back in the day in Battlegrounds, like Penny Parker was absolutely the best defender in the game for a while, like back in the early days of Battlegrounds. But when people got their hands on Hulkling, then Gallon came out soon after as well. That just stopped because Penny used to get rinsed by those cosmics, and now that both of them are out as 7 stars, I don't think we're going to be seeing many 7-star Penny Parkers running around. I think history is going to repeat itself and she's going to fall off once again. Now, of course, Hulkling is fantastic for high evolutionary. He nukes him so fast so you don't really have to worry about the combo detonation, so you're not going to take that big burst of damage. And we can just ignore the auto block, which this guy has, by going unblockable. So yeah, hard counter to high evolutionary, as he is a hard counter to Fam, because whenever you gain a Pierce buff, Fam cannot gain his armor ups, which basically makes him a potato on defense. And Hulkling was always the best counter to this guy. Even as a 6-star, he could nuke a rank 4 Fam in under a minute, but now he's a 7-star. It's so over for Fam on defense in Battlegrounds. So I've showed Hulkling in pretty much all of his ideal matchups. After this Fam fight, we're going to take a look at the less ideal ones, but ones he can still do, like Deathless Thanos for example. To be fair, you may think Hulkling would be absolutely terrible for this guy, because the one thing you do not want to do against Deathless Thanos is hit his block. But Hulkling can do it, it's just not the fastest matchup out there, because the protection thresholds of Thanos kind of messes with your rotation. What I like to do is make sure I hit Thanos' block at the start of the match 4 times, and then I only have to hit his block 1 more time to gain my unblockable. And then I'm just going to work my way up to my special 2, throw the special 2 into his block, do the Massacre Valkyrie Hulkbuster trick where I land a hit, delay my special 2 so Thanos blocks it, and then I can pretty confidently get him to his 50% threshold before my Furies expire. I made him go unstoppable there. I should have just parried him though. If I parried him though, he would have been stunned and there would have been no risk there whatsoever. So what am I going to do now? Because if I hit his block, he's going to go unstoppable, right? Well, we kind of just have to wait for that counter punch charge to fall off before we can hit his block. But now it's gone, we can hit his block. I throw my special 2 as soon as he gains the counter punch charge, because Thanos will only go unstoppable if you throw special attacks into his block on the final hit of your special attack. So that's why he didn't go unstoppable there. 1 minute 12, not a terrible time at all, but definitely not a nuke. Okay, now we have this Captain Britain matchup, and he should be able to do this match much better, but I swear, you saw in this video, right, my Hulkling was like barely critting. But against Captain Britain, he just loves to crit apparently. Like, it's so BS. Like, against Captain Britain, my crit rate is turned up to 1000. So I decided to play this match by just trying to finish her off by just hitting her block. Because obviously, Captain Britain has that safeguard mechanic anyway. We can't deal more than 3% of her health in a single hit. So I figured I'll hit her block, because you're not going to get any neuroshocks applied to you if you hit her block. And then I'm going to drop my special 2 in a minute, but we got to wait for that exhaustion to fall off so we don't take any neuroshock damage. But like, Hulkling rarely crits, bro, so in this matchup, you should be able to hit Captain Britain more without hitting her block. And like, it should be fine most of the time. I think I just got terrible RNG here, to be honest with you. So in general, Hulkling may be a bit better for Captain Britain than I'm showing here. But like, this was the first time I tried the matchup, and this is how it went for me. Don't feel like redoing matchups to get perfect RNG at the moment. I have played too much MCOC over the past month. But he definitely can do this fight. He can definitely finish high health. It's just, I swear I got so unlucky here. But circling back to what I said earlier, I think Hulkling not being as OP as he was back in his prime really just goes to show how far this game has come. We have so many OP attackers nowadays. Like, look at 7-star Stealthy for example. He's faster than Hulkling in the matchups they can both do. 100% he is. Crossbones is faster. Cull Obsidian can be faster. There's many champions who can now race Hulkling. But back when he was in his prime, there just wasn't. So that's why I'm saying, you know, he's not fallen off, not at all. Like I keep saying, I have to like drill this into people's heads, otherwise I'm gonna get comments, and like I can't be arsed with the silly comments. Hulkling is still a top 3 cosmic, however he's just not broken, busted. Okay, so against Yelena here, bad matchup for Hulkling, because obviously our attack modifiers do not work against Yelena, so we have to send her into elimination mode before we can start doing any damage. The best way I found to do that is just by spamming special ones until I get her to about 90 combo, hit her a few more times until she gets into 100. Here I got the heavy counter of the special 2 there. You can see the elimination timer is running out. When that runs out, I'm gonna hit her block, activate my unblockable, and drop a massive special 2. Luckily I think we do get a couple crits here. Yes we do, so that was a big special 2. You gotta make sure you're only doing medium attacks here, but that's pretty easy just because we have access to the unblockable. And if you hit Yelena's block as well, she's not going to do the reversal shit which she normally does. So like Hulkling can do this matchup, just keep that in mind. It's just like not very good to be completely real with you. It's a pretty bad matchup. 1 minute 30 there, and I played that as perfectly as you possibly could. Last fight of the video, thought I'd just do a Labyrinth Star-Lord, because Hulkling, you know, he's really not a long form content champion. His damage is really built around Battleground length fights, but we'll see how he does against 3 million health. I put on the suicides, I put on the Odin buffs, because not only do the Odin buffs increase the fury potency, but each buff on Hulkling itself actually increases his attack rating. But yeah, that is going to conclude this Banquet Champion Showcase series. I've made a video on every single champion coming out in a Banquet event, apart from Jane Foster, because to be real with you, I couldn't be bothered, bro. I didn't have time for Jane Foster. She's a good champion though, better than X23 at least in my opinion. But I'm not going to spoil that too much, because I do have one more list coming on these champions tomorrow, one more video. I will be ranking how good each of these Banquet champions are in comparison to each other, so watch out for that. But that's going to be it from me. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do, fellas. Support the channel, all that stuff. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? So 7-star Kingpin is finally here, and of course we have the rank 4 showcase, but there's a big disclaimer I have to talk about first, because my content is obviously focused around Battlegrounds, right? And all of these defenders I'm fighting are basically Battlegrounds fights. They have the same amount of health as if they were a 7-star rank 4 defender placed on BG's defense. However, in an actual Battlegrounds match, there is masteries, which there is not on these test maps. So in actual Battlegrounds, Kingpin is kind of nerfed by the Inequity Mastery. Now what this does is it reduces your attack rating for each debuff you have on yourself, and Kingpin inherently has his own rage debuffs. So in an actual Battlegrounds match, if your opponent runs this mastery, you're looking at having around 15 to 20% less attack rating than you would in this video. Of course, this is still a good video for the casual players to watch, just to see how to play Kingpin, which, to be fair, there's no wrong way to play Kingpin, to see what his damage is like as a 7-star rank 4, or just to see which kind of defenders he can take. But I think that's a very important disclaimer to get out of the way. In a actual Battleground setting, if your opponent is running that mastery, these matches would be about 10 seconds slower. So you're seeing here, I'm pushing Enchantress to a special 3. This is totally on purpose, by the way, because Kingpin has that degeneration of his special 1. Now this not only reduces the opponent's ability accuracy, but it actually reduces their attack rating by 50%. Now if you stack on 2 degens, I believe you'll be reducing their attack rating by 75%, not 100% of course, but by 75%, because it stacks like that. So you can actually tank special 3s with Kingpin if you stack 2 degens on the opponent. You know, you'll lose a bit of health. We lost about like what, 10% health there at most. However, of course we can heal that back, because Kingpin has, I wouldn't say some of the strongest healing in the game, but some of the most consistent healing in the game. He basically gets free willpower healing the entire match, thanks to those rage debuffs he places on himself. So, you know, there's pros and cons to placing debuffs on yourself. Now we're fighting a Spider-Woman, and in this matchup, I suggest you play it parry heavy, because Spider-Woman has a chance for not only each debuff on you to evade you, but each debuff on herself. So like, you could go for the special 1 rotation and hope the ability accuracy reduction cuts and she doesn't evade you that way, but it's just much safer to parry heavy. So that is how I would suggest playing that matchup. Now we have Dark Phoenix. Now this is where Kingpin's RNG comes into play, because he has a 65% ability accuracy reduction of his special 1. This does not stack, it only goes up to 65%, which is an incredible piece of utility, but you can't like completely rely on it. You're about to see here, Kingpin will fail Dark Phoenix's immortality because of this ability accuracy reduction, but you have to keep in mind this is only a 65% chance to do so. However, you can increase that chance by running the Assassin Mastery. I believe if you run the Assassin Mastery, you will reduce your opponent's ability accuracy by a further 25% at max points. So if you run that, then you're looking at a 90% chance to shut off Dark Phoenix's immortality. But it depends if you want to make that investment, because you know you don't have unlimited mastery points. There's deep wounds, willpower, other masteries you need to invest in. So maxing out the Assassin Mastery, it might be worth it for some people, it might not. It depends how much you need another Dark Phoenix counter and how reliable you need it to be. But Kingpin can do that, it's just not guaranteed. It's kind of guaranteed if you run 5 out of 5 Assassin, but like otherwise it's not guaranteed. Whilst I was yapping, 21-second 4-on-5 by the way, which is insane. So, is Kingpin the best skill champ? Well, before I answer that question, I actually need to explain this high evolutionary matchup, because high evo places what are they called now, these severe debuffs on you. You can't shrug them off. So this means you can't actually get your overpower buff, but Kingpin still gains extra attack rating in this match, thankfully, because it's not just his own debuffs he gains extra attack rating from. He gains extra attack rating from any debuff on him. So all those withers on me right now are giving me a bunch of extra attack rating, a bunch of extra combat power rate. So even though Kingpin cannot gain his overcharge buff in this matchup, and he will actually lose all of his own rage debuffs when he tries to, he's still great for high evolutionary, and of course he's great for Rhino. Rhino applies so many debuffs to you, so that's just ramping up your damage more and more, feeding into your damage. So as I was saying, is Kingpin the best skill champion? Well, I think most people finally agree with me in saying that no, Crossbones is the best skill champion. However, there are many players who don't like playing Crossbones, who find Crossbones difficult to play, and that's totally fine, that's totally valid. He can be stressful to play to maintain all those Furies, even though you don't have to maintain all the Furies for him to be good. However, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. I do think Kingpin is actually the best skill champion for casual players because he's super easy to use. You can use your special 1 with this guy, you can use your special 2, hell, you can even go to your special 3 with this guy. You can spam heavy attacks, you can do basic combos, you can play this guy in whichever way you so please. He's incredibly tanky thanks to his damage reduction of the special 1. He does have his own ability accuracy reduction like Crossbones. Yes, it's much weaker, but he does have it and it's 65% chance, so it's more than half. And he has some of the best, most consistent healing in the game. So I would say for casual players, you could very much so call Kingpin the best skill champion. I think he's a phenomenal champion for war as well. I do think he will have his place in Battlegrounds, even in high tier Battlegrounds. I do think there are definitely metas, even in the generic meta, I can definitely imagine people running Kingpin. It's just he's not going to be the absolute best skill champion, he's not going to be an absolute must have. He will be great, but he's going to be, you know, top 5 skill champion, maybe top 10. He is not going to be in the top spot. Crossbones has that lockdown, Okoye has that lockdown, not Kingpin. But for the casual players and maybe even the war players, because he is a phenomenal war champion that is very, very versatile, he could be considered the best skill champion in the entire game, and I think that's a fair point to make. So against this Kindred, he's actually phenomenal for Kindred. Thanks to that ability accuracy reduction, once again, that can actually stop Kindred from rooting you at the end of the match. So incredibly easy fight if that happens. Again, not a guaranteed chance to happen, 65% chance, but it's more than halfway likely to actually happen. Now, the Serpent matchup here, this is again a bit tricky because this is not a 65% chance to shut off his immortality, because Serpent is stupid and has 125% chance to activate his immortality. So Kingpin actually only has a 40% chance to shut off Serpent's death immortality. If you run Max Assassin, it can be boosted to a 65% chance, so it would be in a normal match. But because Serpent has that increased ability accuracy on that death immunity, you're more likely not going to shut it off than you are. So I would not call him a reliable, I would not call him a great Serpent counter whatsoever. This is more of a struggle matchup. This is if you're backed into a corner. Yeah, Kingpin can do it. And even if Serpent does activate the immortality, he can still do this fight. But yeah, because Kingpin actually shrugs off debuffs, that's bad in this matchup, because he shrugs off the fear debuff, and that is the one thing, you know, keeping champions healthy against Serpent, because it gives them willpower healing, and Kingpin just doesn't have enough willpower healing on his own to be able to counter the block damage. You saw there, I took a lot of damage. Probably could have played it a bit slower, maybe baited out more special ones, maybe spammed more special ones on my own to reduce his attack rating even further, but I kind of needed to go for a special 2 in that matchup for the extra damage, because obviously Serpent is very tanky. Now Kingpin can actually take Maestro. The rotation in this matchup is I like to go for a special 2, then a special 3, and Kingpin special 3 is quite powerful. Like, people sleep on how hard it hits. You're about to see here, it pretty much finishes off Maestro. Not quite, but you know, if the special 3 doesn't finish off your opponent, it does stun them for a while, so you can get in a couple combos into a special 1, and that is most likely going to finish off anyone. I don't think it's very important to go over if Kingpin needs to dupe or not, or what his ideal sig is, because most people who are getting this champion are going to be massive whales, because he is like 25k units deep into the Banquet event. Unless you're like a really hefty arena grinder, but there's not that many of them out there. I hate arena personally. I cannot imagine grinding 25k units, god damn. But if you have, and if you're wondering if Kingpin needs the dupe, I mean, you can play him unduped for sure. The dupe basically just lets him start out with more rage. 665 is the sweet spot. So if you do have an awakening gem, he is worth it, but he doesn't necessarily need it. Now, of course, he's good for Deathless Thanos. In this matchup, though, I think I should have tried going for a special 3, because the special 3 can actually bypass Thanos' protection. You know, you don't want to throw the special 3 when he's got the protection active, but like, let's say I throw a special 3 whilst Thanos is at 40%. If it does enough damage, it can kill him because it will completely bypass that protection. He can't trigger the protection midway through a special 3 animation. So maybe I should have tried that and it would have been a bit faster. But either way, Kingpin gets this down like pretty solid. Just over a minute, 1 minute 4. So yeah, he's not bad for Deathless Thanos whatsoever. Of course, Terrax, he applies those armor break debuffs to you, and this is just going to ramp Kingpin up. So no matter who you picked out of the Banquet selector, Absman or Kingpin, Terrax is going to be mid. So that one drunken night where I rank 3'd and max sig my Terrax, oof, I'm going to regret it, bro. Because like no matter what, he's cooked. Whether it's Kingpin, whether it's Absman, he's going to become completely irrelevant. I mean, Terrax was never like the most meta defender ever, but like he did get me a lot of wins on Battleground's defense. He was always a pretty sneaky defender for me, but now there's Absman and Kingpin floating around as 7 stars. I think I got to retire him completely. Now in this Zola matchup, you can play this many different ways. You can actually heavy counter Zola's heavy attack with Kingpin. You can dash in during the middle of Zola's special 1 and heavy counter that like I'm about to show here. You can use your special 2 for the long unstoppable, let Zola hit you and counter it that way. You can just throw your special 1s and you'll be reducing his attack rating. So even if Zola does put you to sleep and hits you, it's probably not going to do any damage and you're going to heal it back. So like, Kingpin is not very fast for Zola, but he's extremely safe for Zola. Like, it's really easy to finish this matchup at high health. Even if you bait Zola's special 2 and heavy counter that, thanks to the reduction in attack rating, that pesky disintegration does not do much damage at all. Look at that, that normally does like 10% damage to you. On Kingpin, it's tickling him, bro. It's barely doing anything. So yeah, Kingpin like hard counters Zola. Again, not the fastest matchup, but he can do it very well and very safe. I would say he's one of the safer options for Zola out there. I am wondering how many people actually watch my showcases that don't care about Battlegrounds whatsoever though. I know there's a few, but I'm wondering like what percentage of my audience like doesn't care about Battlegrounds at all and just likes watching the videos. So against this fam here, I'm going to eat a combo of fam and see how much we can regenerate before we finish him off. So I'm at 69% health. Got some regeneration from adrenaline there, but keep in mind, if you get hit in the face with the degeneration, I would have took a lot less damage there, literally 50% less damage. So I'd be at what, 85% health. So like, yeah, if you're gonna get hit in the face, try to get hit in the face whilst the degeneration is active. If you're wondering what the best rotation is for Kingpin, I do rather like to just spam special 1s just because it's the safest rotation for him. Special 2 is definitely the most damage. I would say if you're looking for pure damage, go for the special 2 rotation. But like the special 1 rotation, it's so good and it's really satisfying as well, just watching that degen tick down the opponent. Does some decent damage, but you're not really applying the degeneration for the damage, you're more applying it for the utility. So within a minute we regenerated 30% health, no, 20% health, because we were at 69%, or 21% health. So like not the craziest regeneration in the game, but it's very reliable. It's there the entire match, so you can't complain. It's better than no regeneration anyway. So he is actually a great counter for Havoc. Like Crossbones is a great counter to Havoc thanks to the ability accuracy reduction. Havoc isn't really going to be applying many of his plasma debuffs to you, and even if he does, and even if you purify it, you're barely going to take any damage because again, the damage reduction coming into play. Honestly, I would say that damage reduction of Kingpin is probably the best utility he has. Like genuinely, I don't think there's really many other champions in the game that can reduce people's attack rating. Taunt does it. Taunt does reduce opponents' attack rating, so if you got access to that, so like Scorpion can do it, Cassie Cage can do it. Oh, Captain Britain, this is a cool matchup, but to be clear, this is risky as hell, because if you activate your overcharge, you're going to purify all of your rage debuffs on yourself, right? And that will play 16 neuroshocks on you, and you die. So you need to kill Captain Britain before you activate your overcharge, and you can't avoid activating it because you gain a rage debuff like every 20 seconds or so. So like, you have to play this kind of safe whilst not hitting her whilst the exhaustion is active, but you like have to play aggressively at the same time, just so you don't purify the debuffs and like cook yourself. But this matchup can work, and those neuroshocks do less damage, again thanks to the damage reduction. Honestly, I'm realizing now that Taunt might be a good counter to Captain Britain as well, just because it reduces her attack rating, so that will reduce the neuroshock damage. So Scorpion should be a great counter to her. I wonder how Cassie Lang does against her. I'm honestly not sure. Not tested that matchup. I don't have a Cassie Lang. I don't even have her on the beta. But yeah, we finished this matchup above 90% health, which is absurd for a skilled champion to do, by the way, against Captain Britain. Not the fastest matchup out there, but just the fact that Kingpin can do it. 1 minute 20 is a solid time for Captain Britain, finishing above 90% health. Oh, and again, like Crossbones, Kingpin can counter gentle. I like to start this matchup by parry heavying, so you're not hitting him too much. But once you apply that degeneration, you have a 65% chance once again to stop gentle from going unstoppable at 15 of your combo meter, and it actually stops him from going unstoppable every single time in this matchup. You know, however, it's not going to go like that every time. Sometimes he'll go unstoppable every time, sometimes he'll go unstoppable no times, because it's only a 65% chance, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a great piece of utility, but like, you have to be aware of your surroundings. Like, you can't completely rely on it. Things can go wrong, you can get bad RNG, so like, don't think you can just shut off every ability in the game like Crossbones does, and that is why Crossbones will always be better than Kingpin, but that's not what this video is about. So yeah, Kingpin doesn't crit that often either, so gentle won't be activating his reinforced passive, which makes him super tanky. So honestly, pretty good matchup. Now against Nick Fury, you definitely want to go for special 2s, just because, you know, Nick has that second life and you're trying to get in as much damage as possible in a short amount of time. So in this matchup, would highly recommend going for the special 2 rotation. But yeah, Kingpin is very versatile. You cannot take that away from him. I would say he's one of the most versatile champions in the game. Very few matchups he can't take. He can even take most defenders in a mutant class. He can't do Jean Grey. Don't try to cook Jean Grey with Kingpin. He can do Domino on occasion. What I mean by occasion is, sometimes it goes really well and you can finish like above 90% health. Sometimes it goes awfully and you die. But that's just Domino for you without a counter. As for defense, I really don't think Kingpin is going to do much on there. There's so many OP mutant attackers, people running their deck. Deadpool X-Force, Onslaught, Jean Grey. I don't know how Mr. Sinister does against him. Mr. Sinister should cook him, but probably like not as fast as the others. So like, yeah, there's also like Starkey as well. Like, there's so many options for Kingpin. The only time Kingpin becomes annoying is when you get that cooked AI and he refuses to throw his special 1, because sometimes it do be like that. Like, he will not throw his special 1 for a good 30 seconds and you will want to smash your phone, smash your iPad, smash your PC, whatever you're playing on. That's the only time he's a good defender, but that's RNG and it doesn't happen super often. So in general, I would say Kingpin pretty mid on defense. He can do some block damage, you know, because like he does actually hit really hard through the block, but yeah, he's just kind of mid on defense now these days. He can do Solvark, far from the best counter for this guy though, really slow matchup. Ideally you want to try and keep Solvark in the orange mode, but like, you know what Solvark's like, sometimes he's annoying. So like, he was in the blue mode for most of this matchup, so this could have been a bit slower, but you know, Solvark doesn't reduce your degeneration damage, so you're better off spamming special 1s in this matchup for sure. And yeah, not an ideal counter. This would be another last resort matchup like the Serpent matchup, but he can do it. Like I said, Kingpin can do most matchups in the entire game if need be. He's just never really the best option for anything. Like, even for like his own class, like Photon, Crossbones is better than Kingpin for that, much safer, faster as well. Spider-Woman, Crossbones again, Okoye. But anyway, last fight of the video is this 1.5 million health pool Apocalypse. Why Apocalypse, you may ask? Because Kingpin actually has a really funny interaction against this guy. Because Apocalypse stops you from shrugging debuffs, you actually can't gain your overpower in this matchup, but you can gain infinite rage debuffs, which is kind of better. So like against Apocalypse, Kingpin has basically a infinite damage ceiling, and for each rage debuff he also gains extra combat power rate as well, so you gain like so much power in this matchup. I just remember doing this a lot back in the day in Battlegrounds, and I think it's a really cool interaction. Like you won't see Kingpin reaching 16 rage charges in any other matchup, because it's impossible. This is the only way to do it if you fight Apocalypse. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. You can probably guess what tomorrow's video is. There's one last Banquet champion left. I don't think I'm allowed to directly tell you because of like embargo dates, but if you can count, bro, I'm pretty sure you can figure out what tomorrow's video is. So yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow probably, and thank you all for watching. Yo, what's good people? So we're going to be taking a look at one of my favourite champions in the entire game right now, Lumatrix. He's just so fun to play, whilst being possibly one of the safest champions in the entire game. You basically never have to take a blocked hit with this guy, and you never have to intercept with him either. So the way this guy works is when you start charging your heavy attack, you're going to gain a evade charge. When your opponent hits into you, you're going to stun them and you'll activate your phase. And the really nice thing about Lumatrix is when he evades, he will inflict a passive slow on the opponent. So this will stop any form of unstoppable, of course, which stops the unfazed mastery. So he is not harmed by that, even though he relies on being able to evade the opponent. And once you evade, you will activate your phase. Basically, when you're hitting the opponent or when you're charging a heavy attack, this phase will be paused, and it gets taken away from you when the opponent uses a special attack. You can get this phase back by either knocking the opponent down with a heavy attack or punishing their special attack. Each time you enter into your phase, you will gain a cunning passive, and these cunning passives basically give you extra critical rating. Once you've ramped up to 8 cunning passives, which is the max, you have guaranteed crits. It's not like exactly guaranteed crits like by definition, but you have so much crit rating that even against defenders with high critical resistance, you're going to crit on every single hit. Now, using your special one will also grant you 3 cunning passive, and if you use your special one whilst you are phased, you will activate a unblockable passive. Now, if you want to, you can spam special ones the entire match and stay unblockable for a majority of it, but that's not what you want to do. You want to basically build up to 3 bars of power, activate your phase, throw your special 1 to go unblockable, then throw your special 2, and that will give you 2 massive furies. And of course you're hitting so hard because you have 2 massive furies and guaranteed crits, and this is just where his damage absolutely pops off. Now, if you don't get that unblockable from your special 1 before you throw your special 2, you will only get 1 fury, but even with that you still hit extremely hard. So you don't have to use your special 1 at all if you don't have to. It's just faster to use that rotation, but you can go straight up to the special 2 if you so wish. Now, he's a pretty good counter for Maestro because his special 2 hits extremely hard, and of course Maestro cannot glance special attacks, so just using your special 2 and then a special 1 afterwards is more than enough to nuke this guy. Now, Lumatrix is extremely versatile. He works against many mutant defenders from pretty much every single class. And as I mentioned, thanks to pretty much being able to stay phased the entire match, you never have to take a blocked hit, you never have to intercept. So he's just so safe to play, and this is why I find him so fun, because we all know how wonky, how unreliable, how devious the AI can be nowadays. Any champion that can offset the AI being annoying is a good champion in my eyes, and Lumatrix does exactly that. Sometimes it's actually better to go straight for the special 2, and you don't need to actually activate both of your Furies. Like in this Kingpin matchup here, I go for the full rotation, but honestly, if I just went to the special 2, I probably would have been able to kill him in like 35-40 seconds instead of 45 seconds. But yeah, obviously he's a great attacker for any defenders that shrug off debuffs. He doesn't rely on any debuffs, and he doesn't rely on being able to parry the opponent either. So of course, great counter to Kingpin, who we're going to be seeing a lot more of. And Lumatrix does not need the dupe whatsoever. As you can see here, mine is unduped, like it's irrelevant, he does not need it. He also has access to a passive tracking. Basically, this tracking will stay on the opponent as long as you're phased. So he's a great miss counter basically. He's a great counter to himself. Lumatrix versus Lumatrix. Great matchup because, of course, you're going to bypass the miss of the special 1. Lumatrix is a solid defender. The one thing that holds him back on defense is there's nothing really stopping him from getting nuked by champions like Jean Grey, Juggernaut. Starkey is actually kind of annoying to use against Lumatrix. He can nuke him, but if Lumatrix backs you in a corner, you can't like wall bank super well against him, because if he uses heavy attack, you can't really deck stand. You're going to get hit by the heavy attack, and it's kind of annoying to Starkey, honestly, if you get backed in a corner. He's a great counter to Zola because, of course, he's got that passive stun off the evade, so you can easily land your heavy attacks. This matchup isn't the fastest, purely because Zola is stupid, inflicts that cowardice on you, so your special 2 doesn't really do any damage. But it's decent, you're still doing plenty of damage with your basic attacks afterwards. You just need to be patient, bait the special 1s so you don't take any disintegration damage of Zola's special 2, and you're going to have a good time. Not the fastest matchup for Lumatrix by any means, but he's a solid counter to Zola. I did actually make a video on Lumatrix when he first released, but obviously he was new and I did not know the best rotation to use him. So honestly, that video is kind of outdated. This is by far the best way to play him, but my old video is still good if you don't like this whole use the evade, use your heavy attack rotation. You can just use your evade like every once in a while. Use a special 1 to gain more cunning charges, then go to your special 2, and that's a fine way to play him, bro. Like that works perfectly fine. This is just the most ideal and fun rotation in my opinion. So here's a perfect example of him basically having guaranteed critical hits. Of course, Sentinel has some of the highest critical resistance in the entire game when at max analysis. Lumatrix does not give a shit though, he just outright nukes him. Pretty much crits on every single hit once we're fully ramped up. I've been using Lumatrix so much in Alliance War. That's the reason I took him to rank 4. My officer told me to rank 4 him for War. I've been using him a lot this season, using him for like Jean Grey bosses, high evos, stuff like that. But he's done so well for me in Battlegrounds as well as Alliance War. On defense, on attack, he's just a very, very solid dual use champion. I don't think he's a must-have by any means, but I think he's a good addition to any deck and well worth the rank 4. Solid counter for Thanos. Just make sure you don't cause Thanos to go unstoppable, because then he's going to put that panic on you. You're not going to be able to evade, and you're going to get hit in the face. In this matchup, I find it better to just use your special 2 without going for the full rotation, because the special 2 alone just takes him to 50%. If it wasn't for the protection, you'd want to go for the full rotation, but since the protection is there, you might as well just go straight to your special 2. Oh, and the nice thing about this matchup is the evade doesn't count as a hit on Thanos. So if you're like a hit away from making Thanos unstoppable, just use your evade to activate that passive slow for 2 seconds. And bing bam boom, you've stopped him. So yeah, Lumatrix, solid counter for Deathless Thanos. Not the best out there by any means, but 1 minute for him is a incredibly solid time. Of course, great counter to Rintra. Honestly, my go-to Rintra counter right now. Just got that super easy access to the heavy attacks. And oh yeah, Lumatrix is rupture immune, which is something I have forgotten about before, because I actually tried to use Rintra against Lumatrix once in Battlegrounds, and I was like, oh shit, he's rupture immune, I'm dead. So that was a kind of bozo moment. So yeah, like Lumatrix is one of the only rupture immune champions in the entire game. It's not too useful as of right now, but I can definitely imagine Kabam adding a defender to the game, which, you know, deals rupture damage to you or something stupid like that. So maybe that becomes more important later down the line. I'm pretty sure there's an Odin Alliance War, a hazard shift one with rupture, so obviously Lumatrix is great for that, and he's a great counter to Photon. You don't have to parry, of course, like you don't want to parry Photon, so you can just use your evade, and he does bypass her miss. So yeah, obviously this matchup is a bit faster here than it normally would be because there's no inequity here. But in an actual Battlegrounds match, this takes like 45, 50, 60 seconds at the very most. But that is going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video, which will be tomorrow, because again, it's December to remember, and I'm uploading every goddamn day. And it's a lot of work, so like the video. Alright, thank you. See you in the next one. Yo, what's good, people? So if you've been a long-term viewer of my channel, you know that Nightcrawler was one of the first champions I ever made a showcase on. I've always had a soft spot for this champion, and I adore his unique ability to basically dex the undexable, and you'll see examples of that in this video. So I thought it would only be fitting to make a rank 4 showcase for this guy on December to remember. Now, he's a pretty good counter for Yelena. Of course, he doesn't have access to Daunted. In general, Nightcrawler does lack utility apart from being able to dex tricky and undexable stuff. However, he does possess some really strong damage. His damage is great, especially if you get good crit RNG. No surprise there. You do really want to crit with this guy, but that's a Yelena in 52 seconds. And that could be even faster if we got good crit RNG. So the first example of Nightcrawler just doing silly stuff is being able to dex Nick Fury's special one with ease. And the way Nightcrawler works is you kind of actually want to play him like Starkey, because whenever you dex, you'll gain a prowess, and you can gain up to 10 prowess this way. So yeah, he's literally kind of like the mutant Starkey. Of course, he's nowhere near as good as him, but he's a great champion in his own regards. A lot of people have completely forgotten about him, but I love him. I don't even have him as a 7-star. I wish I did, because I would have ranked him up on the main server a long time ago. That's a Nick Fury in 43 seconds. Who needs to cancel the second life when you just do a bazillion damage? Now we have this Kingpin. Kingpin is coming as a 7-star, so we're going to see him floating about a lot more in Battlegrounds. And if you just so happen to have a Nightcrawler, he absolutely cooks him. Now, despite Nightcrawler lacking utility, I do think he can be worth ranking, and I do think he can be great for certain metas in Battlegrounds, because if you don't have an evade counter for this guy, he will cook you in certain metas, especially in like a stun immune Battlegrounds meta, stuff like that. He will be insanely tricky on defense, very elusive, very hard to hit, and you're going to have a rough time. And even if your opponent does get a good counter to him, which there aren't that many good counters, there's like Spider-Woman, Okoye, because you can't actually decrease Nightcrawler's evade chance with ability accuracy reduction. So normal evade counters won't always work against this guy. Like slow doesn't work against him, crossbones doesn't work against him, stuff like that. Ensnare certainly does, cold snap, stuff like that. But yeah, I do think he can be a very solid defender in certain metas in Battlegrounds, and if your opponent does get a counter to him, you can just use him on attack. He's not the most versatile champion out there, like he doesn't handle that many tricky defenders. You're probably flabbergasted here because you're seeing me completely deck Serpent special attacks, which is funny, but it's kind of sad. It's a bittersweet matchup because yes, Nightcrawler can dex all of Serpent's bullshit with ease. However, he's not good for this matchup. At least he's not fast for it because of all Serpent's crit resistance. You're not going to crit against this guy super often. So this is just a very slow matchup. And Nightcrawler has no way to handle Serpent's regeneration at the end of the match. If he had access to Daunted, he would have a way to handle that regeneration. And maybe he would actually be a good counter to Serpent. But otherwise, yeah, this is just a very slow matchup. Honestly, Nightcrawler obviously got buffed, but they should just revisit him, give him like a Daunted. And I think giving him that would make him so much more popular. I think loads of people would rank him up if he just had that extra piece of utility. That would go so far for him. And imagine if instead of instant bleeds, he dealt instant neuroshock damage. That would be so based, and that would just make him so much more versatile because obviously there's a lot of bleed immune champions, especially in terms of defenders in Battlegrounds. So that's why he's not nearly as versatile as he could be. He relies on bleeds and he relies on critting. If he did instant neuroshock damage instead of bleed, which wouldn't really make sense to be honest, but it would be very cool and it would make him so much better. Yeah, he could be a very popular champion for Battlegrounds. It's unfortunate, man, because Nightcrawler is just, he's a champion that's like so close to being great. He's just missing that last piece of utility. He feels like he's 95% completed. They just forgot to load up the last 5% of the Nightcrawler. But that's an Enchantress in 51 seconds, which honestly, not the fastest time out there. Enchantress kind of fell off on defense nowadays. There's so many attackers which can nuke her in around 30 seconds. I'm sure Nightcrawler could have done that fight in about 30 seconds if we got better crit RNG, but we didn't, and that's the way it goes. Okay, now we're fighting Nico here, and you know, he's decent for this matchup. You can't really start ramping up until the buff immunity falls off you, otherwise you're going to get inflicted with a bunch of poisons and die. But he does take this fight relatively well. A nice thing about Nightcrawler is if you're stuck in the corner, it's super easy to constantly just wall bank decks in the corner and not get hit, because again, Nightcrawler just has that special ability. Basically, his dexterity window is about, I want to say 50% longer than a average champion, maybe more than that. And now we have a Shuri. He's pretty good against tech champions which can bleed at least. I can dex Shuri's special attacks even without using Nightcrawler, but having the extra safety net of Nightcrawler there is nice to have, because I do mess up sometimes. But with Nightcrawler, it's basically impossible to mess up dexing Shuri's special attacks. And he does actually nuke this matchup in 30 seconds, which is quite impressive to be honest, because Shuri is a lot tankier than she looks. She has all those passive armors, but obviously the bleeds bypass that. When we crit, we're going to bypass most of that as well. He's also a pretty good option for Fam. Fam tried to like intercept me there. Luckily the evade saved us. Nightcrawler has two modes. He has the swashbuckling mode and the like nepticism mode. When you're in nepticism, you do have a chance to evade, so it's a nice safety net, but you want to be in swashbuckling mode to get the most damage out of this guy. It would be nice if he had a chance to auto evade special attacks like Starkey does or something like that. That would have also been a really cool addition to his kit. I'm just suggesting so many different changes they could have made to Nightcrawler, because again, he's so close to being a top tier mutant. He's just missing something. Honestly, even guaranteed crits on his special attacks would have gone a long way. He does have a high chance to crit because he gains those passive precisions. However, he doesn't always crit on his special attacks. I'd say it's like a 75% to 25% crit ratio, meaning 25% of the time you're not going to crit. If he had guaranteed crits on his special attacks, he would do plenty of damage, even against bleed immune champions, and that would really help him. He's a great counter to Jean Grey. There's nothing really stopping him from taking this matchup. But Nightcrawler, you know, he is flimsy, he is a glass cannon, so if you do mess up in this match, you're probably gonna die. You know, this guy has like lower health than even Starkey, I think, which is pretty insane. It's warranted him having a low health pool though. I mean, look at him, he's a tiny man, and I'm not trying to hate on the short kings out here because I'm a short king myself, but like, look at him, bro. Nightcrawler's tiny. Of course he's not packing a lot of health, but he definitely packs a punch. He's got some very decent damage. Alright, last match of the video is Spider-Woman, and Nightcrawler can actually dex Spider-Woman's special 1 even when he has the fumble debuff on him, which is great. You know, he's not like a perfect counter to Spider-Woman because obviously she can still evade him, but just being able to dex that special 1 whenever you want is such a great piece of utility for Spider-Woman, because we know she loves throwing those special 1s into your block. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the video. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. This is December to remember, so uploads coming every single day this month. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? Rank 4 Nimrod is finally here, and I'm not gonna lie, man, I was a bit concerned that he was gonna be outdated, because as we all know, there's a lot of champions in a mutant class that are shock immune, shock resistant. Like for example, he's not good for onslaught, he's not good for dust. So I was really curious to how he would perform in a big 2025, soon to be 2026. However, I could not have been more wrong. He is definitely not outdated. As you're going to see in this video, he not only pretty much nukes a majority of meta defenders in a mutant class, completely makes them irrelevant, easy, and 30 seconds them. He also counters so many more defenders than I thought he would outside of the mutant class. His damage is surprisingly good, even against non-mutant champions. Now here's the biggest bitch in Battlegrounds at the moment, Captain Britain. Massive problem. But Nimrod just pulverizes her in a single special 2. It's actually kind of funny. So we're going to play this matchup in the same way you would do Guardian versus Captain Britain. We're just going to parry a lot to build up our power. Make sure we're only hitting Captain Britain when we don't have the exhaustion on us, so we're not getting too many neuroshocks on us. And look at that single special 2, completely wiped her out. Now you do want to make sure you have a lot of armor ups on you, so you can nuke Captain Britain in one special 2, because if that special 2 does fall short, each time you apply a shock to Captain Britain, she applies a neuroshock to you, so you need to make sure that special 2 kills. So if you don't have enough armor ups, maybe consider going for a special 1 before you go for your special 2. However, ideally, the AI plays into you, you're able to land a bunch of parries, drop that special 2, and that's just going to absolutely melt her. So how does Nimrod work? Because I'm sure your memory's a little rusty, you probably haven't played this guy in a while. Now he has 2 modes, he has the blue mode and he has the orange mode. In the blue mode, every time you parry the opponent, you will gain a armor up buff. In the orange mode, you gain extra attack rating for each armor up buff on you. Now, you can see he has some charges next to whatever mode he's in. Once you get to 10 charges, you will combine the two modes together when you throw a special attack. So this means you'll gain armor ups when you parry, and you'll gain the extra attack rating. And this is incredibly important to utilize Nimrod to his full ability, because you want to stay in this mode as much as possible, and ideally you only want to be throwing your special attacks when in Eradicate Protocol, which is the mode where you combine both of them together. Because, for example, if you're in the blue mode, you'll gain a energize on your special one. If you're in the orange mode, you'll inflict a energy vulnerability. But if you're in Eradicate Protocol, you will inflict both of them at the same time. So that's why you really want to be in that mode when you throw a special one. For the special two, obviously you want the extra attack rating for those shocks to really do the most damage. You get the extra attack rating anyway in orange mode, so at the very least make sure you're in that mode when you throw your special 2. But ideally you're in Eradicate Protocol. He's surprisingly a decent counter for Armin Zola. You know, Nimrod is so tanky with all the armor up buffs he gains, so you can just parry this guy for days and not take much block damage at all. And not being able to parry Zola actually helps Nimrod ramp up faster, because of course if you can't parry stun your opponent, you'll be able to land more parries in quick succession, which in turn means more armors, which in turn means more damage. Now we have this Nico. Now this is a bit of a tricky matchup for our guy Nimrod here, because obviously we start the match out with buff immunity, so we cannot gain our armor ups. So the play here is try to wait that out. Once you've waited out the first buff immunity, you want to bait Nico's special ones, ideally parry the first 2 hits so you can gain even more armor ups. Don't parry the last 2 hits though, otherwise you're going to take a massive burst of damage through your block, because Nico is a fun and interactive, well balanced defender. That's a lie. But anyway, as you're going to see, even outside of mutant defenders, a special 1 into a special 2 pretty much melts anything, which I was not expecting. Like, Nimrod does way more damage than I ever thought he would. You can see there, that was like 200k damage off the shocks. Now we have a Havoc, of course. Nimrod, fantastic counter for Havoc. Of course he is. He's mutant, and the only thing you need to counter this guy is armor up buffs. Now, again, not being able to parry Havoc helps ramp Nimrod up even faster. So another piece of utility to mention with this guy is when you're in blue mode, you inflict a cowardice on the opponent whenever they throw a special attack. And the reason he has this cowardice is actually because of Kitty Pryde, because back when Nimrod came out, believe it or not, Kitty Pryde was a bit of a menace on defense, so that's why he has that. So Kitty Pryde cannot gain prowess against Nimrod, even though Nimrod can just, you know, remove prowess by hitting the opponent. So like, he counters her anyway, but I'm pretty sure they just gave him that cowardice so they could say F Kitty Pryde, get her out of Battlegrounds. Kabam doesn't like her, even though she's not even really that OP if you think about it. I mean, if they released a 7-star Kitty Pryde, I don't think she'd be broken, bro. But that's not what this video is about. No. It's about the Nim God. Now, when you're in the orange mode and your opponent throws a special attack, you inflict a really strong power drain. And this power drain is a debuff, and it constantly power drains the opponent, of course. So you can be super aggressive and pretty much never push your opponent to a special 3 if you so wish. And this is what makes him a great counter to Mystic defenders in Battlegrounds or in Alliance War, because even though he does have armor up buffs which expire and feed Mystic dispersion, the opponent's never going to get pushed to a special 3 really, as long as you're playing him correctly, keeping that power drain active. So yeah, that's a really fantastic piece of utility. Nimrod's power control is honestly pretty underrated. Now we have Nimrod versus Necropolis Sauron. I am running suicides but no boost. I've got synergies as well, but honestly, Nimrod synergies don't really do too much for him. However, the War Machine pre-fight is a really nice thing to have, because what that does is increase your attack rating for each armor up on you, basically. And obviously Nimrod has a lot of armor ups, so yeah, that does give him a nice little attack boost. And in this fight you can really see how powerful Nimrod's prowess control is. I tried to record that line like 5 times because I kept saying power control by accident, but no, prowess control, because whenever Nimrod is in the orange mode or in Eradicate Protocol, which is both of the modes combined, he just removes prowess by attacking the opponent, which is an insane ability, and he turns them into shock. He can also do this to regeneration, buffs or passives. When he hits the opponent, he just removes it and turns it into shock. So he completely counters this Sauron. Like, Sauron cannot do shit against us because if he has no prowess, he can't go unblockable, he can't do any annoying stuff, and I can literally just block his special attacks to gain extra armor. And honestly, it's just a fun time, man. Like, Nimrod against mutants is basically playing the game on easy mode, to be honest. Nowadays, we really don't see mutant defenders having prowess as a defensive mechanic, so this ability is nowhere near as strong as it was back in the day, back in, you know, the day of Nimrod being the undisputed best tech champion, where he literally shut down the entire mutant class, where he was a beast on defense, where he ruled in Battlegrounds, Alliance War, everywhere in the game. This ability is nowhere near as strong as it was back then, but it's still really cool, and not many champions can remove prowess, so it's pretty unique as well. So what are my opinions on Nimrod? Well, he definitely is not outdated. He is still fantastic, and I do think he will make it to most top tier players' Battlegrounds decks. I'm not sure how well he's going to do on defense, however, because back in the day, he was a fantastic defender, not necessarily the hardest to fight, but he could stall for days because of how tanky he was, because of that power drain he inflicts on you on defense, you know, making it hard for you to use your special attack, ruining your rotation, and that cowardice reducing your special attack damage. He was a pretty great defender, but nowadays we have like Galen, so many OP cosmic attackers like Deathless Thanos. Actually, Deathless Thanos won't be too good against Nimrod because he is not only pseudo immune to armor breaks, you know, he can still get applied with armor breaks, but they literally have no effect on him, which is a very weird ability, but I'm pretty sure they added that to his kit so CGR doesn't nuke him on defense back in the day when, you know, CGR was running Battlegrounds. I'm pretty sure he's immune to armor shatter as well. I'm pretty sure he's just straight up immune to that, which is a crazy ability for a tech champion to have. They really don't want Medusa shutting this guy off either. So Deathless Thanos, you know, I'm sure he can probably still take the fight, especially with the special 2 corrosion damage. But he's probably not that fast against him. But like Carolina will nuke him, Scream will nuke him because she actually doesn't need the armor breaks to deal her damage. Basically, there's so many OP cosmic attackers that will nuke Nimrod, and then there's also Starkey, and then there's also all the OP Mystic champions which can take advantage of Nimrod's buffs because he gains Unstoppable, Energize, Armor Ups. That's plenty of buffs for Mystic champions to take advantage of. Like for example, Longshot nukes him, Tigra literally destroys him in 20 seconds. So yeah, you get the idea. I'm not sure how well Nimrod is going to do on defense. However, I do think he's a very strong and surprisingly versatile attacker. Now against this Gentle here, you know, Nimrod doesn't have a way to counter his Unstoppable. So what I like to do in this matchup is simply just parry heavy, because if you parry heavy, you know, he's not going to go unstoppable because his heavy attack is only a single hit. Oh, by the way, you do really want to go for special ones a lot of the time, even against mutants, because like people do not realize how much the special 1 energy vulnerability increases your shock damage. Like it's a good 20-30% extra damage, and not only that, you do gain that energized buff, which is extremely potent, by the way. Like after you use your special 1, it's so quick getting back to your special 2, so it's definitely worth using, even in most cases where you're like 90% sure a single special 2 would KO the opponent. Still worth going for a special 1 because like it's an extra like 5 seconds to go for it at the very most because of how strong that energizes. Now Nimrod was the beginning of Domino's downfall. Nowadays Domino, you know, she's still a decent defender in Battlegrounds, but you're seeing her a lot less nowadays. There's so many great counters to her, and Nimrod was the start of all that. There was Mysterio before Nimrod, However, he was always quite slow in Battlegrounds, especially before the skip special 3 button. So they added Nimrod so you could shut down Domino, and yeah, basically whenever you were using Nimrod against her, it was pretty much a automatic win. There's barely any matchups in the game which can outspeed a Nim God versus Domino. Now we have this Enchantress, and as we all know, when you like power burn Enchantress, she gets that power gain, right? That doesn't really affect Nimrod though. I mean, it does because she still gets that power gain when you power drain her. However, it doesn't last for a very long time at all, and it's not very potent because like Nimrod slowly power drains the opponent over a long period of time instead of doing it all at once. And the way Enchantress works is she will gain as much power as was stolen, but it doesn't last very long. So you get like 70% of your power still with Nimrod versus Enchantress, which is just great. Here we have a Medusa who would auto block us. However, we're just going to play this matchup parry heavy style, and our special 2 is unblockable when in Eradicate Protocol, which is something I didn't mention. So yeah, Nimrod, honestly, pretty great option for Medusa and auto block champions in general with that unblockable special 2. Really great piece of utility. Nimrod is just jam-packed full of utility, man. I said this about Scorpion. I do 100% think Scorpion is the better champion, but that's not to hate on Nimrod whatsoever. Scorpion is just in a league of his own. They literally gave my man every single fucking ability in the game. But Nimrod? Hell yeah. He's solid as well. More than solid. God tier. Super God tier. He's fantastic. And here we have a Hyperion, just because I want to show off that power steal utility to its full potential. If you want the power steal straight away, you want to bait out a special attack whilst in your orange mode, but I actually want to do damage, so I'm going to make sure I am in my blue mode and parry until I have enough charges to go into Eradicate Protocol, and then we're just going to start cooking Hyperion basically. Also, unrelated, but can I just say how much cooler Nimrod looks with the 7-star purple border around him? It just complements him perfectly. Nimrod in general is a very cool looking champion, but that 7-star border, man, his aura just went up tenfold. And here we go, special 1 into special 2. Doesn't quite finish off Hyperion because class disadvantage plus hype does have a little bit of energy resistance, which isn't widely known. Speaking of champions with energy resistance, here's the Nazi Red Skull, and the single special 2 isn't going to finish him off either, just because of the fact that he gains extra energy resistance for each armor up buff he has on him. And obviously all of Nimrod's damage actually is energy damage. His basic attacks, his shocks, everything is energy damage. However, to help with that, again, he does have the energy vulnerability of the special 1, which does bypass a lot of energy resistance defenders have, but not fully. I'd say it's probably bypassing about 50% of Red Skull's energy resistance. Now again, Red Skull basically being stun immune when at 10 armor ups helps us out here, just lets us gain even more armor ups for ourselves, which is again extra damage. So yeah, you can see though, that special 2 nowhere near finished Red Skull off, but thanks to that energize, we're pretty quickly able to get to another special 2. I shouldn't have parried so much, wasting time before my first one. I thought the first special 2 would KO him or close to it. Unfortunately it didn't, so what I should have just done there is throw my special 2, then use that energize to get to my next one before it ran out. However, I didn't do that, so that fight can probably be about 10 seconds faster. Now Nimrod, ironically, great counter to Nimrod. I used to do this matchup a lot back in the Battleground days, and this is just a good matchup because Nimrod's special attacks are easy to parry, which means more armor ups, and Nimrod's shock damage is going to bypass all of the tankiness which Nimrod has with his armor ups. You know, armor ups ain't going to affect the shock damage of the special 2. So yeah, this is a cook, but like I mentioned earlier, I really don't think Nimrod is going to be that good on defense at all. I'm sure if you can catch your opponent without a good counter, he will slow the match down. he will stall, maybe even do a bit of damage to them. Actually, no, he probably won't even do damage to them, because you get free willpower healing off Nimrod on defense because of the debuffs he applies to you. So at the very most, he's going to be a stall option on defense some of the time. Rarely though. I think if you're ranking up Nimrod, he's mostly going to be for attack. Now we have this Nick Fury, and he takes this matchup surprisingly well. All we got to do is make sure we utilize that energize to the best of our abilities. So the first special 2 will KO Nick's first life. Then we can get to the second special 2 in his second life pretty quickly, thanks to the increased power gain we have. It's crazy how much this game evolves though, because back like 2 years ago, Nimrod was legitimately top 5 champions in the game. Now I would say he's nowhere close to that, and that's not me calling him bad whatsoever. It's just there's so many OP champions in this game now that, yeah, Nimrod by comparison, he looks perfectly balanced, which is actually crazy to think about. Like, if you told me 2 years ago that Nimrod is perfectly balanced, I would be calling you a fool. I am wondering now, because Nimrod actually does have an ability on his special 3 to deal energy damage to the opponent instead of shock damage. But I don't think that would be good enough to take Onslaught, for example, because this damage is based on the amount of health the opponent has lost. So, like, as a last resort option, you can probably take Onslaught with Nimrod in Battleground. You know, get him to about 50% with your basic attacks maybe. Use your special 3, or maybe even use 2 special 3s, and that probably KOs him. But being a robot and a metal champion that doesn't have willpower, he's going to take a lot of neuroshock damage off Onslaught, so I really wouldn't recommend it. I didn't try it out though, so I'm not sure how good that matchup actually is. Probably awful, but I should have tried it out to be honest. Good counter to Bullseye. Honestly, I'm surprised more people weren't using Nimrod for Bullseye on his release, because he's bleed immune, he's tanky, and Bullseye has negative energy resistance, which means he takes a lot more damage off energy. So shock damage, Bullseye gets cooked by. Honestly, I don't get why people weren't using Nimrod for Bullseye when he got released. I guess because people got a 7-star Bullseye really quickly. So yeah, I guess it was just that. 6-star Nimrod definitely would not be cooking a 7-star rank 3 Bullseye, that's for sure. Decent counter to Killmonger. Do take a little bit of reverberation damage in this matchup, but he's solid enough for him. 53-second fight, which is good because a lot of you have probably forgotten how tanky Killmonger is. He has all that critical resistance, all that massive health pool. So yeah, Nimrod taking him in 53 seconds. Pretty great, bro. Pretty great. Now we have a Absman. And the nice thing about this matchup is, through Nimrod's own abilities, you can remove Absman's regeneration once you enter Eradicate Protocol or you're in the orange mode, so you don't have to worry about that whatsoever. This was one of the first matchups I did with Nimrod though, and honestly I played it kind of poorly. I should have landed a few more parries because that special 2 definitely could have wiped him out. However, I didn't have enough armor up, so I didn't have enough attack rating to do so. So we got to go all the way up to another special 2, which is not a problem at all because of the energize. However, I threw that special 2 whilst Absman was in his Uru form, so he's shock immune, so that did basically no damage. But even with all those mistakes, still under 60 seconds, so hell yeah, he definitely cooks Absman. Okay, now I'm running suicides again. And we've got a full synergy team. No boost yet though. And we're going to see how fast he takes down Labyrinth of Legends Red Hulk. You know, just a basic matchup, non-mutant matchup, 1.5 million HP. How fast can he do this? In general, I would say Nimrod is best suited for Battlegrounds health pools. However, he's not bad at all in long form content, especially against mutant champions. You could definitely take him into Necropolis and have a really good time with him. In Necropolis, I don't think he's cooking defenders outside of the mutant class though, unless there's like prowess or regen to take advantage of, because that does ramp him up faster and pretty much lets him stay in Eradicate Protocol the entire match. However, 1.5 million health pool as a 7-star rank 4 non-mutant defender, he can handle just fine. I think this takes 2 or 3 special 2s, and as you can see, we're easily able to get 2 special 2s off before that energy vulnerability expires. But now it's gone, so am I going to throw another special 1 here, or am I going straight up to another special 2? Okay, we're throwing a special 1, and once I get to that special 2, Red Hulk's just going to melt, bro. Like, it's so over for him. There is one synergy Nimrod has, which I really wish was in his base kit. Doesn't need it, but it's the synergy with Omega Sentinel. Basically what this does is, if the opponent is immune to shock, it lets him apply Incinerates instead, which would just be such a nice ability to have in his base kit. I mean, it still wouldn't let him counter Onslaught, because Onslaught is not only shock resistant, he's also resistant to Incinerate, because haha, fuck you. So like, he's not countering that, but it would at the very least let him counter Dust. So honestly, that would be a really cool addition to his base kit. However, he's OP enough as it is. Now we got another Labyrinth of Legends fight, same health pool as Red Hulk pretty much, but the only difference is this is a mutant champion. We took Red Hulk down in 1 minute 30, so let's see how much faster this fight is. One thing I do need to get off my chest though, is bloody Labyrinth of Legends AI is awful. I had to retry these fights like 3 or 4 times because like the defender would just stand there blocking, bro. Would not let me parry them for shit. And it was annoying me so much. I hate Labyrinth of Legends AI. It's just as bad as Winter Soldier AI. And they need to update it, bro. Just at least update it to the current AI. Which is bad in its own right. But at least it's better than this shit with them blocking the entire goddamn match. Like, give me a break, bro. Let me play my rim job. We are moving on to the last fight of the video though, and it's up against this 1.4 million health pool Sabretooth. The most ideal of ideal matchups for Nimrod, because obviously Sabretooth has a regeneration to turn into a shock every single hit, fully synergized, fully boosted, and suicides, basically everything, bro. We've thrown the whole kitchen sink at Nimrod, and we're going to see what his full damage potential is right here. But yeah, man, I hope you're enjoying December to Remember. Honestly, I've enjoyed doing this a lot more than I thought I would. I was like, uploading every day, oh, there's going to be so much effort, but it's been quite fun, especially being able to test out these new champions which I otherwise wouldn't have access to. Even when Banquet comes out, bro, like, I ain't wheeling, so I ain't getting my hands on no 7-star Nimrod. Big poverty over here, which is a bit sad. However, at least I got to play around with him on the beta, and just look at how much damage this special 2 is doing, bro. Keep in mind, that's 1.4 million HP. With all that damage combined, well over 500k special 2 right there. What's good, fellas? So it's finally time for the rank 4 Nova Showcase, and as you all know, this is one of my favourite champions in the entire game, and for good reason. He's still insanely underrated. Like, I thought after the videos I made on Nova, a lot more people would rank him up, and I have seen a few more rank 4 Novas floating around, which is nice, but I still think people are heavily sleeping on this guy. I think most people recognise how strong he is, how much of a nuke he is, and how versatile he is. He's not only great on offense, of course he can be a pretty annoying defender as well. I more so think it's Nova's playstyle what puts people off, because as you can see here, the way I'm playing Nova is different than pretty much any other champion in the entire game. The closest champion I can compare him to in terms of playstyle is actually Rhino, which may not sound good because obviously Rhino is a terrible champion on offense. However, Nova is infinitely better than him. As you can see, we're getting 40k medium attacks. Like, what other champion hits 30 to 40k medium attacks at the start of the match with no ramp up? And that is a 37-second bullseye fight. My man barely even got to a special 2 and we nuked him. Keep in mind, all of these defenders I'm fighting here are on the CCP beta. They are 7-star rank 4 level and have the same amount of HP as you would find in a Battlegrounds match. Now Nova, he's a fairly good counter to Spider-Woman. Of course this matchup can go wrong because I mean, Spider-Woman can basically mess up any decent counter to her with the ensnare. She can fail your true strike, which you get off your special 1, and if she does that, you're obviously not going to counter her evade. But if she doesn't do that, Nova absolutely nukes her, and as we all know, Spider-Woman is getting nerfed. That ensnare debuff is getting taken away from her, which in my mind is a low-key W, because I'm so sick of her failing my abilities on defense. But yeah, Nova's a pretty good counter to her, and he will be a even better counter to her once she is nerfed. And now we have an Onslaught here. You probably think that Nova isn't that good for Onslaught. He's a metal champion, right? But Nova is especially good against champions that push you back on their special attacks. So as you can see, that was a 28-second Onslaught nuke, by the way. That was just good crit RNG. It doesn't normally go that fast, I will admit. You're normally looking at around like a 45-50 second fight against Onslaught. But if you get good crit RNG, he can do that. Oh, his medium attacks are non-contact as well. So of course he's a great counter to champions like Atuma, Electro, stuff like that, because you're not going to take any damage back on your mediums. So as I was saying, Nova is especially good against champions that push you to the other side of the screen on their special attacks, because the way Nova works is basically he gains extra attack rating the further your dash attack is. So for example, if you just land a medium attack like parry heavy medium, you're gonna hit like a 10k medium. If you dash from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen, you're gonna hit a 30k medium. This is where most of his damage actually comes from. Those fury buffs he gains, they do help, don't get it wrong. However, most of his damage does come from this ability, which is his signature ability, by the way. Nova does want as high sig as possible. Basically, the higher the sig, the more damage he is going to do. I recommend getting him to at least sig 80, sig 100 before ranking him. He still does very decent damage around that sig, but sig 200, as you can see, oh man, he just hits like a truck. And he's a great counter to Penny Parker because he does have access to a unblockable buff, and he drops Penny's shield insanely fast, and just Nova's playstyle in general works very well for Penny. Now here's a matchup I didn't even know Nova was good for. He's actually a great counter to Zola because his heavy attack is an easy heavy counter for Nova, which I genuinely didn't know, bro. Like, this is the first time I ever tested this matchup properly, and yeah, it's great. Like, he genuinely is a great Zola counter, which honestly I did not know, and I'm very surprised at. But yeah, it's kind of a waste of time throwing your special attack in this match, because obviously the cowardice makes it do no damage. And because your special 2 does no damage, the burst damage of the special 2 will also do no damage, because Nova's burst damage of the special 2 is based on how much damage his special 2 does. God damn, I hope that wasn't confusing. But yeah, that's a 55-second Zola takedown, very easy. The only damage we took there was from the silly disintegration of Zola's special 2. And now we have a Sentinel here. Now, this isn't a nuke matchup for Nova, because Nova can bypass all of Sentinel's resistance thanks to the True Strike on his special 1. However, he still can't crit against Sentinel, and Nova's damage is really increased when he crits. So this definitely isn't the fastest matchup for him, but it's not slow by any means. He's definitely a decent counter to Sentinel, just not the best out there and not his most ideal matchup, but it definitely does work. You basically just want to keep spamming your special 1 to keep that True Strike active, which is the same playstyle you want to use against champions that evade or auto block you, because True Strike also bypasses that. Man, True Strike really is a strong piece of utility. The nice thing is about Nova is his special 2, it definitely does hit hard, especially when it crits, because when it crits it's going to deal extra burst damage. But he does not need special attacks to do good damage. That's the nice thing about him. You can play him pretty much however you want. You can spam special 1s. You can use your special 2. You can use no specials. I wouldn't go to the special 3 because that's a waste of time. But yeah, Nova's got a pretty versatile playstyle in terms of what special attacks you want to use. In Your vanilla matchup though, like Photon for example, who doesn't evade, doesn't auto block, anything like that, you're going to want to use your special 2s because it definitely does do a decent amount of damage. Now, of course, Nova is a great counter to Deathless Thanos, one of my favourites, because Thanos again has the type of special 1 where he pushes you to the other side of the screen, so you just get very easy dash attacks in. Now, I would say Nova has lost a bit of value in the past like couple of months, because genuinely I do think Nova was one of the best cosmic champions a couple of months ago, but this was when Atuma, Bullseye were massive problems, and these are very great matchups for Nova, matchups he can nuke in 30 to 40 seconds, 100% health, but now you don't see as many of them. They're not nearly as meta on defense as they once were, so Nova has lost a bit of value. But there's still so many matchups he's good for, as I'm showing you in this video. When 7-star Electro eventually gets released, you're going to want Nova in your deck for that as well. How come we don't have a 7-star Electro, by the way? Like, I think that'd be a W 7-star, man. I don't know. Now we have a Jean Grey. Now this is not the most ideal matchup for Nova, because Jean reduces your critical damage with those exhaustions, whatever they are, that she applies to you. And she has a ton of energy resistance. So in general, Nova does not hit as hard in this match as he normally would. On top of that, you have to deal with the annoying reverse controls. So yeah, definitely not the best matchup for Nova, but he can still do it, bro. And he can do it in like a minute. Not most of the time, it's going to take over a minute unless you get insanely good crit RNG. But yeah, he can do the fight. Now, how good is Nova on defense? The thing is with Nova on defense, you can take him with pretty much anyone. Like, he's one of those defenders where he can get nuked. You can use pretty much anyone against him. However, if you do mess up to Nova and he hits you with a medium attack, or he gets stingy with his special attacks, gets that power gain and goes to his special 3, you're probably dying, or at least taking 50% of your health. So if you do mess up to Nova, you're going to take a lot of damage. Now, he's actually a surprisingly good counter for Kindred, again because of those non-contact medium attacks. You don't gain as many charges against Kindred as you would fight in other champions. So despite him being cosmic, despite him having buffs, Nova is a reasonably good counter for Kindred. You know, it's definitely not the easiest matchup out there. If Kindred gets stingy with his special attacks, if he starts throwing random heavy attacks in the air too much, you're probably going to take a lot of degen damage at the end of the match. But yeah, Nova can take him pretty well, and he's probably one of the best cosmic counters to Kindred. I mean, Venom's out there, and Venom is probably the best cosmic counter to Kindred, but I'd give Nova the second place. Okay, now we're moving on to the last fight of the video, and it's against Weapon Flex over here, because why not? Nova just has funny damage. He can out damage the regen, haha. But yeah, let me know your opinion on Nova in the comments. Do you enjoy his playstyle? Do you despise his playstyle? Are you going to rank him up after this video? Please say yes, it will make my day. But yeah, that's it from me. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? I've decided to start a war in my comment section and list off who I think the most overrated champion is from each and every single class. Now keep in mind, none of these champions are bad necessarily. I just think they're overhyped by the community. So let's just get into it. So for the mutant class, I think Silver Samurai is by far the most overhyped champion of all time, because people were saying he's like the new best mutant, oh he's so OP, all of this stuff, right? And yes, his damage is insane. However, this man has zero utility. Literally, the only defender he actually counters is Yelena. And yes, he may be the fastest Yelena counter in the entire game, but like, who else does he take, bro? You can take an Onslaught with him, but you can take Onslaught with so many other champions, and it's hard to do with Silver Samurai because of his playstyle, because you only want to do medium combos, so you're going to have to intercept Onslaught a shit ton, or you're going to have to take a bunch of block damage, because you can't do 5-hit combos if you want to actually play this guy properly. My point is just, yes, his damage may be insane, however, he's got an annoying playstyle. The only utility this man has is bleed resistance and daunted. He literally does not counter any meta defender outside of Yelena, and many champions have just as much, if not more damage than Silver Samurai, and have plenty of utility to go along with it. This guy just doesn't have that. It's not like he's any good on defense either, so he's just not really worth ranking. The only times this guy is worth using in like Battlegrounds, for example, is if there's a power shield meta. He'll be insane for that, but otherwise he's just not worth putting in your deck. But still, there's so many people who will try and tell you this guy's top 5 mutant just because he does insane damage, but then they realize when they actually try to use him, oh shit, this guy literally does not take anyone outside of Yelena. But anyway, moving on to the Cosmic class, I am going to be putting Adam Warlock, because he has a really AI reliant playstyle, and we all know how wonky, how frustrating the AI can be nowadays. It's never reliable, you can never predict how it's going to react. So it's really annoying to play Adam Warlock, and the payoff just isn't worth it. This guy is also a champion that doesn't really have much utility. The only real utility he has is being able to stay unblockable for a majority of the match. His damage, and I guess his True Sense buff, but this isn't even a true strike. If it was a true strike, he'd actually have utility. He'd be able to counter, evade, and auto block. But no, he just counters fucking armor rating, bro. What kind of utility is that? He just bypasses armor and resistances. Like, no, he's mid, bro. He's just mid. Like, it's not worth playing him, because you can get more damage out of Cull Obsidian, 7-star Hulkling now. Even 6-star CGR does more damage, or just as much damage, as a 7-star rank 4 Adam Warlock. So why stress yourself out trying to play this guy? He just sucks, bro. Even if the AI was more reliable, he still barely has any utility, and there are still champions that do more damage than him, whilst having a more versatile, more accessible playstyle. So Adam Warlock, very overrated champion in my opinion, because many people still think he's busted. Okay, now I know this one is going to piss a lot of people off. I was thinking about putting Bastion here, but Bastion is a very good champion, okay? He's just a bit overglazed by the community, because people act like he's the second coming of Jesus Christ or something. But instead of Bastion, I'm going to be putting someone else in the Warlock family, Warlock himself. Now, take your nostalgia goggles off, because he's outdated. He basically doesn't counter any meta defenders anymore. Who are you going to use Warlock against, bro? You can't use him against Onslaught. You can't use him against, like, Gentle. He's bad for Gentle because he has so many hits in his special too. Like, there's really no one in the mutant class, defender-wise, which Warlock takes. Never mind outside of the mutant class. He's just not very versatile anymore. He doesn't counter any meta defenders. His damage is mid. The only people that will tell you to rank this guy up are people whose brain has not evolved past 2017. Because Warlock was good 10 years ago. He's been outdated for about 2 years at this point, buddy. Yes, he can still be okay in Alliance War on occasion, but that's literally the only game mode this guy shines in, and that's on occasion. He's outdated. Accept it. Okay, for the Science class, I'm going to be putting Lizard. Now, there are just much better Science champions out there, and people were hyping up Lizard, saying, you know, he's insane. He's definitely not insane. His damage is mid at best. There are so many better damage dealers in the Science class. His utility is alright, I guess. He can counter miss. He is poison immune. He's pretty tanky, and with the Spidey 99 relic, he can access unstoppable and unblockable a lot more. However, I just don't think it's enough. I think his ruptures are still too RNG. They should be guaranteed to apply on his light attacks or something like that. because most of the time I try to play Lizard, I just get extremely mid RNG and his damage ends up being really underwhelming. This guy basically does not counter many meta defenders. He's basically just a glorified Nico counter. Yes, he can do some funky matchups like Yelena, but he's far from the best option for it. He's basically not the best option for anything apart from maybe Nico. That's literally the only thing that Lizard is good for. There's so many other Nico counters in the game, and it's not like she's the trickiest defender out there. Okay, so for the skill class, I am putting Zemo because he's a ramp up champion, but like as a 7-star rank 4, he's still taking 7 minutes to finish Necropolis fights, which is extremely average. So even at max ramp, his damage is kind of mid. He takes too long to ramp up for short content because you have to throw about 1 million special ones before those bleeds really start ramping up. Honestly, if they didn't nerf Zemo a while ago, basically what they did to Zemo is opponents never used to be able to throw the special 3 when rooted, but they changed that and now they throw the special 3 instantly when you root them, which is balls and completely ruin the champion. There's just nowhere in game for Zemo to shine. He's arse in Battlegrounds, he's built for long form content, but he's extremely average in there. He's not really good for Alliance War. He's just kind of mid, bro. And people seem to think he's some OP defender. Literally, he's easy as fuck on defense. You just can't parry him. You just bait his special 1. It's an easy dex and punish. And his special 2 isn't even that hard to dex. So like, no, he's not a good defender. If you're struggling against Zemo, like, low key, bro, that's on you. Because he's ass on defense, bro. Like, Zemo needs a buff. To be completely honest with you, his bleeds need to do more damage. Okay, so for the last class, which is Mystic, I couldn't think of a attacker that was overrated. Don't worry, it's not Kushala. Kushala definitely is not overrated. So I'm going with a defender, Enchantress. Now, many people still think she's one of the very best defenders in the game. No, she fell off on defense ages ago. There's just so many OP attackers now which nuke her in 30 seconds. The only way she becomes annoying on defense is if she gets the miss spell and you get really bad RNG and she misses you like 3 or 4 times in a row. But as long as that doesn't happen, she's easy. You just punish a heavy attack with the green spell, intercept with the orange spell, or if it's the blue/purple spell, whichever it is. I'm colorblind so I can't tell, bro. You have to knock her down. She is really not that bad on defense nowadays. There are just so many attackers which can nuke her in 30 seconds. There's Spider-Woman who completely turns her off with the debilitates as well. In high tier Battlegrounds, you pretty much never see anyone messing up to Enchantress. I'm not saying she's completely useless, because there are metas where she becomes insanely annoying, especially ones with power gain. But in general, she fell off, bro. Yo, what's good, people? So Punisher 2099 is a champion I am synonymous with. He has been a massive part of my channel and a favourite champion of mine since I very first started playing the game. I've been using this man when I was stuck in Act 5, which is crazy because back then people had no idea how good he was. Everyone would hate on him, everyone would make fun of me for using him, until Battlegrounds eventually came out. I started using the 6-star version of him in there, and I started cooking fights with him, and he's still very good to this day. As you can see there, all these defenders I'm fighting are on the CCP beta. They are basically 7-star rank 4 level, the same amount of HP you would find in a Battlegrounds match. And we nuked that Onslaught in 37 seconds. In general, he's a very good counter for Onslaught. The only thing you need to watch out for in that match is if you get bad Neuroshock RNG, you will take a lot of damage because Punisher 2099 is a metal champion. So yeah, if you get unlucky, you're going to take some damage in that matchup, but otherwise he nukes him extremely fast. Now, if you don't know how Punisher works, he has a battery. Bro is from the future, but he still runs on batteries. I know, ironic. However, basically, he starts out the match with 65 battery, and every like couple of seconds he will gain 9 battery. Once you reach 100 battery, you will go into your overcharge mode. Once you're in that mode, you gain extra attack rating, but not only that, you reduce your opponent's combat power rate by 90%. This means when you're hitting the opponent, they will gain 90% less power. And this makes him a extremely good counter for tricky defenders like Bullseye, because if Bullseye never throws a special attack, he's never going to evade you, he's never going to throw those massive special attacks through your block. He's got some of the very best power control in the entire game. And a nice thing about his form of power control is it bypasses a lot of immunities. You know, if the defender you're fighting is immune to like power lock, power drain, power steal, stuff like that, Punisher 2099 doesn't do any of that. He reduces your combat power rate, so he actually bypasses it. Now Nico is a very meta defender right now, one of the best defenders in the game, I would even say. Punisher makes her into a complete potato though, because you're very easily able to nuke her without baiting out a single special attack. And of course, if you don't have to bait out a single special attack, it's very easy to not dex, and if you don't dex, you're not going to get any poison applied to you, and you're not going to have to deal with Nico's invisibility of the special one, anything like that. So what are Punisher's downsides? Because I'm making him sound very OP right now. He's clearly got great damage, he's clearly got power control, he's got great utility. Why don't people use him? Well, there's a few drawbacks. Like if you run out of battery, which it's very easy to do, he basically turns into a potato and he becomes a very bad champion once he runs out of battery, because you lose your extra attack rating and you lose your combat power rate reduction. Now we're fighting Enchantress here, who again you don't really want to power drain, power steal, anything like that, because if you do that, she's going to get power gain. However, Punisher 2099 once again bypasses that, but Enchantress has a thing where you can't decrease her combat power rate fully. So I think it's like you can only reduce her combat power rate by a maximum of 50% or something like that. So like our power control is a bit nerfed here. However, we're still easily able to nuke her before we bait out a single special attack. But as I was saying about his battery running out, Punisher 2099 was really built for Battleground health pools. Like you don't really want to use him in a long fight unless you have synergies or unless you're like boosted or something. He really likes fights around the 500k health pool mark or below that, otherwise you will run out of battery and you will run into problems. And that's probably why he was overlooked for such a long time, because he was buffed before Battlegrounds even came out. Because I started playing the game like a few months before Battlegrounds was a thing, and I was using Punisher 2099 before that, so I know that's why people slept on him for so long. And when Battlegrounds did eventually come out, no one really had him ranked apart from me, so no one actually tested him out. He's a great counter to Photon because again, if she doesn't throw any special attacks, you don't have to deal with the undexable beams. Now the thing is with Punisher 2099, he does actually have access to a heal block. It doesn't work against Mr. Sinister because his heal block only activates against regeneration buffs. It does not activate against passive regeneration. However, Punisher 2099, he does crit fairly often, but he doesn't crit so often to where the point he's not good for Sinister. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a decent option for Sinister. It's definitely not his fastest matchup, but he can nuke him fairly well. But the thing is, you don't actually want that heal block debuff activating because it will drain your battery. And as I mentioned earlier on in the video, running out of battery, very bad with this guy. I wish that wasn't a thing. I wish you could access his heal block without it draining your battery. I think that's rather stupid because it just costs you your damage, your power control. So you really don't want to bring him into regeneration matchups, at least ones that have regeneration buffs at least. Of course, we have a Dust. Basically, Punisher, you know, he's great for most of the meta mutant defenders right now. The only ones he's not good for is like Gentle, because obviously Punisher has so many hits in his special attack, so he's just going to make Gentle go constantly unstoppable. He can take Domino. He nukes Domino very, very fast. However, you do take some critical failure damage. Here we have a Killmonger, and this was one of the biggest reasons I love this guy for Battlegrounds, because when 7 stars first came out, my days, if you remember, Killmonger was a menace, bro. Like, he was catching bodies out here, low key. But my go-to counter was always Guardian and Punisher 2099, and if I got those two, I would nuke the Killmonger in 50k points, and everyone would be shocked and call me a modder, but I wasn't a modder. They just don't know how P99 is built. That does remind me of a story way back in the early days of Battlegrounds, like in the first year of it being released. I remember taking a Bishop with my Punisher 2099 in 30 seconds. And it was against Doppel. I don't know if you remember him, but he was another high tier Battlegrounds player back in the day. And he was calling me a modder for that. And honestly, I don't blame him, because no one knew anything about Punisher at the time. But I basically just had to record the fight again and prove that it's not mods. Punisher is just built like that. Of course, we have Arcade here, the Chris Hansen looking guy. Not the most meta defender anymore. However, I figured I'd show this fight just because Punisher makes him even easier than he already is. Again, if you don't have to bait out special attacks off Arcade, he can't really do shit, bro. Like, he's kind of a potato, and he gets cooked really easily, really fast. Another 38-second fight. Punisher's damage is so good, man. Like, I don't understand why people sleep on his damage so much. Once you get that special 2 off, get the armor break up, you're doing like 30k medium attacks on crits, like almost 40k against mutant champions. Would I recommend you rank up your Punisher 2099 nowadays? Well, I don't use mine that much in Battlegrounds unless the meta calls for it. Like, for example, I reckon he'll be really good for the last meta of this month in Battlegrounds. It will be Arms Race, so you'll gain 200% extra attack rating on your Special 2. And Punisher Special 2 hit hard. It has additional critical rating, so he's going to cook in that meta. But I don't really use him unless he's good for that specific meta. So, like, if you have extra resources, yeah, I'd say 100% he's worth ranking up. But if you have a smaller account, if you don't have the access to ranking up many champions, I wouldn't rank up Punisher. I would hold off on it just because there are a lot of stronger tech champions. Like right now, the tech class is honestly quite stacked, and I wouldn't even put Punisher 2099 in the top 10 anymore, which is quite sad to say, but it's true. Again, Tarax is another champion that's immune to like power drain, power burn, all that stuff against metal champions at least. But Punisher doesn't care about that, bro. Punisher is truly the unk of the tech class, okay? He's old reliable. Now, this is the last fight of the video. This is like a 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 million health pool Sauron. We got some synergies here. No boosts, no suicides, nothing like that. Just some synergies and base Punisher here. We're going to see what his damage is like. And yeah, he obviously hits even harder with synergies. They're not needed. The Cap IW synergy is really nice for him. It basically lets him start the match fully ramped up at full battery pretty much. The 4 synergy is also very nice for him. It basically recharges the first use of your battery in a match. For example, your special 2 costs 20 battery to get additional critical rating. If you have the 4 synergy, it will not spend 20 battery the first time you use it. So yeah, he definitely has some nice synergies, but you know, they're kind of irrelevant because, like I said, Punisher 2099 is a Battlegrounds champion. 100k crit on that special 2, hell yeah. But that's the end of the video, fellas. You know what to do if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's good, people? And today I'm here to answer the question, is it worth selling your soul to get your hands on a 7-star Punisher? Now, I think he's a decent champion now, but I would put him on the level of X23. Solid champion, far from a must-have though, which is great considering he's a trophy champion and most people won't be able to acquire him. He's good enough for the Wales to have a good champion to play with, but he's not so good to the point where the people who don't get him are really missing out on something special. He's not OP, he's not broken, but he can do some really cool stuff, and honestly, he has a really fun playstyle. So you can see there, we nuked that Jessica Jones in 35 seconds. I'll be showing him in a lot of different Battleground matchups. Not too much long form content, but there's a bit mixed in there. So how Punisher works now is he's all about his bleeds, which seems to be a common theme with trophy champions, because of course there's Weapon X. Every time you land a critical hit, you will inflict a bleed debuff onto the opponent. When you throw your special one, you will gain a impact passive, and you can refresh this impact passive by landing your heavy attack. What you want to do once you have this impact passive is go to your special 2, throw your special 2 into the block, and this will apply a ton of bleeds and also give you power gain, enough power gain to get up to your special 1, even if you throw your special 2 as soon as you get it and you literally only have 2 bars of power. Throw your special 2 straight away with the impact passive, it will take you straight up back to another special 1, and then you want to instantly throw your special 1. Ideally the opponent stays blocking, because when you throw the special 1, it increases the bleed damage by, I believe it's 300%. Basically, the bleed damage is increased once the precision is active and whilst the precision stays active, and the special 1 grants you a passive precision for 10 seconds. So yeah, that's the rotation. Special 1, go to special 2, throw special 2 into block, throw special 1 straight after special 2, and that pretty much nukes most opponents you are supposed to be using Punisher against. Whenever you intercept the opponent, you'll gain a grit passive, and whenever you punish the opponent's special attacks, you'll also gain a grit passive, and this is paused when hitting the opponent, so it's a great counter to Unstoppable. This is going to be like Undermine though, because he's literally coming out at the same time as Valk, who is undisputedly the best Unstoppable counter in the history of the game. However, this is a really nice piece of utility to have, and the last thing I need to talk about is he has these physical resistances. You get these on your first and third light attack, and whenever you gain a physical resistance, you have a 3% chance to gain a passive fury. These don't stack, but it does increase your damage decently, and ideally you have this passive fury active when you throw your special 2. I will say I do think duped and max sig is incredibly important for this guy. Not that that's a problem at all, because everyone who gets this champion is going to be a massive whale. But basically what the duped ability does is when your bleeds expire, there's a high chance at 6200 that those bleeds will turn into passive bleeds and do even more damage. And as you can see in most of these matchups, it's the passive bleeds what finish off the match. He never really finishes off the match with a special 2 into a special 1. It's the passive bleeds after those bleeds from the special 2 expire that finish off the opponent. So Sig 200 for this guy is really important damage wise. And now we're fighting him on defense, because a lot of people are worried that he's going to be like a strong defender. I don't think so though, bro. All you have to do is learn how to dex this guy's special 1, which is a lot easier than it looks. The trick to dexing Punisher special 1 is just wait until a second before the first bullet comes out and dex twice. You want to dex a bit later than you probably think you have to, but just look at this clip. You basically just dex it like a second before he shoots the first shot, dex twice, and honestly it's really not hard to dex, especially now that the game is in 60 frames per second. The special 2 is obviously very difficult to dex, so you don't really want to push him towards that. The first half of the special 2 isn't too bad at all, but I cannot for the life of me dex the rest of the special 2. I'm about to show you that here. Other than potential block damage, this guy is really not that scary in terms of defensive mechanics. He has a lot of physical resistance, but just bring in champions with damage over time or that deal energy damage. He goes indestructible at 33% intervals, so every time you take out 33% of his health, he will go indestructible, and he will do it again once you're about to knock him out, but it's only for 3 seconds. So like, this guy's probably going to be a bit tanky on defense and deal some block damage if you don't know how to dex his special 1, but other than that, Really not a tricky defender whatsoever. I can't imagine this guy causing many issues at all. Maybe the rank 5 7-star Punisher, which some people are getting. Maybe Delcook on defense, but other than that, I think he's a relatively easy defender. He can counter Spider-Woman, however, he's not really a counter. The only thing that makes him a counter is that he nukes her really fast, doesn't counter the evade, doesn't shrug off her debuffs. I think that is what's really missing from Punisher's kit, the ability to shrug off at least non-damaging debuffs, but he doesn't really have that. In terms of how good Punisher is, I think he's on par with X23 with being the worst champion out of the Banquet champions, and that's not to call him bad whatsoever. It's really hard to compare to like Hulkling, Absman, Nimrod, Scorpion. All these champions I was able to make 30-minute showcases for, thanks to how versatile they are, thanks to how many defenders they can take, thanks to how fast they can nuke matchups. But for Punisher, he's really nowhere near as versatile. He cannot take nearly as many matchups because he just doesn't have the utility to, and of course he relies on his bleed damage. Unlike X23, his bleed damage does not become ruptures or anything like that, so if the opponent is bleed immune, you kinda just cook, buddy. His utility is like fine, but you know, his main utility is just being able to counter Unstoppable, which there's already Valkyrie out of the Banquet champions to do that, and she does it even better. So like, he's a solid champion. I'm glad he's the way he is, because like, he's good enough for the whales to enjoy, he's good enough for the whales to have a fun time with, and maybe bully some people in Battlegrounds with their rank 5 Punisher, but he's not a must-have whatsoever, so you're really not missing out on not getting this guy. Now, we got really bad AI in this matchup. Nico just refused to throw her goddamn special attack for half of it, so keep in mind, he is actually a pretty good option for Nico. This match could have been like 45 seconds, and maybe we take a bit less block damage as well if we weren't parrying, trying to bait out her special attack for about half an hour, because of course you can't dex against Nico, otherwise we're going to get applied with stupid unavoidable poison damage. And yes, I know I didn't have the buff immunity on you, but if you dex, you'll get the precision, and then when she eventually does throw the special 2, she'll turn that precision into a passive poison, so you'll still get poisoned, and you'll still take damage, and you'll still die, bro. Basically, Nico's annoying. Delete her from the game, or just nerf her on defense. Thank you very much. Anyway, we have the big Sassy here. I just want to see how he'll perform against the biggest health pool in the game, and the answer is not too shabby at all. He still nukes this matchup in pretty much a single special 2 into special 1, but we do have to land a couple combos afterwards because it doesn't quite finish him off. But when that precision is active, our bleeds do a lot more damage, even the ones off our basic attack. Maybe we should have hit into block a bit more, because that's something I haven't mentioned either. Punisher can crit through the block, so you can apply bleeds to the opponent through their block. It's not really that important though. It's not like applying bleeds this way does extra damage or anything like that. It's just a good way to finish off your opponent if they're at low health. Now here we have a Deathless Thanos, who he should be great for in theory, right, because he has that grit passive, so he'll completely ignore Thanos' Unstoppable and make this a very easy fight, which he does. This is a very safe fight, a very easy fight. It's just not a very fast fight, because the protection completely screws over Punisher's rotation in this fight, as you can imagine. You can throw your special 2, but that's only going to take him down 25% HP, and then he'll have that protection active, and you won't even be able to throw your special 1 afterwards to take full advantage of those bleeds, because again, if you throw your special attack whilst the protection is active, Thanos is going to pause the protection. So Punisher really not a fast option for this fight whatsoever. He does do it very safely though, so maybe this is like a good matchup for Alliance War. Definitely not a great Battlegrounds matchup, however though. There is one thing I didn't test out in this video though. For each physical resistance on him, he gains extra attack rating on his special 3. And on top of that, if he's indestructible when he throws his special 3, which only happens when you reach 33% intervals of your health, as I mentioned earlier on in the video, you gain a massive attack rating. I forgot to test that out, but that was a 1 minute 34 fight, so not great, but obviously Ah yes, I bloody love getting phone calls in the middle of recording a video. That's fantastic. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, he nukes Enchantress. You know, nothing really stopping him from nuking her here, and you don't really have to bait out any special attacks. Now there is the option to push your opponent to a special 3 when you go for your special 2 into special 1. However, I feel like it's very unreliable, very risky to do, because like a good amount of the time the opponent dashes at you after you've used your special 2, as you can see here with Enchantress. So if they're doing that, I'm sure there's a good chance they could throw their special 3 as well. So I really would not recommend, you know, pushing the opponent to a special 3, basically full sending. I don't think that's a good idea, bro. And here we have this Red Skull matchup, and you'd think he'd be great for this, right? Because obviously bleed bypasses all of Red Skull's tankiness, all of his fucking stupid ass armor ups. But not really, because Red Skull has a ton of critical resistance. So you don't really land any crits against this guy, which means you don't really get any bleeds off your basic attacks. So this fight is kind of slow, bro. So even against champions which can bleed if they have critical resistance, honestly, he's not too great for him. He does really like to be able to land his critical hits. Honestly, if he had guaranteed critical hits, he does have critical hits on his blocked hits. However, I mean, if he just had guaranteed critical hits in general, that would have been a really nice, strong addition to his kit. However, we don't need to make him too OP. I do think Weapon X is better, like infinitely better, to be honest, because Weapon X handles just as many matchups as Punisher on attack. I think he's slightly faster in most cases as well, and on top of that, Weapon X actually has some defensive value. I didn't even know Weapon X was the next matchup in this showcase, so that's perfect timing, bro. Oh, one thing to note is you do not get your Grit passive against mutant champions, so we can't counter Weapon X's Unstoppable here. So like, keep that in mind. You can't use him to counter mutant champions. But I mean, like, does it really matter, bro? Because most mutant champions are bleed immune or bleed resistant anyway, so you'll do no damage against them. I wonder if they'll add 7-star Punisher to the arena crystals at all, because like, Punisher has always been a super rare champion. Even as a 6-star, it's like a 0.0001% chance or something. Absolutely redonkulous to actually get a 6-star version of him. So I can imagine them actually adding him to the arena crystal and making it a even lower chance to pull the 7-star, which would be pretty cool. At least then it gives free-to-play players or low spenders at least a small chance, a glimmer of hope to get this champion. And now we have a Maestro, and like, he's not too good for this matchup, because even though like most of his damage does come off his special attacks, he doesn't nuke Maestro fast enough, so you do end up taking a lot of cosmic radiation damage in this match. So I mean, like, he can work as a last resort option, but there's like 1,000 Maestro counters in the game nowadays, so like, hopefully you just draft a better counter to Maestro, or you just bring a better one in for Alliance War. Because yeah, you take a lot of damage in this matchup, so I really wouldn't recommend doing it. But let me know if you're enjoying these longer showcases, because these are a lot of work to put together. I know this isn't a 30-minute showcase like the Scorpion one was, just because, I mean, it's really hard to make a 30-minute showcase out of this guy. He's really not that versatile, and he's not that good in long-form content. However, every single other Banquet champion, Hulkling, Absman, etc, etc, I'm going to have 30-minute showcases out for. So if you watch the full video, I truly do appreciate you. You might go, a lot of work is going into these videos, and you do not realize how much Kabam cooked me on the embargo dates for these, because like, Kabam didn't tell us the embargo dates on when we could release these videos until like a day before we could. So like, I did not have long to prepare for all this at all, and I stayed awake for about 48 hours getting gameplay, because obviously I have to work. So I was just getting gameplay for all of these Banquet champions all night, and goddamn, I was pretty sleep deprived for a few days, but I've had some sleep now and I'm feeling good, boys. So yeah, now we got this Red Hulk. We are running suicides, we're fully synergized. We'll see how much damage Punisher can do here. I can't remember if I'm boosted here, to be completely honest with you. I might be, I might not be. Honestly, I don't think I was. I probably should have whacked on some boost there just to see like what Punisher's full potential is, but I may have forgotten. Boo me, I know, I'm not a good enough YouTuber. L-Trap, fucking unsubscribe, report. But yeah, he's obviously taken down this Red Skull, fuck, what do I mean Red Skull, bro? This Red Hulk pretty fast, a single special 1 into special 2 rotation. Nuked a good like 40% of his health, which is about 600 to 700k damage. So really solid stuff. And this next one is overkill, plenty of overkill on that. So now we got to move on to Star-Lord, who has double the amount of health that Red Hulk has, coming in at like 3.3 million health. And we'll see how fast he can nuke this. There's no class advantage here. Honestly, the Fury being potent would be pretty cool, because Punisher's basic attacks, they don't hit too hard at all. You'd think with the Fury you'd be hitting like, what, 30k mediums? Something along those lines. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Most of his damage is coming from the bleed. So I have to emphasize, do not use this guy against bleed immunes. It will not be a fun time at all. But yeah, that's it from me, fellas. Pretty much, this is the last fight of the video, and the last video I have to commentate until the weekend is over. So like, I'm gonna go out, bro, have a good time, go to the pub, get really drunk, and forget about MCOC for a couple of days, because I have played too much MCOC over the past like, what, 9 days since December started. I need a break from the game before it sends me crazy again. But yeah, we are cooking this Star-Lord pretty fast. A single rotation takes about, what, like 30% health of this guy. Really solid stuff, man. But I wouldn't say he's good for long form content, to be completely honest with you, because I did try to do a Necropolis fight with him, and like 5 minutes in I only got half of the defender's health down. I was fighting Red Goblin. So yeah, he kind of sucks in Necropolis. He's doing pretty well in Labyrinth, but that's because I can run suicides. He's not really a suicide friendly champion at all. You like to spam a lot of specials with this guy, so you take a lot of recoil damage, and you know, he's not immune to the poison. He does have 40% bleed resistance, which I didn't mention in the video, because like, it's not really relevant, bro. The fuck are you gonna do with 40% bleed resistance? That's basically, that's just not enough. Like, if you're gonna give my guy bleed resistance, at least make him like 70%. Not fucking 40%. But yeah, that's it from me. Yo, what's good, people? So 9 champions will be coming out for the Banquet event. 6 will be in the Banquet box. 2 will be in a selector for people who spend just over 2k units. That will be Absman and Kingpin. And then of course there's Punisher for the massive whales in rank rewards. And now that I've made videos and played every single one of these champions extensively and really seen what they can do at their full potential, I'm going to be ranking them and telling you who I think is the worst and who I think is the best. Now keep in mind, this is mainly going to be focused on Battlegrounds, but I am taking all content into consideration here. So Alliance War, long form content, short form content, I'm taking everything into factor, but mainly Battlegrounds, okay? So coming in at number 9 at dead last is Punisher. The most expensive champion is ironically the worst. By no means a terrible champion, none of these are, but he's kind of just a worse version of Cheetler. He has the same exact utility as her, being able to have that grit to counter unstoppable and the bleed damage, but he's missing the cleanse which Cheetler has, and his damage is worse. He's also a worse defender in my opinion. There's nothing really tricky about him on defense. He just has a bit of store value with him going indestructible. So honestly, quite a mid champion, far from bad though. So at the number 8 spot, I'm going to be putting X23. Now she's actually phenomenal against skill defenders. Like for example, she nukes Yelena, she nukes Bullseye, fantastic counters to those. She's a great evade counter against skill defenders, but there's the problem. If you're not fighting a skill defender, her utility is much worse. For example, her pursuit passive, which is what counters evade, lasts half the length against defenders outside of the skill class, and her damage is just kind of mid outside of the skill class. Like, yeah, she does nuke skill defenders really fast, really well, and counters most of them. However, there are just much better options to run. Jean Grey, Onslaught, Mr. Sinister, Deadpool X-Force can pretty much take every single matchup X23 can, but far more, and most of those champions are good on defense, whilst X23 is not. So she's okay, great skill defender counter, just kind of mid. So coming in at the number 7 spot is for Jane Foster. Now this is where the champions start to get like pretty decent. I would say Jane Foster is comfortably above average. Her damage is fantastic. She's got really easy access to stagger off those heavy attacks, can counter some tricky meta defenders like Deathless Thanos, like Serpent. I think she's a really solid champion. She just doesn't really bring anything new to the table. She's not good on defense, and whilst her damage is really great, it takes a bit of ramp up. She's not the fastest nuke out there, so there's really not much reason to use her in a battleground setting. However, I do think if you enjoy this champion, it can be worth using her. She can be worth running. It's just there's better options out there is all. I don't really see her ever being used in Alliance War. She does have some decent potential for long form content though, because she does have a bit of a ramp up with her shock damage and the way that works. So at the number 6 spot, I'm going to be putting Valkyrie. Now, I don't think people will run Valkyrie in their Battlegrounds decks unless it is specifically a unstoppable meta. I think she has a ton of value for Alliance War because she can take any hazard shift lane with her rotation of just hitting into the opponent's block. That rotation is far too slow for Battlegrounds though, so if there's ever a hazard shift meta there, she's not really going to be usable. So in Battlegrounds, you're only going to see people running her if it's either specifically a meta where the defenders go unstoppable, because that's pretty much the only piece of important utility that Valkyrie has, or if someone just really enjoys her playstyle. Her damage is great, but it's not like she's the craziest nuke in the game. It does take a bit of ramp up, and honestly, she's kind of annoying to ramp up with having to invert her combo and such, so I'm going to leave her at the number 6 spot. Fantastic champion, of course, definitely has her place in the game. I just think the other options are better. Now the number 5 spot is Kingpin, who is the better skill champion in my opinion. Of course, this is the king of the casuals. This is the best skill champion in the game for casual players. For more competitive players, he still has his place though. He'll be an absolute beast in Alliance War. He'll be decent for Battlegrounds, even though Iniquity does slow him down in there. He will have his uses, especially in metas where there's a ton of debuffs to Purify. There he'll be insane. Even in a generic meta, he's extremely versatile, and he's really safe to use thanks to all of that regeneration and damage reduction he has. Of course, he's one of the best questing champions out there for the reasons I just mentioned. If this list was more focused around casual play, Kingpin would no doubt be in the top 3, but for more competitive players, he's still a fantastic champion. It's just there are better, faster options out there, but Kingpin definitely has his place in anyone's roster. However, he's competing against some of the best champions in the entire game, so he has to stay at the number 5 spot. Now the number 4 spot may be a surprise to some people, even myself, because when I heard Nimrod was coming as a 7-star, I didn't really care. Honestly, I thought his time would have been and gone, because as we all know, he's not a counter to Onslaught, he's not a counter to Dust, but oh my, he shuts off pretty much every single other mutant defender in the game, including Captain Britain. Absolutely destroys her and will be one of the very best counters to her in Battlegrounds, which is immensely valuable. He nukes any mutant defender that isn't shock immune in 30 seconds, and he's surprisingly versatile outside of the mutant class. Like for example, great Nico counter, great counter to Nick Fury. There's a lot of defenders Nimrod can take which you wouldn't think he would be good for, and he does these fights surprisingly fast. If you don't believe me, go check out my Nimrod video. He can even counter Zola. Like, who thought Nimrod would be a good counter to Armin Zola? But he is. So yeah, Nimrod holding up so much better than myself and many other people thought he would. Still a god tier champion and still a fantastic addition to anyone's Battlegrounds deck. I will say, however, if you're more of a casual player, I would put Kingpin ahead of him. But as I mentioned, this is mainly Battlegrounds focused, so for me and pretty much every single other Battlegrounds player, Nimrod is ahead of Kingpin. Now onto the top 3, and at the number 3 spot, I am putting Absman. Honestly, he could be second, maybe even first, if the AI wasn't as jank as it was. The literal only problem with this guy is you have to like intercept with him, and that's so annoying with how wonky the AI is nowadays. It's just so uncooperative. Sometimes the AI likes to walk up, light attack you, just not play into your intercepts. It's really annoying. However, the upside with Absman is he's so tanky that even if you mess up your light intercept, even if you get terrible AI and get hit in the face, you're not going to take much damage, because he can either have a insane amount of physical resistance or energy resistance, depending on which form you pick. And you know, that's pretty much the only damage types which are in the game. So like, as long as you pick the right form, if you get hit in the face, you barely take any damage, and he handles most of the problematic Battleground defenders right now. Great counter to Serpent, Dark Phoenix, one of the fastest counters to Deathless Thanos in the game. He nukes him in 45 seconds, which is insane, because Thanos is known as a defender which has guaranteed stall value, but not against Absman. He's so versatile as well. There's really not many defenders in the game he cannot take, and this is an Necropolis fight, by the way. Like, let me put this into perspective for you. A good Necropolis champion finishes Necro fights in around 6 minutes. Absman destroys this Airwalker in 2 minutes. Do you realize how insane that is, bro? Like, his damage is off the charts against defenders that place armor break debuffs on you or anything like that that ramps him up. Literally, the only problem with this guy is the AI, and he's not that good of a defender. You know, he's really overrated on defense. Really not much of a defender, especially nowadays with how OP the science class is, and there's so many more nukes like stock Spider-Man. There's so many good counters to Absman on defense, so they're the only two things holding him back. However, I do think if you do not have a Absman, you're going to want to ban him in Battlegrounds 100%. He is quite busted. So at the number 2 spot, I am putting Hulkling. Some people may be surprised. Some people may have thought he would be at the number 1 spot. However, Hulkling is fantastic, don't get me wrong. I had to make this clear in the video I made about him. He's still a top 3 Cosmic. However, he's not a win condition anymore. He's not as broken, busted as he was when he first released. Back when Hulkling first came out, he was pretty much the best Battlegrounds champion in the entire game. But the game has come a long way since then. There's so many more nukes. There's so many more stupid defenders with unavoidable damage. Tricky defensive mechanics, which Hulkling is not as good for. So he's still really versatile. He's just not as versatile as he used to be. And there are a lot of attackers which are just as fast as Hulkling nowadays. So like, don't get me wrong, he's still one of the best Battlegrounds champions in the entire game. He's just not the best anymore. Still well deserving of the number 2 spot. And of course, he's a fantastic champion for casual players, super easy to use and amazing for questing content. So at the number 1 spot, I am putting Scorpion, because this guy is OP in pretty much every aspect of the game. As I said in my Scorpion video, they literally said, which abilities should we give this guy? Yes, insane damage, the ability to choose which damage over time debuff you have access to, 3 immunities which are shock, poison, rupture, insane regeneration as long as your opponent is running the willpower mastery or they have some other type of regeneration you can steal, the ability to reduce your opponent's attack rating with the taunt debuff, insane block proficiency, one of the most tankiest champions in the entire game. Like, they just gave Scorpion everything. There's barely any defenders in the game he cannot take. He's OP for Battlegrounds, he's OP for War because of how tanky, how safe he is, and he's literally probably the best long form content champion in the entire game now that he's a 7-star with the Agent Venom synergy. With that synergy that gives him those passive furies. Jesus Christ, you're hitting 2 million special 2s. This is a 17 million health pool Iron Fist, by the way, and we took this fight down in like 2 minutes, bro. 17 million health. That's 2 Necropolis fights. Over 2 Necropolis fights. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I'm surprised they didn't nerf that shit. Scorpion has everything you could ever want a champion to have. He is broken. He is OP. And there's no way he is not the number 1 champion on this list, in my opinion. So that's going to be it for the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? So I thought it would be fun to revisit Sasquatch as a 7-star rank 4. Now once upon a time, this man was top 3 if not the very best Battlegrounds champion in the entire game. Not only is he a beast on offense, especially when he crits, he was one of the strongest defenders in the game for a very long time. Back like a year ago, Sasquatch would cause so many timeouts on defense. People would mess up to him all the time. He was just such a great Battlegrounds champion on both offense and defense. Now, we're fighting this Photon here, and this is a matchup I've had to do many times. He's actually a surprisingly good Photon counter. As long as you're special 2 crit, you're going to nuke her. And people will never expect it, bro. Like, everyone underestimates how good Sassy is on offense. They did back then, and they still probably do now. Now, of course, if your special 2 doesn't crit, you're not going to nuke matchups nearly as fast as you would if it did. However, Sasquatch does have a decent crit rating. Like, people say he doesn't crit that often, but from my testing here, he was critting like a very decent amount on his special 2s. The extra critical rating from the stat focus is a 7-star, of course helps, but yeah, he does crit like a decent amount. And Sasquatch was my OG Maestro counter. Back when Maestro first released, there was barely any good options for this man, and he was an absolute menace on defense. Not for Sasquatch though. Sasquatch was actually one of my very first rank 3 7-stars. It was him and Mcoc I took to rank 3 from 100% in Necropolis. And yeah, I honestly would use him on attack more than I did on defense, mainly because I always needed him for like Maestros or random defenders like that. Like Onslaught, he was also one of the best Onslaught counters once upon a time. This was before all the OP tech champions like Jack-O-Lantern and stuff like that came out. Now he's a decent option for Deathless Thanos. But the thing is, your special 2 has to crit in this matchup. Like, every single matchup I'm showing, he can do without his special 2 critting. In this matchup, you kind of need your special 2 to crit to bypass the protection. Otherwise, it's going to take a very long time. Also, all of these defenders I'm fighting are on a CCP beta at a 7-star rank 4 level. They have the same amount of HP as you would find in a Battlegrounds defender. So, you're probably wondering, if Sasquatch really was one of the best Battlegrounds champions in the game back then, what happened to him? What caused his fall off? Well, there was a few really fast options for him when 7-stars released. There was Titania, remember when she worked, that nuked him in around 45 seconds. And there was Hulk, that nuked him really fast as long as his special 2 crit. But that's only if his special 2 crit. So really, the fastest option for him was Titania. And she was reliable back then. Starkey could take him pretty fast, but it was still like a 60-second fight around that. There just really wasn't that many attackers that could nuke Sasquatch. And this was before like Serpent released all the BS defenders with unavoidable damage. So back then, stall defenders were the meta. They were the best defenders in the game. If you could stall your opponent, you were considered one of the very best defenders in Battlegrounds. Like back then, Herc was a OP defender, which is crazy to say, because even if Herc came out as a 7-star now, he would be mid on defense. But back then, he was cooking, bro. When Sassy really started to fall off was the release of 7-star Piggy and 7-star Silk, because they came out in close proximity to each other and they both absolutely destroy Sassy, and pretty much every top Battlegrounds player had them in their deck. So you would see people placing Sassy on defense less and less because so many people had those nuke science attackers, and since then so many other attackers have been added to the game which nuke Sassy insanely fast, like 7-star Human Torch, etc, etc. Like, he is a good attacker, but he's not good enough, he's not reliable enough on attack to purely run him for attack. His main selling point is luck. He's an absolute beast on defense, and even if your opponent does get a good counter for him, you can risk it for a crit and use him on attack, and he can be a nuke. However, he's just not that good on defense anymore. Like, most of the time, 90% of the time you put Sasquatch on defense nowadays, he's going to get nuked in under 60 seconds without any problem, because there's just so many nuke attackers now, so many champions that can handle Sasquatch fast. Even though he has the highest health pool in the game, he has damage reduction, but he's not tricky to fight. He doesn't have unavoidable damage. His special attacks are really quick. His special 1, special 2 only take a second to bait and punish. So he's just really fast to take down nowadays. So that's why people don't really run him anymore. Do I think he's underrated? Do I think he's worth rank 4 in nowadays? I don't think he's underrated. I think most people realise that, you know, he definitely can be a decent Battlegrounds champion still, especially on attack. But there are just better champions out there, and the Mystic class is so stacked that are you really going to put Sasquatch in your deck over champions like Safra, Nico, Indian Spider-Man? Please don't cancel me for calling him Indian Spider-Man. Longshot, Hook. There's just so many Mystic attackers that are better than Sasquatch, and while he's better on defense than those champions, he's not good enough on defense anymore to be worth running for that purpose. 7-star Absman is coming out soon, we all know that, so yeah, figured I'll start including him in these showcases. When Absman does come out as a 7-star, by the way, I don't think he's going to be a very strong defender, because like, I've fought him with a lot of different champions over the past few days making these videos, and he gets nuked. He just gets outright nuked by so many different attackers. That's not me calling Absman mid, by the way. I'm sure he'll be a very, very strong attacker, but defender, I don't think he's going to be too strong in that regard. Nice thing about Sasquatch on offense is he synergizes with the Juggernaut relic, as does Jugs, so he does get some decent regeneration from that relic. Like, you can easily regen 5, 6, 7% health. If it's a longer matchup, you can easily regen up to like 12% health, which is really decent. Like, that can easily keep you topped up at 100% in a Battlegrounds matchup, which of course is important and gives you extra points. The thing is with Sasquatch's health pool as well, because he has the biggest health pool in the game, he gains the most willpower regeneration, so he's great. That's why he's such a great option for Onslaught, because he gains extra willpower healing against him more than a normal champion would. He's a great counter to Kindred, because when he goes into Wrath, his special attacks cost less power. So if you outright nuke Kindred with a special 2, you're still going to have a special 1 at the end of the matchup to throw to escape the route. He's a fairly decent option for Havoc. I do take a detonation in this matchup, but if I baited out more heavy attacks, and if I actually baited out this special 2, oh wait, I did bait out the special 2, but if I baited out more heavy attacks, I wouldn't have took a detonation in this matchup. So he's a pretty good counter for Havoc. This was more my fault that I took this damage in this matchup. I should have been a bit more patient, but I was going for the outright nuke. You can see there, just at the end, we took that, but thanks to his damage reduction, thanks to his large health pool, we didn't take too much damage, and that would still be around like 49k points in Battlegrounds. Last match of the video, we have this Nova who's got like 1.5 million health, something like that. I'm showing it like before I enter the match. We got synergies here, no boosts, no suicides, whatever, just synergies. And Sasquatch's synergies are actually really nice for him. Lets him start out with extra wrath charges, it gives him extra ruptures, and of course extra ruptures means more damage on your special 2. So yeah, like, the synergies are nice for him. So we're about to see how fast he can nuke 1 million HP. Also, when you use your special 2 or any special attack in Wrath with Sasquatch, if your opponent is at a special 3, you will power drain them, and that is a much stronger piece of utility than you'd think it would be, because it just lets you be extra aggressive when you're in Wrath mode and get that extra bit of damage out of Sasquatch. But that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Yo, what's good people? 7-star Scorpion, aka the best science champion in the game now, is finally here, and I have put together a massive showcase for him. Not only will I be showing him in many different Battleground fights, showcasing him against many tricky meta defenders, we're going to be showcasing him in some long form content as well, because of course he's a insane ramp up champion, maybe some fully boosted gameplay. Basically, I'll be showcasing Scorpion's versatility and general OP-ness across the entire game, and I will be doing this for every single Banquet champion coming out this year, so watch out. If you're not already subscribed, now is the best time to. So we're starting off with this Nico, and of course he is a fantastic counter for her thanks to the fact he can be poison immune, and Scorpion is insanely tanky, bro. Not only does he have one of the highest block proficiencies in the entire game, it doesn't just end there. He has access to a taunt off his special one, which of course helps him bait out special attacks more frequently. But what a lot of people don't realise about this taunt debuff is it actually lowers the defender's attack rating, so of course that's helping towards his tankiness. And of course, if you run the Inequity Mastery for each debuff on the opponent, you're going to be reducing their attack rating even further, up to a maximum of 36%. And this is not even talking about his insane regeneration, which I'll get to a little bit later on in the video. So all of this combined makes him a fantastic Serpent counter, bro, because you really do not take much block damage off Serpent. And whilst Serpent does take a bit less damage off Scorpion thanks to all of his silly resistances, his damage is so insane, especially if you heavy charge into your special 2, that you can get Serpent down very comfortably. Look at that massive burst. That was well over 150k against Serpent. By the way, if that was any other champion, we'd be doing much more damage, probably be about a 200k burst. However, Serpent has a bazillion resistances because he's a well-designed balanced defender. To be clear, that was heavy sarcasm, and I'm just going to point that out because I'm sure there's a lot of casual players who don't really watch my channel probably watching this video. So I still have to emphasize, Serpent is dumb. Serpent is stupid. I don't like him. I don't like that he exists. However, Scorpion handles him very well. Alright, we're moving on to the next defender now, which is one of the chunkiest defenders in the entire game, the big cow, Rintra. Now, you're seeing me heavy charge into my special attacks often. You don't have to do that whatsoever if you don't want to. The only thing the heavy charging does is make the matchup faster. Basically, the heavy charging into your special attack will inflict torments onto the defender, and of course the longer you charge your heavy attack, the more torments you're going to get. These torments just increase the duration of your damage over time debuffs. Not only that, but it increases the damage of your special 2 wildly, so it's very nice to learn how to do, but it's not all necessary. Scorpion is still a fantastic OP champion without ever heavy charging into his special attacks. Okay, so you see me get hit in the face a bunch here, and we're using a 6-star Scorpion because I have to say, bro, the test map does not do Scorpion justice, because although they are basically the same exact fights as you would find in Battleground simulation fights, these defenders do not have masteries. So you cannot properly utilize Scorpion's signature ability. What does it do? Well, Scorpion's signature ability is basically when you inflict your Petrify, which is off your special 2, you will steal the regeneration that your opponent would gain. And yes, this includes willpower. So in Battlegrounds, in Alliance War, once you've thrown your special 2, the regen is insane. You saw there we went from 40% to 80% in like 20 seconds. Do you realise how busted that is? This is why I thought Scorpion would never come out as a 7-star, purely because his regeneration is actually OP. Like, I'm surprised they didn't nerf that about him. He doesn't need max sig, but the higher the sig, the more regeneration you're going to get. The second part of his sig ability is very nice as well. When you inflict a taunt onto the opponent, which is on his special 1. So basically the signature ability utilizes both his special 2 Petrify and his special 1 taunt. But when you inflict that taunt, you will gain a steadfast passive, which just lets you block unblockable special attacks. So very nice piece of utility there. Now we're fighting this Armin Zola, and thankfully Scorpion can actually heavy counter Zola's heavy attack. You know, not every champion in the game can do this. Only about like what, 25% of the champions in game, if even that, can heavy counter Zola. But Scorpion is one of those champions, and that makes him a fantastic counter. The thing is though, against champions like Zola, who are robots, they don't have the willpower mastery, so unless there's a no giving them regeneration, you will not get regeneration against those champions in Battlegrounds or Alliance War, because robots do not benefit off willpower. Now we're taking a break from Battlegrounds and we're doing some Necropolis. This is Necropolis Namor, almost 8 million health by the way, so this is a chunky opponent. I am running synergies here, and the synergies just make Scorpion even more busted. It's actually hilarious. The most important one by far is the Venom / Agent Venom synergy. Basically what this does is, for each of your Scorpion stings, which are your damage over time debuffs, poison, shock, rupture, depending on which pre-fight you select for Scorpion, you will gain a passive Fury, and my days, this increases his damage tenfold. Let's see how much this special 2 does. That was a 561k special 2. Do you realize how insane that is, bro? Like, no champions are hitting that kind of damage in the game right now, but Scorpion is, and it's so easy. All you have to do, heavy charge into your special 2, get as many Scorpion sting debuffs on the opponent as you can, and just watch the magic happen. He's such a insane champion. Like, there's no way he is not the best science champion in the game right now. But wait, there's more. Scorpion just said fuck it, double it up, and casually hit a 1.1 million special 2. Like, are you hearing this, bro? 1.1 million damage in a single special 2. And this bypasses the Necropolis damage cap for some reason. I'm not even sure why. But yeah, Scorpion's damage over time bypasses it, which surprised me. I didn't think it would, because most of the time, even with like burst damage over time, it will not bypass the damage caps in like Labyrinth or Necropolis, but Scorpion does, just because he's based, bro. Like, no other reason. There's no scientific explanation for this shit. He's just extremely based. The crazy thing is, I'm not even playing this match as aggressively as, well, not as I should be, because basically the thing that's stopping me from playing aggressively is if I back Namor into the corner and hit him in the corner, I'm going to take a bunch of damage myself. 1.8 million special 2, and that is a Necropolis fight down in bloody 2 minutes 40. What? That's 8 million health. Like, for example, a good Necropolis champion, at rank 4 mind you, will take that Namor down in like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Scorpion just half that. He's literally making all those champions look bad. Here we have a super ideal matchup for Scorpion. I'm pretty sure this was actually the first matchup I did with him. Absman, he's also coming as a 7-star, and yes, I will have a showcase on him as well, don't you worry. Yeah, but Scorpion, like, absolutely destroys him, makes him wish he wasn't a 7-star. So Absman, mid defender, 41-second nuke right there. Now Scorpion is pretty decent for Deathless Thanos. He's not the fastest because, of course, there's the protection threshold, which basically like neuters Scorpion's damage just a bit off the special 2. But he's a pretty solid option for Thanos, and thanks to the fact that Thanos is gaining so much power, he's spamming a lot of special attacks. A lot of your damage in this matchup is actually coming from the power sting type damage. I know Scorpion doesn't actually have power stings, but it's basically power stings. So whenever I talk about the damage of special attacks, I'm just going to call them power stings to keep it simple. I know there's going to be that one guy in my comments saying, well, actually, it's Scorpion stings or whatever. I don't care, bro. They're just power stings. You don't need to get all biblical on me, okay? But, yeah, Scorpion, not a bad Deathless Thanos counter at all. You can see there, the AI be wilding. It tried to hit me with that walk-up blight attack out of nowhere. Literally had no time to parry that. But Scorpion just said, nope, haha, get evaded, ho. And that's something I haven't even talked about yet. Yep, Scorpion has a evade safety net. On top of his regeneration, on top of how tanky he is, they thought, this guy's not safe enough to use. No, we need to give him a evade safety net. And it's a very high chance to evade as well. I can't remember the exact percentage, but I'm pretty sure it's like 75%, something like that. A very high chance to evade. Like, Scorpion is probably the most safe champion in the entire game to use. Like, if you have an Alliance War fight with Scorpion, you're loving life, because there's no way you can possibly die with this guy. The only thing he does have is a small health pool, but like, come on, bro. With all the utility, all the defensive utility he has in his kit, a low health pool is fair enough. And he's a great counter to Hulkling. Not only does he nuke Hulkling pretty goddamn fast, but keep in mind, as I mentioned, he steals regeneration. So in an actual Battlegrounds match, we'd be stealing his willpower regeneration and Hulkling's actual regeneration as well, because of course Hulkling gains some pretty potent regeneration whenever you hit him. So being able to steal that for ourselves is pretty OP. Now we have a Thing, and you know, before all the OP skill champions got released back in the day, Scorpion was the absolute go-to counter for Thing in Battlegrounds, and he's still just as good for him as ever. Easily nukes this matchup in under a minute. Now, heavy intercepting with your special attack really isn't too difficult. The only thing I will say is just make sure your opponent doesn't have a special attack when you try to do it, otherwise they will throw a special attack. No matter how far away you are, they will throw it, they will hit you in the face. So just make sure your opponent doesn't have a special attack, charge your heavy, and as soon as you see them dash into you, then you want to throw your special too. And it's fine, bro, it's really not that difficult to do. If you're not used to it, after a bit of practice, you'll get it down, man. Okay, now we have this Grandmaster Gauntlet Terrax, and this is the OG version of the Grandmaster Gauntlet, the 6-star version, because we don't have access to the 7-star one on the CCP for some weird reason. So this is like 800k health, and Scorpion's just absolutely gonna melt through it. We are taking a lot of damage off Terrax here, but we just don't care, bro. We just don't care. You can see here, we should be taking so much damage because we have like 10 armor breaks on us. But of course, inequity reducing Terrax's attack rating is helping us out here. That special 2, way overkill. Way overkill. We basically just killed him with the first special 2. And then we just needed a few power stings afterwards. Okay, now we're fighting this Vision. Now this is where the taunt of the special 1 comes into play, because this Vision has the node where he goes special 1, then he throws his special 2, and then he won't throw his special 1 or special 2, he'll go straight to his special 3 and knock you out, because special 3 is a instant KO. However, taunt completely bypasses this node, so taunt is just a really nice underrated piece of utility. Like, people do not value how OP taunt is. Not only does it just make it so easy to bait out special attacks, reduce attack rating, it handles so many different nodes like this. And now we're fighting this Labyrinth of Legends Star-Lord, and unlike the Necropolis fight, I do have suicides on here. In general, I would say Scorpion is a pretty suicide friendly champion because he can be immune to the poison from suicides. However, you're not going to get any regeneration outside of like Battlegrounds or Alliance War unless the defender you're fighting inherently has regeneration, because they don't have willpower. So like, don't think you're going to regenerate the recoil damage or anything like that. But in general, I would say he is pretty suicide friendly, and suicides do really increase his damage. 500k special 2 there, like 20-30 seconds into the match. Insane, bro. Not only does he probably have the best damage in long form content in the game now that he's a 7-star, it's just so fast to access. Like, you should not be doing that kind of damage 20 seconds into the match. So easy to access as well. Scorpion, he truly is a champion of all time. They literally looked at Scorpion, said, oh, which abilities should we give him? And someone at Kabam just went, yes, Give him all the abilities. Give him 3 immunities, so much damage reduction, insane regen, the ability to swap out which damage over time debuff you're utilizing. So basically, no champion in the game is immune to Scorpion, because if they're immune to poison, oh, you just use shock. If they're immune to shock, you just use rupture. No champion is immune to all 3 of those debuffs. I'm sure they'll probably add one in the future. However, like, one champion is, you know, really not a problem. So yeah, it's just insane how jam-packed full of utility Scorpion is. It really is. I cannot understand why they made him so busted. And of course, he's a great counter to Sentinel. Sentinel's general tankiness does not matter at all if most of your damage is burst damage, power sting damage. Now, I did get some awful AI in this fight, bro. Like, Sentinel would just stand there blocking in the corner for like half the match. Low-key, really pissing me off. However, Scorpion still got him down pretty fast, even with the awful AI, 1 minute 3. But keep in mind, that could have been so much faster. That could have been like a 50-second fight if the AI was even half cooperative with me. But this just confirms to all of you that on the CCP map, we don't get special treatment, bro. We don't get special AI. Now, we have to suffer just like you. Trust me, I've done about 1,000 fights this December making videos, and it has been a pain in the goddamn ass with how awful the AI is. Can't wait for AI 2.0. Hopefully it doesn't just light intercept me out of nowhere, walk up, light attack me, stand there blocking for the entire match. Oh my god. Speaking of devious AI though, here's an onslaught. Now keep in mind, I am using a trick in this fight where I block the first hit of Onslaught Special 1 to gain some free willpower healing. But in an actual Battlegrounds match, you would not have to do that. You will just regenerate all of the Neuroshock damage. So Scorpion, even though he's a metal champion and you will take some Neuroshock damage, probably will just regenerate back to 100% health in an actual Battlegrounds match. So keep that in mind. Fantastic onslaught counter. Now we have a Weapon X, who's a really fun matchup for Scorpion, because Weapon X has super aggressive AI. So it's just really easy to heavy charge into your special attacks, and it's completely free. Like, it's completely free to land a heavy charge special 2 in this matchup, because it's guaranteed that Weapon X will dash at you, and it's super easy to predict when he will dash at you. That's the thing with Weapon X on defense. Like, his AI is just so predictable. He actually has the AI you wish most defenders had in Battlegrounds, where they're super aggressive. But no, Kabam decided everything has to be passive, because that's fun, right? But anyway, here's a Havoc matchup, because why not? Scorpion can take pretty much anyone. Like, there's really not many defenders Scorpion is not good for, if you can't already tell by how long this goddamn video is. Now, in an actual match, if we did take a detonation, we just heal it all back up. But in this match, we don't take a detonation because we don't crit much. So yeah, if you don't crit Havoc much and you don't apply any energy damage to him, he won't place many plasmas on you. So that's why we didn't take a detonation. But it's definitely possible too whilst using Scorpion. But just keep in mind, you will willpower regen it all up. God damn, can I speak please? That would be fantastic. You definitely don't want to be baiting out special ones though, because if you bait out special ones, then you're going to take like 2 or 3 detonations, and you're probably going to die before you can regenerate all your health back, and you definitely don't want that. But Havoc's a pretty tanky boy, so you do want to try and heavy charge into your special attack in this match, and that was a under a minute nuke. Now here's a very interesting matchup. Captain Britain, the most toxic defender in the game. Stupid design, stupid champion. That's not what this video was about though. Is Scorpion a good counter to her? Well, from this clip, you wouldn't think so. However, goddamn, I've talked about his regen too much already, but his regeneration is OP. Did you know that, guys? So in an actual Battlegrounds match, I don't know if he would be able to regenerate to 100% health, but I'm pretty confident in saying he'd probably be able to regenerate to about 80% health. If you play the matchup slow, 100% he could regenerate to 100% health, like 1,000,000% if you don't hit Captain Britain. when she places the exhaustions on you, you're chilling, bro. But in Battlegrounds, you have to rush, of course. So, honestly, I think you're looking at about a 80% finish against Captain Britain, something like that. So I think he should be a decent counter for her in Battlegrounds. I don't think he's going to be the best, though. I did try him against Dark Phoenix, and I actually did this on the live server. I did a 6-star Scorpion versus a 6-star Dark Phoenix because I was really thinking that Scorpion would counter her, because damage over time to bypass the safeguard mechanic, and of course regeneration and inequity to deal with the normal flame damage. However, what I didn't realise is Scorpion's power stings and special 2 damage is still affected by Dark Phoenix's safeguard mechanic. So he's insanely slow for the fight, which makes no fucking sense, by the way. So Scorpion can bypass necro damage caps with his special 2. He can bypass any other safeguard mechanic with his special 2, apart from Dark Phoenix. Okay, bro. Okay, fine, whatever. Fuck Dark Phoenix, man. Stupid champion. But yeah, he's a great counter to Jean Grey. If you didn't have enough regeneration already, Jean Grey places debuffs on you herself, so you get willpower regen yourself. So it's like impossible to die in that matchup. You can block all you want. You don't have to worry about any block damage in that match. Okay, now we're moving on to another Necropolis fight, and it's this Red Goblin. Now in this match, you do have to stay away from Red Goblin quite a bit. Otherwise he gains those red charges you see underneath his health bar. The more charges he has of those, it reduces your combat power rate. If you don't know, combat power rate is the amount of power you gain when hitting the opponent. So that's bad because of course all of Scorpion's damage comes from his special attacks. So we definitely don't want to let him get a high amount of those charges. So we do have to make sure we're staying out of distance to make them drop off in this match. Otherwise it would be much faster, of course. But now we're going to start heavy charging. And I actually did do this matchup once, and I literally heavy charged for about 20 seconds. And Red Goblin just didn't attack me, and my heavy attack actually ran out. I didn't even know that was possible. I thought Scorpion's heavy charging animation was indefinite, but no, it just lasts about double the length of an average champion. It is not indefinite. So if you get like horrifically bad AI and the opponent doesn't dash at you for about 20 seconds, you can get hit in the face trying to do the heavy charge thing. But it only happened to me once while I was recording this video, and even if you do get hit in the face, the evade's probably going to save you, but obviously it's going to cost you a lot of damage and probably make all of your Scorpion stings fall off. However, I don't think that'll happen very often at all. It only happened to me once. Like, hopefully Kabam haven't rigged the AI now that Scorpion's released to make the AI even more passive, because if they do so, God help me, I will hunt them fuckers down and hold them accountable for their AI shenanigans. But as you can see here, I have 30 ruptures on Red Goblin. If I was able to land my special 2 there, that would have been so much damage, bro. And he doesn't dash at me until like all of them fall off. Literally all of my debuffs fell off apart from 3. It went from 30 to 3. That don't make no sense, bro. Why? That would have been like a fucking 4.5 million special 2 or something ridiculous. But the crazy thing is, even with 3 debuffs on the opponent, that still did 200k, which is pretty absurd, bro. Like, keep in mind how easy it is to place 3 of your debuffs onto the opponent. That's literally 3 medium attacks, and you get a 200k special 2. Okay, buddy, I mean, that's perfectly balanced. Alright, does he actually charge at me this time? Because I can't remember. I definitely remembered him not charging at me. But okay, we get a 10 power sting special 2 here, and that was 600k. So not bad. We didn't get as much damage out of Scorpion here as we did in the Namor fight, but that's just because of the god-awful AI. Can't be helped. But still, even with bad RNG, bad AI, that was still a 3-minute Necropolis fight, which is faster than 99.9999999% of champions in the entire game. So pretty goddamn OP. And yeah, why not? He can do Yelena. The thing is, in this matchup though, what I didn't realize at first is your Scorpion stings your power sting damage is not affected by Yelena's damage reduction, but your special 2 damage is. So in this matchup, you may be better off just spamming special 1s, and if you do that, maybe you get Yelena down in about a minute. I think this match takes like a minute and a half for me, but keep in mind, I think it is better to spam special 1s in this matchup because the power sting damage is not affected by Yelena's damage reduction. So keep that in mind. I think the rotation here was a bit off for this matchup, but I just didn't realize at the time. Again, Yelena letting all my goddamn fucking power stings fall off before I can actually land my special 2. Big sad, but I mean, what are you gonna do, bro? That's AI for you, and I'm not gonna like redo the fight until I get absolutely perfect AI, because you all want realistic experience, right? You all want to see AI doing AI things. But yeah, really good counter for Yelena. There are better science counters for Yelena out there, like Spider-Woman, maybe Spider-Ham is faster. I wouldn't say Scorpion is the fastest science champion in the game for Battleground specifically. Of course, his damage is by far not only the best in the science class, but probably the best in the entire game in long form content. In Battlegrounds, however, don't get me wrong, his damage is great, fantastic, OP. He's just not the fastest nuke out there. Like for example, Spider-Woman's faster, Spider-Ham is faster, but Scorpion, he's no slouch, man. He can nuke fights, just not like a 30-second nuke, if you know what I'm saying. He's a pretty great counter for Killmonger because not much of his damage comes off his basic attacks, so there's not much damage for Killmonger to reverberate there. And of course, whenever we're applying our debuffs to Killmonger, that is giving him extra power. That's good for us because it means we can bait out even more special attacks, which is even more damage for Scorpion. So yeah, he's a pretty great counter. A funny thing is, a lot of science champions actually counter Killmonger, like Leader, Spider-Ham. Like, more science champions counter this guy than they should. That's why Killmonger fell off for real. Like, it's kind of crazy, bro, because when Killmonger first released as a 7-star, 7 stars were new. And he was like a OP defender. Like, he would make most attackers time out. And nowadays, he's just kind of mid, which is crazy. But anyway, this is the biggest health pool in the entirety of MCOC. 17 million health. No damage caps, no stupid nodes, just a plain old 17 million HP Iron Fist. And I am fully synergized, fully boosted, so we're taking Scorpion to his maximum potential here. The goal of this fight is just to see some absolutely bonkers special 2 damage. That's all I want to do, bro. Of course, we got to start out with the special 1 just to ramp up, get as many stings on the opponent as we can, and then we want to race up to our special 2 and let the damage begin. Even the power sting damage is doing 150k each power sting. That is absurd. And yes, I know it's really hard to see because it goes by so quickly, but trust me, bro. And that was a 900k special 2. Just 30 seconds into the matchup. We're only just beginning here, fellas. This is only just the start. It's only going to get a lot crazier from here. And we're hitting 45k medium attacks as well. Man, those Furies, they don't just boost your damage over time. Those Furies really help your basic attacks. Like 45k medium for a champion that does not care about their damage on basic attacks is preposterous. There's no other way to describe this champion. He is dumb. He is stupid. He should have been nerfed realistically, but he's not, so I'm happy, bro. Unfortunately, I will not be getting this champion because I am not going to be whaling on Banquet, but I'm happy for everyone who gets to enjoy Scorpion, and at least I got to have a fun time with him on a beta because this was some of the most fun I have ever had making a video. By the way, that was a 2.5 million special 2, and the basic attack hit from the special 2 pretty much covered most of that, which was annoying to try and find it in the playback. But yes, that was 2.5 million damage on the special 2. Let's see how much this does. Is it 3 million? Okay, from what I can tell, that was only a 1.7 million special 2. I know only, right? Only, but I guess I had less things on the opponent, and it was kind of hard to tell with all the red numbers flying around on the screen. You can see Scorpion's damage over time is really not supposed to be doing much damage at all, but boosted, synergized up, it's doing at least like 2,000 a tick there. Okay, last special 2.4 million damage. So yeah, Scorpion's pretty OP. Yo, what's good, people? I'm starting to feel like an old man because I keep mentioning this, but back in the early days of Battlegrounds, back in my day, Spot was one of the most popular Battlegrounds champions out there. He was a menace on both defense and attack. But is he still relevant now? Is he still good? Is he still worth the investment? Because this guy definitely does need SIG 200. Well, I'm going to be answering that question in this video. So the main complaint with this guy is, yes, he still does insane damage, but is he really that versatile anymore? How many meta defenders does he handle? And I would say he handles a decent amount of defenders, but there are more versatile champions out there nowadays. Once upon a time, Spot was one of the most versatile champions out there, just because his damage source was Rupture, and that burst damage of the special 2, not many champions got around that. But nowadays there's so many defenders which do unavoidable damage, which bypass miss. So in terms of versatility, Spot has definitely fallen off, but he's still quite versatile. His damage is still 100% there. He is still a absolute nuke, especially against Mystic champions, where you only have to activate Untouchable once and you can go straight up to the special 2. But is he still worth ranking up? I don't think so. If he didn't require SIG 200, I'd be more inclined to say, yeah, he's a fun rank up and he can be really good in certain metas in Battlegrounds. But needing SIG 200, I think, really holds him back, because he's good, but I don't think he's good enough to warrant giving 200 SIG stones. He's not really a strong defender anymore. With how many nuke attackers have been released in the past year, Spot doesn't stand a chance. He has a small health pool, he just gets nuked insanely quick. The most he's going to do is a bit of damage to your opponent when he triggers Untouchable, but there's so many more defenders that have unavoidable damage, trickier mechanics. So nowadays I would say Spot is really not a good defender in most circumstances, and he's a good attacker, but I don't think he's quite good enough to only run for attack. He can be in certain metas. We did an Onslaught there, and of course Onslaught bypasses miss, but as long as you're making sure you don't have a Neuroshock applied to you when you actually trigger the miss, he can do that matchup. And now we have a Zola, which is the most meta matchup I would say Spot does. He does also do Solvark very well. However, there isn't a Solvark on CCP beta, so I can't show you that, unfortunately. But yeah, he's a really good counter to Zola, because when you activate that miss, you get to land a free heavy attack basically. And when Zola first came out, a few people were relying on Spot to take him down, and he is a very good counter for him. That cowardice does not affect the burst damage of the special 2, and that completely nukes him down. But for example there, we got perfect AI. Let's see another Zola matchup where I don't get as good AI. We take so much more block damage. I think it takes a bit longer as well. So that's another thing with Spot as well. He's pretty AI reliant. Like, as you can see here, sometimes the defender will just keep walking up to you and heavy attacking. Like, I wish AI threw heavy attacks that often normally. Against Spot, they love to throw heavy attacks, but when I try to bait out a heavy attack with any other champion, they don't want to throw it. So AI basically knows which champion you are playing. AI knows what it's doing. Don't believe Kabam. Trust me, the AI is smart. It knows, okay? And as you can see here, Zola just is not throwing the heavy attack now for the life of me. So I took so much block damage trying to bail it out. The thing is with Spot, he does gain extra block proficiency for each spot he has gained. But at the start of portal blocking, he doesn't have any extra block proficiency. So you're going to take a lot of block damage before you build up some spots. And when he's at max spots, he also loses the increased block proficiency as well. So that can also cause him to take a lot of block damage if the opponent decides not to throw a heavy attack. He's great against unstoppable champions, just because, like, obviously he can't be touched when he's phasing, and unstoppable champions tend to be more aggressive, so it just gives you a better chance, a easier way to build up your spots fast. That special 2 didn't quite finish off gentle there, which honestly surprised me. I'm not sure why that special 2 didn't finish off gentle, to be completely honest with you. Must be the physical resistance he has, but yeah, honestly surprised I didn't nuke him. He's pretty good for Nico, but you do need to be careful in this matchup, because obviously when Nico throws her heavy attack, she's going to place a buff on you, and if you have that buff immunity on you, which you start the match out with, she's going to place a poison on you. So you don't want to start building up your spots until that buff immunity has fallen off, but once it has, you can do that and basically just go in for the kill. This is not me saying Spot is a awful champion by any means, especially if you enjoy his playstyle, because I know a lot of people do. If you do love Spot, rank him up, because it's not like he's a bad champion. He is a good enough champion to win you matches in Battlegrounds. So if you do enjoy him, rank him up, bro. Your account, have fun with him. However, if you just care about ranking meta champions, unless there's a very specific meta for Spot, I really wouldn't recommend ranking this guy up. So this Sentinel here was very annoying. We took a lot of block damage in this fight, but that's mainly because Sentinel gains extra block penetration for each analysis charge. No, he doesn't gain extra block penetration, he just gains extra attack rating, so he hits very hard for our block, even when we're portal blocking. So that's quite annoying. Oh, and sometimes, like, building your spots can be quite annoying, because, like, you'll go to build a spot and the opponent will dash in before you're actually portal blocking, and then they'll throw a heavy attack as soon as you're portal blocking. As you can see here, that's basically what's happening right now. And the Sentinel just throws another wild heavy attack for no reason, and now he doesn't throw a heavy attack. So yeah, Spot can be annoying to play, but that burst damage off the special 2 is so satisfying, I can't lie. He's still a very fun champion to play. And here we have this Enchantress, who of course Spot is going to nuke in a single special 2. So yeah, he's a decent champion. He's just too risky and doesn't take enough meta defenders to be worth running in most players' Battlegrounds decks, but he definitely can still get you plenty of wins. Here my untouchable actually fell off before I was able to reach my special 2, but I still decided to throw it, and that still pretty much finished Enchantress off. So yeah, against Mystic champions, you're just better off going straight for the special 2. Last match of the video, we have this 1.1 million health pool Tigra, just because I want to see the maximum damage of Spot's special 2. Just for funsies, to be honest with you. So yeah, if you want to ramp up Spot more, you basically want to go for your special 1s before you drop that special 2, and that will not take your spots. Your spots are basically, well, it's not called spot, I mean the little red icon next to the spots, that basically shows how much ruptures you've applied to the opponent, and depending on how high that is how much burst damage your special 2 will do, and this goes up to 50. So we're going to see how much damage we can possibly get off this special 2 right here, and obviously it's going to absolutely nuke this Tigra. One thing I do appreciate about Spot is that when he's untouchable, the opponent does have a Infuriate applied to them, which makes them more aggressive, which is really nice. But yeah, each hit of this special 2, 180k damage, so that's pretty insane. But that's the end of the video, fellas. Hope you enjoyed it. See you in the next one. Yo, what's good, people? So I'm here with the 7-star rank for squid looking thing showcase, Imperiosa. Now, I saw a lot of concerns going around about this champion, thinking that she will be too slow for Battlegrounds, and that is not true whatsoever. She is very fast, especially in the right matchups, and on top of that, I think her main use in Battlegrounds is going to be on defense, because my days, she is going to be one hell of an annoying defender. So we're starting off with this Sentinel here. Basically, the rotation with this guy, girl, it does not specify which one it is go to your special 3. Then you can either spam special 1s to keep refreshing the damage over time, which you get from your special 3, or you can use your special 2, which passively roots the opponent. And this root, it acts differently than a normal root does, because normally when you root someone, they'll spam heavy attacks, but when you root someone with Imperiosa, they just stand there and block. They don't throw heavy attacks, which is interesting. And yes, she can root you on defense, basically. I will show me fighting her later on in the video, but how she works on defense is when she throws the special 2, she will place a trap on the map. If you walk into that trap, you will get rooted, and whilst you're rooted, your stun ability accuracy is reduced by 150%, so you can't parry her whilst you're rooted, basically, unless you're using a champion that's immune to ability accuracy reduction. She's a great Zola counter because she is the first champion in the game that is immune to disintegrate. So you can freely bait out Zola's special 2 and heavy counter that to get rid of his charges. Also, you can use your special 2 and root Zola up and land heavy attacks that way if you so wish. She's a great counter to Onslaught. You don't actually have to hit Onslaught too much, which means you don't get many Neuroshocks on yourself, which means you're not taking much damage in this matchup. Just being able to spam those special attacks makes this a great matchup, because if you're doing that, you don't have to intercept as often. You can use a special attack to push Onslaught to a special and then use that for a free opening. So yeah, she's a fantastic Onslaught counter, and she gets this fight down pretty quickly. As you can see here, when the opponent is rooted, what I like to do is just spam some heavy attacks. I'm not sure how that's going to work in Battlegrounds with Stand Your Ground, but like Zola, her heavy attack has about 5 hits in there, so I don't think Stand Your Ground will affect you too much, because, you know, it's a very low chance the opponent will resist all 5 hits of your heavy attack. So as you can see here, she's a pretty annoying defender. You can pretty easily outrange her special 2 attack, and you can outrange most of her special 1, but you do have to dex or block the last hit of it. And when she uses that special 2, as I mentioned, she places a trap on the map. Also, something I haven't mentioned is Imperiosa is special locked. The way you unspecial lock her is by either landing a combo ender, so a light ending combo, a medium ending combo, or intercepting her. So this means you cannot bait out her special attacks without doing this. And no, you can't just freely push her to a special 3 and ignore all that, because her special 3 is not power locked on defense, which is pretty goddamn annoying. She will be a top tier defender. She doesn't have any BS unavoidable damage, which is nice. Kabam are learning. They're actually improving their defender design a bit, which I love to see. Honestly, it's a bit too late for that though, because Captain Britain, Dark Phoenix, etc. exist. However, this is a step in the right direction. So here I wanted to show what it's like getting rooted. And obviously we can't parry stun her, and you really don't want to get rooted against her, because if she uses her heavy attack, it is incredibly hard to dex that whilst rooted, so a very good chance you are going to get hit in the face. Now we got this future Ant-Man, which she is kind of designed to counter. She does have access to a Pierce buff, which completely shuts future Ant-Man down, stops him from gaining any of his armor up buffs, and yeah, she's just a fantastic counter for him. She absolutely nukes this fight in 30 seconds. Her being a... I don't know why I keep calling her, because I don't know, it just looks more like a girl than a man, but I don't know, bro. Again, it does not specify what gender this thing is in the description. It just calls them a day. So basically, it completely counters future Ant-Man, as you can see there, 30-second fight. So yeah, actually pretty good counter for Havoc, because You don't have to hit the defender too much with Imperiosa. You can just use your special 3, then either go to another special 3, spam your special 1. Let that power gain do the work for you basically, and because we don't have to hit Havoc too much, we're not going to get too many plasma on us, so we're not going to take a detonation. So yeah, pretty great counter for Havoc. So yeah, if you're wondering, I do think Imperiosa will make it to many top Battleground players' deck, mainly for defense, but she clearly has a lot of potential on offense as well. She does have some pretty cool utility. She is bleed immune, first ever disintegrate immune champion, as I mentioned. That's not too important right now apart from Zola, but maybe they're going to add another annoying tech defender in the game in the future, which does unavoidable disintegrate damage. It really would not surprise me. But yeah, we're against Penny Parker here. Now, she is power drain immune, but she's not power burn immune. There's a difference. Like, sure, what? Why is there a difference between power drain and power burn? God knows, but I found this out the hard way, because instead of dropping her shield, I thought it would be fine, and I thought I would take no damage because, again, power drain immune champion. But I was wrong. I was very wrong. Penny still auto blocked me. I still took some damage. But when you do get power burned with Imperiosa, at least, that will root the opponent, so that did make that matchup a tiny bit faster. Not a bad option for Serpent. The thing is with Imperiosa, I did notice this, quite a squishy champion, quite bad block proficiency, because as you can see here, straight out the gate, I am taking a lot of block damage off Serpent. Now, that's the case with like pretty much every champion, but I'm taking even more damage with Imperiosa than I would with most champions. But luckily, we don't have to hit Serpent too much, because we can just let the corrosion do most of the damage for us, and just cycle our special ones to repeatedly refresh it. And when Serpent gets down to his immortality phase, our special attacks are pretty long, so that's going to offset most of Serpent's immortality. I wouldn't say it's a direct counter to Serpent, I wouldn't say it's a fantastic counter to Serpent, but it can take Serpent, and pretty decently. At the very least, I do think Imperiosa easily takes the title of the coolest looking Idol champion. I mean, look at those animations. I didn't show the special 3 animation off, but it does look pretty sick. And just those tentacles flying around, it's kind of creepy, kind of cool looking. And yeah, very cool design on this champion. Now we're fighting this Bullseye, and I would not say at all that Imperiosa is a fantastic Bullseye counter, but since it's bleed immune, can take this matchup. The problem with this matchup is it just takes a lot longer to get to your special 3, because obviously Bullseye has his evade and you have to wait that out, and when you don't have your power gain active, you do constantly lose your power. Not like loads of it, but you're like constantly power drained when you don't have your power gain, which I guess is to balance her, because if it wasn't for that, you'd just be able to spam special attacks all day. So I mean, like, fair enough, even with that setback, still a fantastic champion, still a great dual use champion for Battlegrounds, and I see a lot of potential in Imperiosa for the future. Probably going to be included in a lot of people's decks, but that is going to be the end of the video. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. If you're supporting December to Remember, I appreciate you. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? Sunspot has seemed to be forgotten about. I barely see anyone running this guy in their Battlegrounds deck anymore, and I can't seem to figure out why. He was one of the first 7 stars ever released, but he's still top tier and he still handles so many meta defenders and still one of the fastest nukes out there. So we're going to see how he performs at rank 4. He's a great counter to Nico. We easily nuked her here without baiting out a single special attack, but keep in mind you can bait out Nico's special 2 with Sunspot, because you can just perfect block it and you won't take any block damage. You don't have to dex it, so you won't take any poison damage. So overall, he is one of the best, one of the fastest Nico counters out there for Battlegrounds. And he's really good for Yelena as well, despite him not having access to Daunted. Basically, we all know Yelena caps your damage rating, right? But Sunspot Solar Flare increases your hit attack rating. So he does actually work for Yelena. His Solar Flares still increase his attack rating. So yeah, he's still Nuke, sir. That's a 40-second fight. 37-second fight actually for Sunspot versus Yelena, and I have been doing that matchup so much recently in Battlegrounds. He is pretty much my go-to Yelena counter along with Jean Grey. And a lot of people think that Sunspot cannot take Incinerate immune champions, but you couldn't be more wrong. He is perfectly fine against them. You do run out of your Solar Flare charges faster, but as you can see here in a Battleground setting, you have more than enough to nuke your opponent. And thanks to the extra attack rating from the Solar Flare charges which Sunspot has, he can drop Penny Parker's shield really fast in one singular combo. So he's a pretty decent counter to her. You do want your special 2 to crit in this matchup. Sunspot, he doesn't need to crit despite what people think. He still does plenty of damage, as you're about to see in this Serpent matchup, when his special 2 doesn't crit. Of course it makes him faster, but he's still a great champion either way. So Sunspot is honestly such a great counter for Serpent, and I don't get why people don't talk about this. Of course, you get to perfect block Serpent's special attacks, so you're not really going to take much block damage in this matchup. Ideally, you want to be baiting out Serpent's special 2s, because the special 1 will deal burst damage through your block, even if you perfect block it. So baiting the special 2 is the way to go. And you want to ramp up to, I believe it's 4 Solar Flare charges here. And you do want your Sunspot to be equal rank with the Serpent you're facing. So if you're fighting a rank 4 Serpent, you want your Sunspot to be at rank 4 himself. But as you can see there, we didn't get a single crit. And that special 2 was way overkill, sending Serpent to immortality. Thanks to all of those incinerates we have, as long as you run the Despair Mastery, Serpent isn't going to heal up. Thanks to that elongated stun, which Sunspot has, you can parry Serpent when he enters immortality, and that stun is going to last a long time. Then you can just hit him with a combo and then a striker, and the immortality will be over and you'll be able to finish him off. He's honestly a really great counter for Serpent. Like, it surprised me how good he is for him, and the fact that no one talks about it. Of course, he absolutely nukes Nick Fury. You want to use the old trick where you basically kill off Nick Fury's first life with special 1 and combos, and then save your special 2 when Nick enters his second life. And as long as you run the Despair Mastery, once you drop that special 2, that will slow down Nick Fury's LMD healing. If your special 2 crits, it's going to make it a bit faster as well. 46-second nuke right there. Oh, we have a Kingpin here. Poor Bold Man is going to die so fast. It's literally just special 1, special 2, bye-bye. And of course, we're going to see a lot more Kingpins about because he's coming out as a 7-star. But if you have a Sunspot ranked, he's not going to be a problem on defense whatsoever. Sunspot absolutely makes a joke out of him, and thanks to Kingpin purifying all those incinerates, you get to your special 2 even faster, because when the opponent purifies incinerates against Sunspot, you get extra power gain. He's a pretty decent counter to Bullseye despite not being bleed immune, just because he nukes him so fast and he has that perfect block, so you don't take too much damage off Bullseye special 1. You definitely take a bit of damage. If you're better at parrying Bullseye special 1 than I am, you'll take even less damage than I did there. But I'm better at dexing it. I'm not too good at parrying every single hit. This special 2 doesn't crit, so it doesn't quite kill. So we're gonna hopefully get Bullseye to block, then just hit into his block, because Bullseye cannot evade blocked hits. Now here's a matchup I bet you never thought Sunspot would be able to do. Havoc. Now, In this matchup, it is imperative you're baiting out a lot of heavy attacks, otherwise you are going to take a detonation. So every couple of hits you want to try your best to bait out a heavy attack. This is a risky matchup. If Havoc doesn't play ball with you, you're going to take a lot of block damage. If he doesn't throw his heavy attacks at all, you're going to take a detonation. But as a last resort option, Sunspot can take Havoc at 100% health, and he can do it relatively fast as long as you get half decent AI. Sunspot's survivability and safety is so good as well as his damage, because obviously he has that perfect block as long as you have incinerates on the opponent. But not only that, he applies so many incinerate debuffs to the opponent that synergizes really well with Iniquity. So that also reduces the opponent's attack rating. And on top of that, you can put the Mr. Sinister relic on him as well to get that bleed debuff on him and get a bit of free willpower healing. So Sunspot's survivability is off the charts. He truly is a underrated Battlegrounds attacker. He was so popular in the early days of Battlegrounds. Even before he was released as a 7-star, pretty much every top tier player had this guy ranked up, used him frequently, and he was so versatile. He pretty much nuked most of the meta defenders in the game. Nowadays he's a bit less versatile because there's so many stupid defenders, you know what I mean, with unavoidable damage. So, you know, there's a very decent amount of defenders Sunspot cannot take, but he takes enough to still be very relevant. And the defenders he does take, he's one of the best options for out there. He's so fast, so safe. He's pretty much a hard counter to Dust, because when you apply Incinerate to Dust, that's going to get rid of her Sandstorm debuffs on you. So she's basically never going to enter into her Sandstorm. So yeah, it's not like Dust is the hardest defender out there, but Sunspot hard counters her completely. The only thing what I don't like about Sunspot is his dash back, which I know sounds silly, but he has a much shorter dash back distance than the average champion. So like versus Serpent, for example, you have to be very careful when baiting out a special attack, otherwise you're going to get hit by the special one, because his dash back is so short. You know what I mean if you've played Sunspot before. It's just kind of difficult to bait out special attacks with him, which isn't the biggest problem normally because you can just perfect block them anyway. But against someone like Serpent with unblockable specials, it can become slightly annoying. Here's another example of Sunspot being great against not only tech defenders, but not having to crit to deal great damage as well. I think I over ramped in this fight because I built up to like 5 solar flare charges before dropping my special 2, which I think 4 would have been more than enough. But hey, Sentinel's tanky, better to be safe than sorry, right? And this special 2 is just going to wipe him off the face of the earth, and that is a mutant champion nuking Sentinel in... oh wait, no, the special 2 didn't even kill him. Damn, okay, I was wrong, I did not overramp. But yeah, he still nuked him under a minute. And the nice thing about that matchup is if you block Sentinel's special 2, you will gain extra solar flare charges. So you'll be able to build up to 6 solar flare charges if you want to, and that will kill Sentinel, because 5 didn't quite do it, 6 definitely will. Oh, and he can take Maestro. This was the very first Celestial Secret video I ever made, so I have a really big soft spot for this matchup. Basically, what you want to do in this match is just use 2 special ones. Then when Maestro gets the glancing buff, you're going to gain extra power gain from hitting Maestro. And then when you get to your special 2, the only thing you need to keep in mind is use your striker, then use your special 2, or dash back, then use your special 2. Do not combo into your special 2, otherwise Maestro will glance you gaining prowess, and obviously that's really bad. You're not going to finish him off, so keep that in mind. But yeah, Sunspot, amazing Maestro counter when he has absolutely no business doing that fight. He's decent for Deathless Thanos as well, far from the best counter out there, but if you're in a pinch, he can do it decently well, especially if you get good crit RNG on your special 2. A lot of people don't actually realize that not only the extra incinerates on the opponent, but the solar flare charges themselves do grant Sunspot extra attack rating. So his basic attacks hit really hard. It's not just his special attacks which deal great damage. His basic attacks are great as well. We got a lucky special 2 crit there, and that bypassed Thanos' protection. So yeah, if that happens, he's a pretty great counter to Thanos. But if he doesn't crit, you're looking at around like a 70-80 second fight. He's fairly good for Spider-Woman just because of that extra long parry stun which Sunspot has. Because of that, you can just parry like 3 hit Spider-Woman, and obviously she can't evade you while stunned. The ensnare can definitely mess you up in this matchup though, because the ensnare can fail your prowess, which is really annoying. Sunspot definitely not the safest option for Spider-Woman out there, but he can do this fight relatively well as long as you're pretty lucky. Got a nice crit there, and we're just going to finish her off with the striker. How fast was that? 36 seconds. Probably not going to go that ideal every single time, but he is relatively good for Spider-Woman. Last match of the video, I made him a horseman, gave him some synergies. No boost, no suicides though. I just want to see how much I can ramp Sunspot up here and how big of a special 2 I can get off him. So keep in mind, I could have finished this over 1 million health pool Falcon much faster, but I wanted to ramp up as high as I could and see how big of a special 2 I could get off Sunspot. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the entire special 2 because the second hit basically wipes out Falcon. But that is going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Remember, this is December to remember, so uploads coming off me every single day this month. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Yo, what's good people? So as someone who has completed everything Battlegrounds has to offer, I'm going to be telling you what in my opinion are the 12 most annoying, most devious, most stupid defenders in Marvel Contest of Champions right now for Battlegrounds. Now keep in mind, this is more for high tier Battlegrounds. The list would probably be a lot different if I was focusing on the lower tiers. However, this is focused on like celestial tier Battlegrounds, which defenders get the most wins in those tiers. Spoiler, Maestro isn't on there, this is just the opening clip, but without further ado, let's jump in to the top 12. So first of all, I'm going to be putting Onslaught. Now, don't get me wrong, most people know how to fight Onslaught, but most people cannot predict how his AI will react because it's impossible to predict. He has some of the funkiest AI in the entire game, and he loves to just hit you with random light intercepts. He loves to just stand there blocking when you want to intercept him. Sometimes he just won't throw a special attack for a whole 20 goddamn seconds. He is still an extremely annoying defender, and that's not even taken into consideration if you get bad Neuroshock RNG. If that happens, you're going to take a bunch of unavoidable damage. Of course, there's the trick where you can block a single hit of Onslaught Special 1 to get the debuff on you, and that will give you some free willpower healing. However, there's times where you get so many Neuroshocks on you that even that isn't enough to offset it, and you just end up taking a bunch of damage. Of course, you can't parry him reliably, so if your intercepts on point, you'll be taking a ton of block damage as well. Now at number 11, I'm going to be putting High Evolutionary. I think he's a very annoying defender. I think his most annoying aspect is the detonation he has. Basically, you have to play this guy like Mixmaster. If you don't alternate your combos, you know, medium, light, medium, light, medium, light, medium, he is going to auto block you. But not only that, he's also going to put this detonation passive on you, and if you don't land these 16 hits before that passive runs out, you will take a big burst of damage. And I think this is where his main defensive threat is. Sometimes, with how passive the AI can be, it's very difficult to land 16 hits before it runs out, and you just end up taking a bunch of unavoidable damage. So I think he is well deserving of the number 11 spot right now. At number 10, I'm going to be putting Photon. There's so many champions that can nuke Photon nowadays. Everyone runs Okoye, pretty much everyone runs Crossbones, and they nuke her extremely fast. And of course there's a lot more options for her, like Starkey for example. But if you can catch your opponent without a good counter, she's going to either do a lot of damage to them through block damage or through her undexable special attacks when she goes into pure light form, or if you play the match well and wait out the pure light form, she's going to take a long time to take down. And of course she's very tanky thanks to the Inequity Mastery and all the debuffs she places on you. At number 9, I am going to be putting Solvark, because if you don't have an ideal counter for this guy like Obsidian, no Deathless Thanos, he's going to take a very long time to take down. He's incredibly tanky, and you can't even use most damage over time sources against him. Like for example, you can't use shock against him, otherwise you're going to take a bunch of damage. You can't use incinerate debuffs against him, otherwise you're going to take a bunch of damage. Power Sting is a good option to take this guy down, but if you do not get a good counter for him, you're not going to have a very fun time. And even if you do have a great counter for him, you're going to spend a lot of the match baiting out special attacks, and his specials are pretty annoying to deal with. The special 1 can be awkward to Dex. The special 2, if you don't outrange it in time, you're going to take a bunch of block damage. He's just a very solid, annoying defender that you really want to have a specific counter for to take down fast, and if you don't have that, you're going to spend a while in the matchup. Now number 8, I'm going to be putting Nico. Of course, if you do not have a poison immune champion, you're probably going to take a ton of poison damage unless you're able to nuke her before she throws a special attack. If she throws her special 1 whilst that buff immunity is active on you, it's the worst feeling possible, because she's going to refresh that buff immunity. Not only that, she's going to go invisible. Now if you're not using a poison immune champion when she throws that special 1, god damn, you can't dex it because you're going to take poison damage, and you can't block it because if you block a special 1, she deals burst damage through your block. Very stupid design in my opinion. She should not be dealing that burst damage through the block. At least let me block the goddamn special if I don't have a poison immune champion. But whatever, she's just another one of those champions you really want a specific counter for. Not necessarily the trickiest to fight. You just can't really dex against her or bait out her special 1 if you do not have a poison immune champion. Even if you do have one, she can still be quite annoying if she spams her special 1, constantly activating her invisibility, and if she throws her heavy attack too much, she's going to gain a lot of power as well. So next we have Yelena Baloney. Of course, if you don't have a champion with Daunted, she reduces your attack rating by 60%, which is incredibly annoying. Now, you don't necessarily need a champion with Daunted to take her down, but if you don't have one, my god, it's going to be a long ass fight. Plus, having to send her into elimination mode is not fun at all, because if you mess up and do a light attack, or you try to hit her when she's stunned, she's going to do that reversal shit on your ass and do a bunch of damage to you. So having to send her into that mode is not a fun time at all. Ideally, you really want someone with access to Daunted to counter her, or at the very least someone who can't have their damage reduced. Like Galen for example is a fantastic counter to Yelena because his harvest damage is not affected by her nonsense. So at the number 6 spot is a defender that's not necessarily hard to fight. So you might be wondering, why on earth is he at the number 6 spot if he isn't really hard to fight? It's Deathless Thanos, because he is a guaranteed stall in most cases, and that is invaluable in high tier battlegrounds. Being able to place a defender down and having it be a pretty much guaranteed 60-second fight whenever you place him is so valuable for high tier battlegrounds. Like, for example, Dark Phoenix may do unavoidable damage, but if your opponent gets Nico for Dark Phoenix, she will nuke her in 30 seconds, 100% health. If you get an ideal counter for Deathless Thanos, it's still going to take 60 seconds. So that's why he is so valuable, especially in high tier battlegrounds on defense. He's not the trickiest defender out there to fight, but you can still mess up to him. That special one comes out quick sometimes. It's easy to get clipped by it if you're short on your dash back, but he's mostly just here for stall value. Now the number 5 spot, we have Jean Grey. Of course, she's so annoying on defense. She is so tanky because of her force field, tanking, all of that damage, and she applies those exhaustions to you, which not only synergizes with inequity to reduce your damage, it also reduces your critical damage rating, which just means when you land a critical hit against Jean Grey, it's going to do a lot less damage than what it normally would. So she's insanely tanky, in most cases a guaranteed stall, and this is not even taking the fact that she has inverted controls in her kit, and she activates that inverted controls so frequently. When she activates a special, when she drops her shield, she's gonna make your controls go inverted, and it's not a fun time whatsoever. She's just a super easy defender to mess up to in general, whilst being insanely tanky on top of that, and having a ton of energy resistance, which is honestly very unnecessary. They shouldn't have given her so much energy resistance, but whatever. So at the number 4 spot, we have Spider-Woman, and she will undoubtedly go down the list when she is nerfed. Now don't get me wrong, she'll still be a very strong defender, but she's so unpredictable on defense because of that ensnare debuff, reducing your ability accuracy by 30%. This can just make your abilities fail at the worst times. Like for example, if you're using a champion with damage over time, that's going to have a chance to be failed. If you're using a champion that gains like an important fury buff on their special, that has a chance to be failed. Basically, she can fail anything with her ensnare. And of course, she has that fumble debuff, which means if she decides to throw a special one into your block when that is active, you're going to get a bunch of power stings on you and take a bunch of block damage. She's just a very annoying defender. Of course, she has the evade on top of all this, and her evade is like different than all the other Spider-Man's evades because her recovery time after the evade is so fast. She can just clip you out of nowhere sometimes. At the number 3 spot is Dark Phoenix with all her unavoidable damage. She's just stupid. She's not a well-designed defender whatsoever. It's not like she's actually tricky to fight. She's just like, she throws a special, bing bam boom, she does unavoidable damage to you basically, and when she triggers her immortality, she also does unavoidable damage to you with her Nova Flame. So even if you have some sort of power control, you're still going to take a bunch of unnecessary unavoidable damage. Here is an example of that. I don't even get touched in this fight. I don't even take a blocked hit in this fight, I don't think. And just look how much damage I take. She straight up isn't fair. The one thing that puts her at the number 3 spot is the fact she has a low health pool. So if you do get a good counter to her, like Nico, Horde, Indian Spider-Man, you are able to nuke her extremely fast in 30 seconds at 100% health. There's not too many ideal counters out there for her, but if you do get one, she does die very, very fast. So that's what puts her at the number 3 spot, in my opinion. As you can see there, I didn't get touched, bro. 100% of the damage there came from Nova Flame, and I'm at 24% health. That is devious. So at the number 2 spot, I will be putting Serpent. He's much like Deathless Thanos. Even if you get a ideal counter to this guy, you're still probably going to take 60 seconds in a matchup. But the difference is between Serpent and Deathless Thanos is Serpent does unavoidable block damage to you, and there's far fewer counters to him. So that's why he's so much higher than he is. When creating Serpent, they just went, give him all the defensive mechanics. He literally has about 20 of them. Crit resistance. He reduces burst damage on special attacks. He goes stun immune during special attacks. He has insane power gain. He's nullify immune, which is stupid. He's a cosmic champion. Why is he nullify immune? You should be able to nullify his death immunity, in my personal opinion. I think that would make him much more balanced. But no, just make a cosmic champion nullify immune. That's cool, isn't it? But anyway, at the number 1 spot is Captain Britain. because she is dumb. She's basically Dark Phoenix, but mutant and on steroids. That is how I would explain her. There's really not that many ideal counters to her whatsoever, and if you don't have a good counter to her, you will probably die off the neuroshock damage. Not only does she do all this unavoidable damage, but she has a safeguard mechanic. And the most infuriating thing about Captain Britain is she's the easiest defender in the entire game to fight, bro. It's basically like if they gave Iron Fist the ability to just deal random burst damage to you whenever he attacks. That's literally what it's like. They just made like a easy defender into a bullshit defender by giving her unavoidable damage mechanics, and that is just so lazy in my opinion. She is probably the most poorly designed champion in MCOC history, along with Dark Phoenix. Now, I know this list is mainly about defenders. Well, it's all about defenders, but she's also good on attack. What right does she have to be good on attack when she's this stupid on defense? She needs a nerf. She's not going to get nerfed because Kabam love unavoidable damage. Hopefully they don't make any more defenders like her, because I'm so sick of it. I want defenders that are actually tricky to fight and not defenders that just deal damage to me for existing, basically. It's not fun. Yo, what's good people? So if you clicked on this video, I'm assuming you're a pretty big fan of Battlegrounds, so I thought it would be a fun idea to go over who I think the 25 best Battleground champions are in the entire game, as someone who has completed everything the game mode has to offer. Now keep in mind, this isn't the 25 best Battleground champions for any specific meta. This is just overall the 25 best Battleground champions in the game, the best ones to rank up, the ones that will be included in most people's decks most seasons. So without further ado, let's jump into the list. And coming in at number 25 is Juggernaut, who once upon a time was pretty much the best Battlegrounds champion in the entire game, but with the introduction of much more complicated defenders that have unavoidable damage, a lot more defenders coming in with non-damaging debuffs, which completely turns off Juggernaut. He has lost a step. There's a lot of metas in Battlegrounds he doesn't work as well, but any meta that this guy does work, any defender he works against, he pretty much is the best, the fastest option. So I do believe he still deserves a spot on this list. Now coming in at number 24 is a champion that always goes away for a while, then has a resurgence, and that is Havoc. Now Havoc is the type of champion where he will be really OP for one or two specific metas in Battlegrounds on defense, and then he'll go away for a while, and then he'll come back a few months later and be really OP again. And we've seen a resurgence of him again with the Battleground Brawl, showing how capable on defense he can be. He's also a pretty underrated attacker as well, a decent counter to tricky defenders like Captain Britain. Onslaught, not the fastest out there, but there are a few meta tricky defenders which he can handle. But overall, he's just a really solid tanky defender, where even if you get a good counter to him that has access to an armor up buff so you don't take detonation damage, he can still be really tanky because he synergizes with an equity, puts a ton of debuffs on you, and takes a while to take down. So at number 23, we have Photon, which I'm sure a few people will be surprised that she's not higher up on the list. But with the surgence of Nuke attackers coming into the game, Photon is not nearly as strong on defense as she once was. Don't get me wrong, that's not me calling her bad whatsoever. She's still an incredible defender. However, in high tier Battlegrounds especially, 9 times out of 10 when you draft Photon, the opponent is going to have a very strong nuke option for her, like a Koye, Crossbone, Starkey, and a lot of the time you try to place her on defense, she ends up getting nuked. She is a relatively good attacker, just not the fastest out there. If you can catch your opponent without a good Photon counter, she's still an absolute menace on defense and is at the very least going to stall the opponent if she doesn't absolutely obliterate them with a unblockable, undexable special attack. But nowadays, she's not nearly as scary on defense as she once was. And while she is a versatile attacker, she doesn't handle a ton of super tricky defenders, and she's not the fastest. Okay, so number 22, I am putting Zola, and he's very similar to Photon in terms of defense. There's a lot more Nuke attackers that can handle Zola very fast nowadays, like Cull Obsidian, Carolina, Deathless Thanos, of course. But what puts Zola ahead of Photon for me is the fact that he handles trickier defenders than she does. Like, for example, Zola is a fantastic counter to Jean Grey, Captain Britain, who there really isn't that many great counters for in the game, and Captain Britain is one of the best defenders out there at the moment. So I think that really gives Zola the edge over Photon. If you want to see how truly underrated on attack this man is, I made a showcase on him, so go and check that out. But yeah, he's just a great, reliable dual-use champion for Battlegrounds. Now moving on to number 21 is a direct counter to Zola, Carolina Dean. Now she's not exactly the best counter to many defenders, but she's incredibly versatile. She's kind of like a new age Gallon, but I think she's better than Gallon because she's a bit faster than him, and that glancing mechanic she has just handles so many annoying mechanics of tricky defenders. Like, for example, you can glance the bleeds of Bullseye's special 1, you can glance Photon special attacks, which means you can block her special 1 in pure light form and it will do no damage, and you can even block Serpent special attacks and they deal no damage. So at number 20 we have Jack-O-Lantern, who is a absolute mutant nuker. He is probably the best Captain Britain counter out there right now, who is a massive problem. Any mutant, he just nukes in a single special 2, and he's pretty underrated for a lot of defenders outside of the mutant class as well. Like, for example, he's a really safe solar counter, not the fastest out there, but he does take him very well. The only thing that holds this guy back is that he's really not that good on defense in most circumstances. So coming in at 19 is basically the science version of Jack-O-Lantern. He does what Jack does to mutants, but against Mystic champions, Human Torch. But what puts Torch above Jack-O-Lantern for me is that even when you can't ramp up Torch's smolders, you still do pretty insane damage. So he's just way more versatile than Jack-O-Lantern in most cases. I was considering putting Jack above him just for the fact that he's one of the best Captain Britain counters. However, I think Torch just takes so many more defenders better than Jack-O-Lantern does that I had to give him the spot above him. But it was a close call for sure. So coming in at the number 18 spot is Nicholas Fury. Now, of course, we all know how good this guy is on defense. He has 2 lives, so at the very least, he's pretty much a guaranteed stall unless your opponent gets someone that can cancel that second life, like Deadpool X-Force, or God forbid Danny Moonstar, but no one's running her, so I mean, like, yeah. But Nick Fury is also pretty underrated on attack, especially since the skip special 3 button has been added to the game. There's many annoying defenders Nick can take, like Kindred, Spider-Woman. He's even a half decent Serpent counter. Obviously his main use is on defense, but he is a sneaky good attacker as well. That's very safe to use because, of course, if you get hit in the face, if you take any unavoidable damage, you can just get pushed to your second life and finish the fight at 100% health that way. And since the skip special 3 button has been added, he's even faster now, because when you get to that special 3 in the second life, you can just hit that skip special 3 button and matches just end so much faster because of that. So that really has buffed him on attack a little. So at number 17 is Cull Obsidian, and he is basically like a mini 7-star Cosmic Ghost Rider. There are a lot of defenders that he cannot take. Like, there's many armor break immune champions like Sentinel, Thing. He's not going to take like Nico. He's not really that good for Serpent. There are a lot of defenders which Cull Obsidian isn't good for, but like Juggernaut, the matchups he does take, he is one of the very fastest options for, and I do think he is a lot more versatile than Juggernaut at least. So yeah, if you can use Cull Obsidian in a match, you pretty much win basically. So number 16 is Tigra, of course one of the fastest attackers in the entire game. She does have a bit of a skill ceiling to ask, but honestly I don't think she's that tricky to play, especially in Battlegrounds, because realistically all you have to do is counter a few heavy attacks with a heavy attack of your own, or counter a couple of special attacks with a heavy attack, throw a single special too, and that is going to nuke most defenders. Obviously she's very versatile, one of the best serpent counters out there. She can't take Dark Phoenix, which holds her back a little, but other than that, just a very versatile, quick attacker. Not any good on defense though. So at number 15, I am putting Yelena Baloney, who obviously is one of the best defenders out there. If you don't have a champion that has access to Daunted, you're going to have a pretty rough time, because the matchup is going to be very slow with her reducing your attack rating by 60%. People have discovered a lot more counters for her nowadays though, and that's why she's not as high up on the list. Like for example, people have figured out that Galen takes her really well, Safra, Werewolf by Night takes her decently, and of course there are a few champions which nuke her, like Deadpool X-Force, Silver Samurai if you have him, Jean Grey. Onslaught doesn't quite nuke her, but he's a very good option for her. There's just a lot more options for Yelena nowadays, but she's still very easy to mess up to, and she's pretty underrated on attack as well. So even if your opponent does get a great counter for her, you can use her on attack in some scenarios. At number 14, I am putting Mr. Sinister, and what really tips this guy over the edge for me is his regeneration capabilities. Obviously he has those bleed debuffs on himself, he takes no damage from them, and this just gives him insane willpower healing. It's pretty much impossible to not finish most Battlegrounds matches with this guy at 100% health. Not many champions are immune to degeneration or resistant to it, so his damage source is really versatile. Not many champions, not many defenders can stop it, and of course he's a really solid defender. Not that good on defense nowadays. There are so many good tech attackers that can nuke him in around 30 to 40 seconds. However, he's so good on offense as well, so he's just a really reliable, versatile, good dual use champion to have in your deck. Now number 13, I am putting Solvark, mainly because of his defensive capabilities. He is a really annoying strong defender, where if you don't have a good counter for him, like Carolina, Call Obsidian, Deathless Thanos, you are going to struggle taking this man down. But he's pretty good on attack as well, and most importantly, he is also one of the best Captain Britain counters in the entire game, so that makes him very important to have in your deck. He nukes most mutant defenders, not nearly as well as Jack-O-Lantern, but he's so much better on defense than Jack-O-Lantern will ever be, so I think that really gives him the edge over him. He's just a really good dual use champion. So number 12, I am putting Dark Phoenix, not Shang-Chi. It's just I'm not going to use Dark Phoenix on offense, even though she's not terrible on offense, but she is mainly a defender. If you don't get a counter to her, you die. Yeah, you die. You just take unavoidable damage and you die. Elbozo, rip you. You've lost the game basically. She's not that hard to fight really. Her special 2 is not that difficult to dex, and you don't even have to dex it, to be honest. You can just block the first hit of it, then dex the second hit. She does root you during her specials, but obviously it's really not that big of a problem. The only reason she's a good defender is because of that stupid unavoidable damage she deals to you whenever she throws a special attack or whenever she activates her immortality. There are a lot more counters being released for her nowadays though. Nico, Spider-Man India, Hood absolutely destroy her, and if you do have a good counter for her, she gets nuked really fast because she has a small health pool. If it wasn't for that, she'd be higher up on the list. Like if this was made before Nico came out, she would probably be top 5 if not top 3. But as it is, I think this is a good spot for her. Hopefully they release even more counters for her though, because she's stupid and not well designed, and like the only reason she's a good defender is because she does unavoidable damage and not because she's tricky to fight. But nonetheless, before I start ranting about Dark Phoenix all day, number 11 we have Onslaught. Now Of course, most people are used to fighting Onslaught at this point in the game. However, his AI is super wacky, so like he will just hit you with a light intercept out of nowhere sometimes. So he can still be a very troublesome defender, and of course he is a great attacker. On top of that, he is one of the most versatile champions in the entire game. Not the fastest by any means, but fast enough to win you a lot of Battlegrounds matches whilst covering a lot of ground. I think Onslaught not quite cracking the top 10 really shows how far the game has come recently with releasing OP champions. But yeah, he's sitting at number 11. So at number 10, I am putting Kushala, just because she's so versatile, man, and specifically max Sig Kushala, because when she's at Sig 200, she's like a totally different champion. Her damage, her versatility gets so much more insane because those incinerate debuffs become passives instead. Of course, she's pretty much the best, the fastest, the safest serpent counter out there, but she's so much more than that. The only cosmic defender she struggles against is Dark Phoenix, but she's stupid anyway, so who cares about that. Her regeneration on block just makes her so safe and sustainable to use, and she's a fairly underrated defender. She's not tricky to fight, but you can easily trap a lot of people with Kushala on defense thanks to her bleed immunity, incinerate immunity, and high energy resistance. It's very easy to trap your opponents with her on defense. It's what a lot of people don't realize. So number 9, I am putting the bold warrior Okoye. Now, pretty much anything that shocks and bleeds, she nukes. Even Yelena, even with 60% reduced damage, she still nukes Yelena, which is insane. Of course, one of the best Spider-Woman counters out there. She basically nukes anything that you can shock and bleed, but even if your opponent is immune to one of those debuffs, her damage is still fantastic. Like for example, she still smokes Photon even though she's bleed immune. The shocks still slap. She's just a very versatile nuke attacker. The only thing that holds her back is that she's really not good on defense whatsoever, especially because she has a ton of buffs, so Mystic champions can easily take advantage of her. At number 8, I am putting Crossbones, just because I think Crossbones is better than Okoye, because while Okoye has 30% ability accuracy reduction with her ensnare, Crossbones has 100% ability accuracy reduction, and it's the best in the entire game. On top of that, he's one of the fastest champions out there, especially if you get decent Fury RNG. You can nuke a lot of fights in 30 seconds or less. But even if you don't get good Fury RNG, with the worst RNG possible, he still finishes fights in 40 seconds if you play him correctly. He's just such an insane, versatile attacker, but I've shown how insane Crossbones is, so I won't yap about him too much. At number 7 is a synonymous Battlegrounds champion, Starkey. Ever since the game mode released, he has been one of the best attackers for the game mode, and that's never going to change. The fact he doesn't rely on buffs, doesn't rely on debuffs, has access to power drain, has access to a stun lock, it just makes him so incredibly versatile and safe. He does have a small health pool, but that really does not matter when you're just stun locking the opponent and you don't even have to bait out a single special attack because of that power drain and the fact his damage is so insane. He's always been one of the best Battlegrounds attackers. I just cannot imagine that changing unless Kabam actively create defenders to counter Starkey, but that in itself is a very hard task to do. At number 6, I am putting Serpent, who, yes, I still hate. I don't hate him as much as Dark Phoenix or Captain Britain, however, but he's still stupid. Obviously, one of the best defenders in the game, even if you do get an ideal counter for this guy. He's still going to stall in most cases for at least a minute. But he's fairly good on attack as well. Like, this guy has no business being good on attack whilst being the defender he is. Like, he's not fast on attack whatsoever, but he's super versatile because his damage source is cold snap and burst damage, and obviously not many defenders are immune to that. So he's super versatile on attack, not the fastest, but if your opponent does get a Kushala, a Nico, the fact you can turn around and go, haha, I'll just use Serpent on attack is incredibly stupid. So yeah, of course, absolute menace on defense and pretty decent attacker on top of that. It's crazy that he doesn't reach the top 5 though. I don't think he's top 5 just because of how many OP champions there are in the game now. At the number 5 spot, I am putting Jean Grey. Of course, she's a menace on defense. She's super tanky thanks to her force field and the exhaustion debuff she puts on the attacker. So that synergizes with Inequity, reduces their attack rating, and the exhaustions themselves reduce their critical attack rating. So when you crit against her, you're not going to be doing much damage at all. On top of that, insane attacker, very fast, very safe, especially thanks to her force field. You can just tank blocked hits for days and not have to worry about a single thing. One of the best dual use champions in the entire game and well deserving of top 5. At number 4, I am putting Spider-Woman, who I do not have. Even on the beta, I have opened so many Titan Crystals trying to pull her. The game does not want to give her to me, which is big sad. But of course, we all know how much of a menace she is on defense. She's getting nerfed, but even when she has been nerfed and the ensnare has been removed from her kit, she will still be OP on defense. Not as strong as she is right now, but still very annoying. But even without taking her defensive potential into account here, she's such a strong attacker. She can even nuke Yelena. Like, obviously not many champions are immune to Power Sting, or not many champions deal with Power Sting, so she's just an incredibly versatile attacker and has some of the most insane damage in the entire game. So of course she's in the top 5. Absolute menace on both attack and defense, and I think she will be for a very long time. So at the number 3 spot, I am putting the feminist Nico, who pretty much shuts off the entire Cosmic class, who have some of the most annoying BS defenders in the entire game. But on top of that, she's a BS annoying defender herself. If you do not have a poison immune champion at the very least, you're probably going to take a bunch of damage. Even if you do have a poison immune champion, she has really annoying AI. She loves to throw her special one and activate her miss, which just slows down the fight. She loves to throw random heavy attacks, which gives her a bunch of power gain. She's just a super annoying defender and a OP attacker. So number 2 is Captain Britain, who is basically the mutant Dark Phoenix, but worse. Like, she does more unavoidable damage than Dark Phoenix, and there's even fewer good counters to her, which is insane, bro. But not only that, not only is she a stupid, annoying BS defender, she's OP on attack as well. Well, not OP, but she's a very strong attacker. Once you use that special 3, all you have to do is use your special 2, and that is going to wipe out most defenders. So even if your opponent does get a great counter to her, like Jack-O-Lantern, Sovok for example, you can just turn around, say nope, haha, and use her on attack. Unlike Dark Phoenix as well, this bitch has the audacity to have a big health pool. Like, no joke, her health pool is almost as big as Deathless Thanos, which is absolutely devious. There's no other way to describe it. So the absolute best Battlegrounds champion in the entire game right now, in my opinion, would be Deathless Thanos. I do think you can make a very strong case for it being Captain Britain, but I'm going to make the safe pick here and put Deathless Thanos. Of course, he is one of the most reliable defenders in the entire game, I would say. He's not hard to fight, but he's pretty much a guaranteed stall, which is very valuable, especially in high tier Battlegrounds. He's also insane on attack, incredibly versatile, very, very fast, ramps up in 2 special ones. He has that regeneration, insane damage. Basically, just an outright monster and the very best dual use champion for Battlegrounds in the entire game right now. Yo, what's good people? So a little while ago I did a video talking about the most overrated champion from each class. Now we're doing the Uno reverse of that and doing the most underrated champion. Now I really tried to dig deep here and talk about, you know, champions that really no one talks about or uses, because there's a lot of champions people like to call underrated, but at that point, if there's so many people calling them underrated and if there's so many people using them, are they really underrated? No. So let's just jump into the list. For the science class, I have picked Luke Cage. Now this is probably the most commonly used champion on the list, because I have seen a lot of top players rank him up recently, like Liam and Lex. I have always been a massive Luke Cage hater. However, this man has ability accuracy reduction, and if you know me, you know how much I value that as a piece of utility. It's one of the strongest pieces of utility in the entire game you can have, in my opinion. And the way Luke Cage has it is he has this concussion debuff off his special 2, and his concussion has 15% ability accuracy reduction for each exhaustion or debuff you consume with your special 2. So for example, if you consume 6 exhaustions with your special 2, you're going to have a 90% ability accuracy reduction, which is a 90% chance to fail all of your opponent's abilities. And this makes him a great counter to tricky defenders like Dark Phoenix, for example, because that ability accuracy reduction can completely shut down her Nova Flames. It can shut down her immortality, but we got unlucky here and it didn't. And against Mystic defenders, it's even stronger because you get 2 concussion debuffs. So versus like Kindred, he completely shuts off his root at the end of the match. And of course he has that indestructible, letting you tank a special 3 or tank a hit in the fight. He's just a really undervalued champion. Now for the skill class, I'm going with Frankencastle. A lot of people are calling him mid at the moment, and I can't seem to figure out why. He's actually a very versatile champion for Battlegrounds, and I think he's really solid. His damage is fantastic. He's just a bit weird to get used to playing because he has a really unique playstyle. You know, you have to walk up to the defender, really utilize that unstoppable with your special attacks to get the most damage out of him. But if you can figure out how to play this guy properly, he's a really good attacker. You know, he's a great counter to like High Evo, Armin Zola. He just counters many tricky meta defenders, and thanks to his damage source being Incinerate, he's really versatile. And of course he has access to that passive Crush, which you can keep active a majority of the match, which basically lets him have access to unblockable the entire match basically, which is just a strong piece of utility. Lets him get 3 easy openings. So for the Cosmic class, is a champion I've made so many videos on in the past, and Odin has one of the most viewed videos on my channel, sitting at 28k views with the Odin showcase I made, which was actually one of my first ever showcases. He's just a phenomenal champion in pretty much every aspect of the game. Super underrated for Battlegrounds, incredible in long form content because his special 2 does increase damage the bigger the health pool the opponent's is. Of course this goes up to a cap, but like in Necropolis health pools, he's doing about like 1.5 million special 2s when fully ramped up, which is ridiculous. Like, he's such a great underrated champion for long form content. Great for Battlegrounds as well, has plenty of utility for that thanks to the access of True Strike off his special 1, which lets him bypass armor, counter evade and counter auto block. His damage is fantastic. He starts out with really good damage even without having to ramp him up, because he starts the match with that Fury buff and you don't have to do anything for that. He has that Energize, so you can spam a lot of special attacks. He's really tanky thanks to the armor up buff he has. Like, you can block hits for days with Odin and barely take any damage. He's just a really underrated champion, and if you don't believe me, you can check out one of the many videos I have made on Odin over the years. For the Mystic class, I'm going with Purgatory because she has great damage, incredibly easy to play. Like, she's one of the most simple champions in the entire game to play. All you have to do is hit your opponent until you have 100 demonic charges, then you gain a massive fury and you just spam your special 2s basically, and she does really great damage. You're going to see in this Serpent matchup. She does have a little bit of tech to her, with the way you want to ramp up her neutralize, because basically when she's in demonic rampage, if you use your second medium attack, you'll power burn yourself, and the way you actually want to ramp up her neutralize, because her neutralize are 10% potency each and they can go up to 10 to get 100% potency, is every time you cross a bar of power you get a neutralize. So you basically want to power burn yourself every time you cross a bar of power, just to build them up quickly. And this basically makes her a hard serpent counter, for example, so she'll completely shut off his immortality. She's just not a counter to like Dark Phoenix, and I think that's why she's overlooked. However, she takes pretty much every single other meta cosmic defender in the game. Great for Deathless Thanos, great for Serpent, and just has really great damage in general and really easy to play. And for the tech class, we have to go with the duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the man running the stand. Oh, if you know that song, you're my goat, bro. But yeah, Howard the Duck, his utility is fantastic, and he's kind of like Starkey in a way where you don't have to hit your opponent to ramp up the damage, but you do have to be able to parry with Howard is the issue, and he is relying on buffs unlike Starkey. However, he does have some utility which Starkey does not have, like access to a ton of armor breaks, which makes him a great counter to Soulbark, for example, or Red Skull, or Fam. He has that reliable heal block off the special 1. I mean, I wouldn't say he has power control, but I mean, he's got those suppressions off the special 2, which reduce the opponent's combat power rate. I wish they lasted longer, so like it could actually be some more powerful power control utility. However, that's not the case, but this guy's damage is insane once you get him ramped up a little bit. Never been the biggest fan of his playstyle though. However, if you don't like mashing block like I don't, you can always choose the auto masher and then you don't have to. Okay, so for the final class, which is Mutant, I'm going with Sunspot. Now, the thing is with Sunspot, I think he's a phenomenal champion for Battleground still. However, he does need to be rank 4. Because I have tried to use my rank 3 in Battleground so often, and he just falls like 10% short each time. Like, he needs to be equal ranks, but when he is equal ranks, oh my, he cooks. Like, he's a counter to a lot of defenders you wouldn't expect him to be. Like, for example, he's great for Nico just because of his perfect block. So you can block those special 2s and basically take no damage and nuke her before she really does anything. Great counter to Serpent, because you basically take no damage blocking his special attacks, and those incinerate debuffs stop Serpent from healing when he activates his death immunity. He's so safe to use thanks to the perfect parry he has, and thanks to the fact he synergizes with Inequity. He places so many incinerate debuffs on the opponent, so he's reducing their attack rating by a significant amount. Of course, his damage is insane. He's not as versatile as he once was, but Sunspot, really underrated in my opinion. Yo, what's good people? So I'm back with another massive showcase, and today we're focusing on 7-star rank 4 Valkyrie, who will be one of the very top skill champions in the entire game. I'm mainly going to be showcasing her in Battleground fights in this video, because she's much more suited for that level of health pools. She can do long form content, however, it's not her forte. She is built around taking Battleground level health pools, stuff like that. Now, her damage is really good. One thing that is annoying when playing Valk though is the AI, because obviously we all know how difficult the AI can be. It fluctuates between being passive, being aggressive, and when I seem to play Valk, it seems to be a lot more aggressive than it normally is, which is quite annoying honestly. However, you don't need to hit block as much as you think with Valkyrie. You can just hit your opponent, throw your special 2 into block, and then you really want to try and hit into that block once you have that passive Fury active. Other than that, you can just hit the opponent normally. It really depends on the defender you're fighting. Like for example, if we're fighting an Onslaught, which I'll show later on in the video, we don't want to get many neuroshocks on us, so we're definitely going to be hitting the block more than actually hitting him. But against like your average opponent, you can just hit them and it's fine. So basically, the rotation with Valkyrie is build up your pierce buffs to 3, throw your special 2 into block, try your best to hit the opponent's block, strike her into block, land another combo into block, and then repeat, work back up to your special 2. You do gain power when hitting the defender's block, however it's not that much power at all, so ideally you do want to be hitting the opponent anyway to build up your power. Now, does Valkyrie absolutely need max sig? Well, yes and no. She needs max sig to be the absolute best unstoppable counter in the entire game. As we all know, at sig 200, once Valk has at least one of those pierce buffs, which is incredibly easy to get, all you have to do is hit the opponent over 10 times, and then bing bam boom, you have your pierce buffs. You completely turn off any unstoppable effect, passive, buff, it doesn't matter. Valkyrie just straight up ignores it. At sig 1 though, she can do the exact same thing. The only difference is you need to get 3 of your pierce buffs before you can completely shut off unstoppable. So basically, the lower the sig Valkyrie is, the longer she takes to ramp up to counter that unstoppable. And I know I'm mentioning this a lot, but like, countering unstoppable is basically Valkyrie's main selling point. Here we're fighting a Red Skull because most people think Valkyrie's bad for Red Skull because you don't want to hit his block, of course. However, people forget that you don't take damage from Red Skull if you throw a special attack into his block. You'll only take damage from basic attacks into his block. So in general, Valkyrie's a great counter. You just want to hit him normally until you get to your special 2. Then throw that special 2, bing bam boom. You're doing a bunch of damage, and Valkyrie ignores Red Skull's unstoppable of his special 2. So yeah, she's actually a pretty great counter for him. So I know what you're thinking, is Valkyrie useless unduped? Because I'm sure there's a few people who will have the misfortune of getting her unduped. And yeah, basically, I mean, her damage is still pretty great unduped. However, she's missing the most vital piece of utility that she has, which is countering unstoppable. So I mean, there's really not much point in using her, because while her damage is pretty great, there's many other champions that have great damage and even more utility than a unduped Valkyrie. So yeah, I would say she needs dupe, and ideally sig 200 to be worth taking all the way up to rank 4 or possibly even rank 5 if you're one of the mega whales going for the top rank rewards in the Banquet. Of course, she's a great counter to Penny Parker because, like, the one thing you do with Valkyrie is hit the opponent's block, and that is exactly how you're supposed to counter Penny. So of course, great counter for her. Decent option for Onslaught, you know, by far not the fastest option. However, if you slow play it and hit Onslaught's block a decent bit, she can get this fight down pretty well. Onslaught is bleed resistant, so we are missing out on a fair bit of damage. That combined with not actually being able to hit him too much and having, you know, class disadvantage, we do have to throw 2 special 2s in this fight. So it's a pretty long fight, but Valkyrie can do it as a last resort option, or if you need Valkyrie to take it in like Alliance War or something like that. So I will say Valkyrie's strength lies in her versatility. She's not an absolute nuke. There are plenty of matchups which she can finish in 30 to 40 seconds. However, most matchups you're probably looking at around a 50-second fight, but she's incredibly versatile. There's really not that many defenders she cannot take. Like Scorpion, I would say Scorpion is a much better champion than Valkyrie, to be honest. But they're both targeted towards countering different things. Like, for example, Scorpion has no way to counter Unstoppable, so you're going to want to use Valkyrie for those fights instead of him. I do think she's a great champion. I just think she's a tier below like Scorpion, Absman, possibly Kingpin. I don't know, she's probably like on par with Kingpin. It really depends on what you value in the game. For casual players, Kingpin is way better. For competitive players, I would say Valkyrie and Kingpin are pretty on par. 1 minute 40, not a fast fight at all, but as a last resort option, she can do the fight. She's much better for Gentle though. She completely counters this guy, you know, being able to shut off Unstoppable when that's basically Gentle's only defensive mechanic. Well, it's not his only defensive mechanic. If you crit Gentle twice in a row, he's going to gain that resistance and go super tanky. However, if you're doing damage through his block, that basically bypasses it. So yeah, Valkyrie, pretty great counter to Gentle. Again, we're losing out on damage because he is bleed immune. A lot of Valkyrie's damage does come from bleeds, so keep that in mind. Against bleed immune champions, you will be about 20 to 30% slower, and you're probably going to need 2 special 2s instead of 1 special 2 in a battleground setting. Still really good for bleed immune champions, it's just you are missing out on damage, and that's always a big sad. I wish she would have like ruptures or something like that instead of bleeds. However, you know, at the time Valkyrie was released, she was like one of the top skills in the entire game. She was much more OP back then than she is now. Don't get me wrong, she's still a fantastic champion. However, back then she was easily like top 10 champion in the game when she first got released. Nowadays, I would not say she's even close to that. Speaking of back in the day, back when Spot used to be a actual meta defender, man, remember that? So much simpler times when Spot was actually a good defender instead of all this unavoidable damage BS. But yeah, nowadays Spot is not that meta on defense whatsoever. However, this was always a cool matchup to me because a lot of people would play Spot on defense thinking Valkyrie doesn't work for him, because of course you don't want to hit into Spot's block because that'll give him spots, make him go untouchable and deal damage to you. However, if you only hit Spot's block and never hit him in the face after he gains 5 spots, then he'll never go untouchable anyway, so like she's fine for that fight. And now we have this thing, obviously, you know, being the best counter to Unstoppable in the game, of course she's going to be a great counter to Thing. Now, we really should talk about inverting Valkyrie's combo because not many players actually play her properly. Now, you don't have to do this with her whatsoever, you can just play her normally. However, inverting her combo will ramp her up faster. So what you want to do is by landing a light ending combo that inverts your combo, and as I mentioned, each time you go over 10 hits in your combo meter you gain a pierce buff. So what you want to do is ideally once you get to 6 hits, then you want to land a 5-hit combo to invert your combo, and then after that you want to land a medium and that will reinvert your combo, set it back to normal. And what this does is it basically makes it so you ramp up quicker, because for example, if you're playing her normally, you need to land 30 hits into the opponent's face or into their block before you have 3 pierce buffs. If you're doing this rotation, you only have to land about 15 hits, 16 hits before you're fully ramped up. So this is the ideal rotation for Battlegrounds. You see me do it plenty in this video. I don't do it perfectly every time. Sometimes I invert my combo a little early, a little late, it doesn't really matter. Just inverting your combo in general speeds her up a bit. It's not at all necessary, however it's just a nice little trick to know, especially if you're in a race against someone in Battlegrounds. This will be a really important thing to know. So yeah, watch my gameplay, watch me invert Valkyrie's combo, and you'll see it does make her much faster. Great counter to Nico. The only thing you need to keep in mind in this fight is make sure you don't push Nico to a bar of power until the buff immunity has fallen off you. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to gain your pierce buffs, you're going to get inflicted with a ton of poisons, and you're going to have a bad time. So in this Quicksilver matchup here, I actually do not hit his block at all. I just hit Quicksilver normally because I want to see how Valkyrie's damage is without hitting into block, because like she does gain that passive fury off the special 2, so I just want to see what her damage is like without it, and it's surprisingly good. You know, nothing crazy, nothing to be like wow at, but her damage is still very decent without hitting into the opponent's block. So let's say you need an unstoppable counter but you don't like Valkyrie's playstyle, well, you can just play her like a totally normal champion, and it will be a big difference in speed, but as you can see here, 50-second fight still doing very decent damage. Now against Absman, the only thing you need to keep in mind in this fight is push Absman to a special 2 so he's not bleed immune, so the bleed helps you out damage the regeneration. You don't want to knock Absman down with your heavy attack to knock him out of his form, because when you do that with Valkyrie, landing a heavy attack with her basically turns the pierce buffs you have into passive pierce and then they expire, so you lose all your ramp up. So whatever you do, Don't land a heavy attack with Valkyrie whilst you have pierce buffs, otherwise you're never going to see those bitches again. Now, I should probably talk about her bulwark buffs. Basically, you gain these the opposite way you gain your pierce. Whenever you decrease your combo by 10 by inverting your combo, you will gain a bulwark buff. And not only does this increase your block proficiency, of course, but the way Valkyrie's Purify works is she has up to a 90% chance to purify non-damaging debuffs based on her block proficiency. So if you have your 3 bulwark buffs, that basically means you'll have a 90% chance to purify non-damaging debuffs. So if you need to access that purify, that's what you need to do. You need to ramp her up by lowering your combo by 10. However, there are much better purify champions out there, so I wouldn't use her for purify matchups in particular. Like for example, Crossbones Kingpin not only purify non-damaging debuffs, but they purify damaging debuffs as well, and they don't have to do anything special to do that. They literally just do it by hitting the opponent. So Valkyrie's purify utility is kind of irrelevant in my opinion. However, it's nice to have. Of course, decent counter for Enchantress, and I figured I'd show a Dr. Doom because, like, why not, bro? I remember when Valkyrie came out, Dr. Doom was still a very relevant defender in Battlegrounds, and Dr. Doom was actually the first ever defender, the first ever fight I took with Valkyrie. Just in general, in Battlegrounds, it was the first ever fight I did with her, and I think I did it in like 50 seconds, and I was hella impressed. So, yeah, obviously, Dr. Doom is like quite squishy, which is crazy to say because if you remember fighting Dr. Doom back in the day, he was so tanky, bro. But Dr. Doom has a small health pool. The only reason he seems tanky is because of all the critical resistance he has and all the armor he has. So if you're bypassing that by hitting into his block with the pierce buffs and doing bleed damage, he's actually really squishy. Like, when Dr. Doom does eventually come out as a 7-star, I don't think he's going to be a good defender whatsoever because there's so many champions with burst damage, damage over time, which will completely bypass all of Dr. Doom's tankiness. But that's not what this video is about. Now we're fighting a Rintrah, and Valkyrie was one of the OG counters to Rintrah. Keep in mind, when Rintrah came out, like, he was a massive problem, bro. People forget how OP Rintrah was when he first dropped. Everyone and every champion was timing out to this guy. Valkyrie could do the fight, but she would do it very slow. Obviously, if you hit Rintrah, he inflicts that neutralize on you. So basically, that will stop you from gaining your pierce buffs, which is obviously bad. So in this matchup, you kind of just only want to hit Rintrah's block and not hit him whatsoever. So this matchup is very doable. However, it's pretty goddamn slow. So this is like a last resort option for Rintrah nowadays. Back in the day though, believe it or not, Valkyrie was one of the better options for Rintrah, which is crazy to say looking at this clip here, but it's true, man. So out of the Banquet box, you know, they're pretty much all at least good champions. I'd say there's like 2 slightly above mid champions with X23 and Punisher. All the rest are great. However, I would say Valkyrie is probably the 3rd worst after X23 and Punisher. That's not to call her bad whatsoever. She's a great champion and a fantastic addition to pretty much anyone's roster. The best counter to Unstoppable in the entire game. It's just you don't always need to counter Unstoppable, and when you don't need that, she's never really the best option to use. Here we have a Serpent matchup just because I wanted to see how well Valkyrie would do this, and like, she can get him down really well because Serpent's resistances don't really matter that much to Valkyrie. She pretty much bypasses all of that by hitting into his block with the pierce and the bleed damage, because Serpent, you know, he reduces the duration of bleed debuffs. But of course, Valkyrie does instant bleed damage, so Serpent can't really mess with that. However, Valkyrie, you know, she takes a lot of block damage in this matchup, which disappointed me. Those bulwark buffs she gains are really not helping her. It's not really her fault though. Serpent's just a stupidly designed champion. Like, the fact that I have so much block proficiency right now does not even matter. I am still taking so much unavoidable damage. However, She can take this fight down, so like if you don't have another option, she can do the fight. However, of course, far from the best. 1 minute 30. I did do the fight a little bit faster than that, but I ended up taking a lot more block damage, so I had to like slow play it to even finish 70%, 77% health. Now we have a Deathless Thanos. Now I'm sure you're all wondering how well Valkyrie does this fight, because of course Thanos' main defensive mechanic is going unstoppable. However, I wouldn't say Valkyrie is the best option for this fight whatsoever because of those protection thresholds Thanos gains. It really messes with her, honestly, and she's just not that fast in this matchup, which was disappointing, honestly. You'd expect her to be one of the best Thanos counters in the game, and she is. She's one of the safest, but she's definitely not one of the fastest. Each time you get Thanos down to a protection threshold, he's basically just going to waste your passive fury by triggering that protection. So yeah, honestly this matchup kind of sucks. Well, it would be a great Alliance War matchup. It's just not a good matchup for Battlegrounds where you need to rush. However, it's incredibly safe. Like, it's impossible to die, mess up, get hit in the face in this matchup unless you do something absolutely foolish. I mean, 1 minute 24 isn't terrible. However, just much better options for Deathless Thanos out there, especially for Battlegrounds. On the other hand, fantastic counter to Hulkling, because obviously if you're hitting Hulkling's block, he's not going to go indestructible, he's not going to trigger his regeneration buffs, so she pretty much hard counters Hulkling. And back when Hulkling was like one of the best defenders in the entire game, Valkyrie was many people's go-to counter for him. So yeah, she is still a great option for Hulkling. Destroys this matchup very easily. One thing I do want to circle back to is just AI in general with Valkyrie. Of course, landing your special 2 into the opponent's block is not a problem at all, because you can use the Massacre trick, the Hulk Buster trick, where you delay your combo, then throw your special 2, and the opponent is always going to block that. But after you've thrown that special 2, sometimes the opponent just gets super aggressive and you cannot hit into their block for the life of you. I find it helps to throw a random light attack in the air, you know, with a light attack, and that sometimes makes the opponent go more passive, which lets you hit their block. However, it doesn't always work, so AI is a bit of a problem with playing Valkyrie to her full potential. But anyway, we have a Medusa, and of course Valkyrie is a great option for this fight. Not only is her playstyle great for it, because of course you want to hit into the opponent's block, as I've mentioned about a million goddamn times, but one thing I haven't talked about yet is Valkyrie goes stun immune when she has at least one of her bulwark buffs. So you do want to make sure you're at least getting one of those bulwark buffs, and this stops you from getting parried or auto block parried, which is a really great piece of utility. Once you have that bulwark buff, she's literally stun immune the entire match. This also lets her counter nodes like encroaching stun. So yeah, fantastic piece of utility there. She actually hard counters Fam because she does have access to those pierce buffs, and that completely stops Fam from gaining any armor ups, so he has no defensive threats here. I mean, he does gain a little bit of regeneration because of Valkyrie inflicting bleed on him, but yeah, great counter to Fam. Surprisingly, great counter to Sentinel as well. Bypasses all of his resistances, and doesn't matter that he is bleed immune. You do need 2 special 2s in this matchup. However, it's still an easy under 60-second nuke. I remember a big argument back in the day was who's better between Valkyrie and Massacre. I've always been a massive Massacre fan, always favoured him over Valkyrie, especially because with Massacre you don't have to hit the opponent's block apart from your special 2. With Valk, you do want to hit the opponent's block a lot more, so I just enjoy Massacre's playstyle a lot more. I think it comes down to basically, do you want more damage or do you want more utility? Because Massacre definitely has more damage and Valkyrie definitely has the better utility. However, Massacre's utility is pretty underrated in general. he can decrease the opponent's ability accuracy, which is really strong, but I'm not going to yap too much about him. If you want to know more about Mcoc, I made a video on him about a month ago. Still one of the most underrated champions in the entire game. He has forever been underrated, which is kind of funny. Now, like Mcoc, Valkyrie can counter Mr. Sinister, but again, bleed resistant, so we're going to need 2 special 2s in this matchup. And keep in mind, you don't want to try and gain one of your pierce buffs once you have that concussion on you, otherwise it's just going to fail. So yeah, Valkyrie, decent option for Sinister, not the fastest, but that's basically the case with every single matchup that Valkyrie does. She's never really the best option, but she can take a lot of defenders and she's incredibly versatile. But honestly, man, I'm not too mad at the fact that I'm going to be missing out on Valkyrie, because I'm not going to whale on the Banquet event. Of course, I'm big free to play at the moment. I am jealous that I'm missing out on Scorpion, Hulkling, but Valkyrie, nah, I can live without her, bro. Like, I really do not mind missing out on her. Fantastic champion. I'm not really a fan of her playstyle, man, especially with how unpredictable AI is nowadays. I just really don't enjoy playing her too much. Like, I did not have nearly as much fun making this video as I did for the Scorpion or Nimrod video, for example. Great counter to Weapon X, because Weapon X cannot regenerate block damage even when in his berserk mode, so she nukes him, does take 2 special 2s once again. However, most matchups seem to take 2 special 2s. Honestly, I thought she would, you know, do most matchups in a special 2 combo, striker combo afterwards, but no, most matchups do seem to take a whole 2 special 2s, so her damage, you know, it's a bit weaker than it was back in the day, but that's just mainly because there's so many more OP defenders in game now. Now here's a real OG matchup. Valkyrie is a great counter to Korg, who has obviously fell off on defense as of recently, but I just think this is a really cool matchup because, as we all know, when you hit Korg's block, he goes unstoppable. Valkyrie completely ignores that, so you can just hit his block as much as you want, and obviously you're not going to take Thorns damage when hitting his block. Not only that, but hitting into his block actually bypasses his rock stats as well, which is weird. Like, he does not have the damage reduction when you hit into his block. He gains it on special 3s, he gains it on everything else apart from block damage, which I guess that was to balance him on attack, if anything. But yeah, like, Valkyrie just completely ignores Korg. Like, it's a hard matchup until you gain your first pierce buff. Once you have that first pierce buff, very easy matchup, but until then, it can be a bit tricky setting up because you do have to land those light intercepts. One thing I will say about Valk is she has very good light intercepts because the reach on her light attack is great, and she's one of the best sidesteppers in the entire game. If you don't know what a sidestep is, it's basically when you dex the opponent's medium attack and retaliate with a light attack. This basically just gives you a free opening, and Valkyrie is one of the best champions in the game for this. Of course, you can't do it against every defender in the game, but as you can see there's plenty of defenders you can do it against, like Korg, for example. There's plenty. I should probably make a video on all the defenders you can sidestep. Maybe that will be a video in the future. But watch this, bro, watch this. Nick threw an unblockable special 1 and I just decided to dex it, bro. I just manifested the ability to be able to dex his special 1 out of nowhere. I didn't even know I could do that. But yeah, Valkyrie, honestly, solid option for Nick Fury, because once you're ramped up, you don't lose your ramp, so you're going to stay ramped up when Nick goes into his second life. So solid option for big bad bald Nick Fury over here. Could probably be a bit faster than that, but we all know how AI is, and we're keeping it realistic here, boys. I'm not retrying matchups until I get perfect AI. Okay, so now we're running Suicides. I'm not boosted yet, but we got Suicides, we got a synergy team, but honestly Valkyrie synergies barely do anything for her, so they're kind of irrelevant. And we're going to see how fast she is against this Red Hulk. 1.6 million health. I do need to note though, in this video, the Valkyrie relic is only rank 1 because we can get all the relics on a CCP beta. We can't rank them up though, so that's kind of peak, bro. So it is only rank 1, so her damage would be a little bit better if I could get that relic to rank 2, so keep that in mind. I'm sure it wouldn't make a massive difference, but like maybe a couple fights would be like, what, 5 seconds faster if I had the rank 2 Valkyrie relic. Rank 3 would probably be like a decent difference. Maybe some fights could be up to 10 seconds faster, maybe, but don't quote me on that because I'm really not sure. But yeah, we're slapping. Red Hulk just decided to perfect block one of my special 2 hits there, which is annoying as hell. Stupid perfect block chance in Labyrinth, man. What stupid ability. No one likes it. But yeah, we're hitting pretty decently here. We even without the Fury, like, attacks into the opponent's block. It does about 7k on mediums with an additional 4k bleed damage. So 11k mediums into the opponent's block without the Fury. With the Fury, let's see, it's 28k with an additional 6k bleed damage. So 34k in total, and we got Red Hulk down in 1 minute 38. This is what I was talking about when I said Valkyrie isn't really built for long form content, because 7-star Nimrod got Red Hulk down in the same exact time. I think it was even a little bit faster, and Nimrod isn't even supposed to be OP against champions that are not mutants. Valkyrie has class advantage there, so in long form content her damage does not hold up as much. She's really built for like 500k health pools, around that. Now we're fighting this Grandmaster Gauntlet Mcoc. This is the 6-star version of the Grandmaster Gauntlet though, because we do not have access to the 7-star version. Just to see what Valkyrie can do here, and yeah, she nukes this fight pretty well. Our special 1 does do increased damage on this node, so we're going to use that. And after you use your special 1, you do gain these evade charges, which is pretty nice. It basically just means when you throw your special 1 into your block, the opponent can't punish you, because if they do, you will evade it. Other than that, there's really not much reason to use your special 1 though, so only really use it if it's going to finish off the match. Last fight of the video, we're fully boosted, fully synergized, suicide up, and we're fighting this 1.5 million health pool Overseer. And unfortunately, this is an example of AI being really annoying for Valk, because Overseer did not want to block after I dropped my special 2, so this matchup could have been about 20 seconds faster. However, we just got awful AI here, so that's really unfortunate. But I'm giving you the full realistic Valkyrie experience here. This is why I'm not that big of a fan of this champion. She's just pretty goddamn AI reliant, and it really does annoy me. Even with an light attack doesn't make the opponent passive sometimes. We're hitting into his block here, and we're doing some decent damage, but it's still going to take another special 2. And this matchup, you know, it takes about 1 minute 30, which is pretty sad for fully boosted gameplay, honestly, because like Nimrod, Scorpion, they could do this fight in like under a minute easily. So Valkyrie taking a minute and a half. It's a little crazy, bro, but like I mentioned, she's really not built for the big health pools. But that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. If you did enjoy it, like, subscribe, share the video. A lot of work going into this, a lot of sleepless nights. So make sure you support the channel if you want to see more. And I will see you all in the next one. Yo, what's good, people? So Indian Spidey and Nico are commonly considered to be 2 of, if not the very best Mystic champions in the entire game. I know Kushala crying in a corner, but she's been out for a very long time at this point. These are 2 very new, recently released champions that are massively hyped in the community. So I'm going to compare them and figure out who is the best once and for all. So first of all, we're going to be comparing them against Dark Phoenix, and we'll be fighting the Metacosmic champions on defense to see who handles them better for the first category. So there's 9 different categories I will be comparing these champs to. There's who's the better counter to the Metacosmic defenders, ease of use, survivability, safety net, utility, defense potential, general damage, handling buffs and damage against buff heavy champions, and then versatility. So as you can see here, in the first matchup, Nico is about to win. So clearly she is the faster, safer option for Dark Phoenix. I do need to know in this matchup though, I do not have the extra block proficiency stat focus on Indian Spidey, which is definitely the stat focus you want to run with him. I was running crit rate here just because he's quite a flimsy champion and you do want to parry heavy with him a bit, so definitely run that extra block proficiency stat focus. So straight out the gate, I am going to be giving survivability to Nico because not only is she a bit tankier, but due to her adrenaline mechanic, she can actually regain a lot of the health she loses on blocked hits, which is an incredible piece of utility. So I will be giving that category to Nico straight out the gate. And now we're fighting the Serpent to see who does this matchup better. Again, I am still not running the block proficiency stat focused with Indian Spidey. Was able to finish nice and healthy there, but if I was running it, that would be like a 93-94% finish. So keep that in mind. Nico not far behind though, only a couple of seconds longer than Indian Spidey. So since Nico won against Dark Phoenix and Spider-Man won against Serpent, we need a tiebreaker, and the third meta cosmic defender in the game is definitely Deathless Thanos, so I thought it was appropriate to compare them against him. The next category I want to talk about is ease of use, so how easy the champion is to utilize to their full potential, and this I'm going to give to Nico because realistically all you have to do with her is use your special 2, then spam your special 1s, weave in a few heavy attacks. With Indian Spider-Man, he's a bit more complicated. You want to make sure you're baiting the opponent into your webs, parrying heavy in a lot, and throwing your special 2 at the right time against certain opponents like Deathless Thanos. If I threw that special 2 a bit too early, the protection would eat the burst damage, so I do think Nico is a lot easier to use. However, Indian Spidey won against Deathless Thanos, so he will be taking the meta cosmic defender counter category. He is the best counter to the most meta cosmic defenders in the game right now. Okay, now we're going to be fighting against the Sasquatch just to see who has the best damage potential in a vanilla matchup, you know, with no buffs to take advantage of, anything like that. Who has the better damage? But talking about a category before this match finishes, safety net. I think I should give this safety net category to Spider-Man because not only does he have insanely strong power control, so you don't have to bait many if any special attacks off the opponent. You can finish most Battlegrounds opponents off with Spider-Man before baiting out a single special attack, but he has a very high chance to evade once he's fully ramped up, 20% chance to evade all basic attacks once he has all his buffs on the opponent, and if they have any extra buffs on top of that, that's an even higher chance to evade. He has a 2% chance to evade per buff on the opponent. But Spider-Man won against that Sasquatch there, so he will be winning the general damage category. He has the best damage in a vanilla matchup. So moving on to Red Skull here just to see who the best champion is in buff heavy matchups, and Nico is second to none. Not only is her damage insanely strong when there's buffs to stop with that buff immunity debuff she has, because she instantly turns them all into very strong passive poisons as long as she's awakened. But that buff immunity is such a incredible piece of utility because it's not a nullify, it's not a neutralize. Basically no champion in a game apart from champions that can shrug off that buff immunity debuff will stop that from applying, so no champion is immune to it so far. Maybe they'll create a cosmic defender in the future which is immune to buff immunity, but I sure as hell hope they don't because that would be silly. So yeah, I think Nico pretty easily takes this category of the best champion for buff heavy matchups. Spider-Man does gain a nice benefit when the opponent has a lot of buffs. It basically lets him ramp up faster, but he doesn't actually nullify the buffs or stops the buffs from applying. The only thing he has to do that is a neutralize, but that only applies when the opponent throws a special attack, so you'll only be stopping buffs from applying when the opponent throws a special attack. So Nico very easily takes that category in my opinion. So now I'm going to be covering two categories at once, both versatility and utility I will be giving to Spidey because his power control is insanely strong. He's incredibly versatile because his damage source is burst damage, and obviously not many champions will stop that. You don't want to use them against buff immune champions, of course, because the only thing you need to do is be able to apply buffs to the opponent to be able to get that burst damage. However, there's really not many buff immune defenders. I mean, Titania isn't really a notable defender at all. So in terms of utility and versatility, I think both of those have to go to Indian Spidey, and Spidey is so much better outside of cosmic defenders than Nico is. Nico can handle champions defenders outside of the cosmic class just fine, but Indian Spidey nukes them and is a great counter to defenders like Bullseye and Sinister and so much more, where Nico, you know, she can handle them, she can handle some of them, not nearly as many as Spidey though, and she's not nearly as fast. So both of those categories I think has to go to Spider-Man. Now, in terms of defense potential, this 100% goes to Nico in my opinion. Indian Spider-Man is not that strong of a defender because he has an insanely small health pool and his special attacks are just so easy to outrange. Yes, he can catch you slipping on defense if he evades you and hits you with a combo, but it's nothing compared to like Spider-Woman or something. He's really not that tricky of a defender. Nico, on the other hand, if you don't have a poison immune champion, very good chance you are going to take a lot of damage, unless you have like someone that can nuke her before she throws a single special attack. And even if you do have a great counter for her, she can just spam special ones the whole match, constantly go invisible and still be incredibly annoying. So here are the categories here. As you can see, the best counter to the meta cosmic defenders goes to Spidey, general damage goes to Spidey, damage against buff heavy champions goes to Nico, utility goes to Spidey, versatility goes to Spidey, defense potential goes to Nico, ease of use goes to Nico, survivability goes to Nico, then the tiebreaker, which is the 9th category, which is safety net, goes to Spidey. So he is the winner, but keep in mind, both are fantastic champions. You could easily make a very good argument for Nico being the best. These are just the categories I decided on. Let me know if you enjoyed this video and I can make more comparison videos in the future, like Bastion versus Jack-O-Lantern, which people have been asking for, or even Starkey versus Stealthy, which is probably a video I've wanted to do for a very long time, just so I can prove to everyone that Starkey is still clear as Stealthy, bro. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. Yo, what's good, people? So I was playing around with the 6-star X23 yesterday. Now we have her 7-star rank 4 and she feels so much better. I still think she will be the worst champion out of all the Banquet champions, but that's not to call her bad whatsoever. She can be an insane nuke against skill defenders specifically. You're about to see in this matchup, she completely melts this Yelena even without having access to Daunted. So the reason I think X23 is the worst champion in there is just because she may handle skill defenders with ease. However, outside of the skill class, she doesn't really have the utility to counter that many meta defenders. And although she can inflict ruptures instead of bleeds, that's only if the opponent is bleed immune. So for someone like Serpent, Onslaught, Mr. Sinister, who are bleed resistant, you're still going to do no damage against those defenders. So even though she has the versatility where her bleeds can turn into ruptures, she's still not as versatile as you may think. But against skill defenders, she is pretty insane and she nukes a wide majority of them in about 30 to 45 seconds. She's a great counter to Killmonger because all of her bleeds, all of her damage over time are passives, so that's not going to feed into Killmonger's reverberation at all. Now we're fighting this Nico, who this matchup is a bit tricky, but if you can get it down, she does nuke this matchup extremely fast thanks to Nico having a small health pool. Of course, X23 is not poison immune, so we have to block that special too. But this fight is pretty easy as long as Nico plays along with you, as long as she doesn't throw a special one when you have that buff immunity on you. this matchup is not bad at all. So you can push your opponents to special 3 when you enter Frenzy, just because you're constantly hitting them, so they cannot use their special attacks, so it's totally safe to do that. 41-second nuke right there. Keep in mind, all of these defenders are 7-star rank 4 level. They have the same amount of health as a 7-star rank 4 level defender would have in Battlegrounds. Now we have a Bullseye, and this is pretty much her targeted matchup because she does have access to that Pursuit passive, which counters evade. You get this by either intercepting the opponent or punishing special attacks, and she is 90% bleed resistant, which is a pretty good piece of utility. It's mainly just there so she can counter Bullseye though. This Pursuit passive lasts 8 seconds against skill champions. Unfortunately, if you're fighting someone outside of the skill class, it only lasts for 4 seconds before you have to refresh it, which is very stupid in my opinion. It just makes her much trickier to use against evade champions outside of the skill class, with that Pursuit passive only lasting 8 seconds before you have to refresh it by either landing an intercept or punishing a special attack. You know, it's not too hard to access, but if the AI doesn't want to play along with you, if it doesn't want to let you intercept, then it's not a fun time whatsoever. Here we have this Nick Fury, and if you watched last video where I reviewed the 6-star X23, you know I actually got something wrong. I misunderstood Danny shutting down Nick Fury's second life because of the marked passive, but that's not why she shuts off Nick Fury's second life. It's because of the neuroshocks reducing regeneration rate. The marked passive just shuts down any sort of immortality, which I did know. I just thought it also shut off Nick Fury's second life, but I was wrong on that, so I made a big oopsie. So yeah, X23 is decent for Nick Fury, but 1 minute, you know, there are much faster counters for him out there, so she's far from the best Nick Fury counter. Honestly, if she could cancel his second life, that would bring a lot more value to her for high tier battlegrounds, but she can't, so that's pretty unfortunate. Here's a Kingpin though. Another thing is, she doesn't get that marked passive against defenders outside of the skill class, so she'd be able to counter Dark Phoenix's immortality, she'd be able to counter Serpent's immortality. Not that it would matter, because she'd still be ass versus Serpent, because again, he's bleed resistant, so you're barely going to do any damage against him. So she would be a good counter to those defenders, but unfortunately you only get the marked passive versus skill defenders, and your X23 does need to be awakened for that. Either way though, that Kingpin got absolutely melted, but now we're going to fight a defender outside of the skill class to see how fast she is there. And you know, she's nowhere near as Nuke outside of skill defenders. This Jean Grey takes a minute to get down, which isn't bad by any means. It's just there's much better options out there, and you know, when there's so many OP champions in the game, champions that are just as good as X23, whilst being good on defense as well, whilst being more versatile, it's just like, why would you run X23? Because for example, there's like Jean Grey, Onslaught, Mr. Sinister, who can take all the matchups X23 can, and so much more, and they're all good on defense as well. They're dual threats, so for a lot of people, X23 is not going to be worth running. Here we have a Spider-Woman, and again, the Pursuit passive only lasts 4 seconds, so this matchup definitely can go wrong. On top of that, the Ensnare can fail your Pursuit passive, so that's very annoying. It can probably fail your Frenzy as well, but it didn't happen in this fight, luckily. What I can say about X23, however, is I definitely do appreciate her design. I think she's a very cool champion, very unique with the way you play her. You know, spamming those light attacks whilst in Frenzy is incredibly fun, and when you're melting a skill defender, it's just so satisfying to watch. So yeah, she does take Spider-Woman like decently, but keep in mind, this matchup would be very, very easy to go wrong. Like, if you did this in a Battlegrounds match, I'd say it's a good 50-50 chance it goes well, to be honest. One thing I do really wish they added to X23's kit is when she enters Frenzy, she could decrease the combat power rate on the opponent for each bleed or rupture on them, which means they would gain less power when being hit. Because when you go into Frenzy, you're spamming so many light attacks and there's no power control there, so very good chance you are going to push the defender to a special 3. So keep that in mind. When you enter Frenzy, you definitely want to know that you're going to finish off your opponent. I want to show an example of that here. I thought I could finish off Enchantress, however I was just short, so I ended up taking a special 3 in this matchup, and that would cost you in Battleground. So that's a big drawback of X23. She should have had some sort of power control, even if it was just being able to slightly power drain, even if it was just power drain 1% of the opponent's power bar whilst in Frenzy. I think that would have been such a nice addition to her kit, but unfortunately we did not get that. Okay, last fight of the video, we have this Dust who is bleed immune, but we are going to be dealing rupture damage instead. Keep in mind though, those ruptures do 30% less damage than the bleeds do. X23 does have access to some regeneration. If you get hit in the face, you have a small chance to gain a regeneration passive, or if you knock down the defender, then idle, you will gain a regeneration passive. It's really not that strong though. Wish it was a bit stronger. Honestly, wish you could get regeneration just by hitting the opponent like how she used to work. I don't think that would have been too broken at all, but again, unfortunately not. But that's going to be the end of the video, fellas. Hope you did enjoy it. Let me know what your opinion on X23 is. She's a very cool champion, not bad at all, decent. I just think she's the worst champion in the Banquet box is all. Yo, what's good people? So Zola is a fascinating champion, and I think he's very underrated on offense. A lot of people don't like using this guy in competitive modes like Alliance War or Battlegrounds because they think the stand your ground mastery ruins him, but you couldn't be further from the truth. I do wish that Zola had a mechanic like Safra where he completely turns off the stand your ground mastery. That would have been a great addition to his kit. However, he has so many hits in his heavy attack that it's extremely unlikely the opponent will resist every single one of your heavy attack hits in Battlegrounds or in Alliance War. It's never happened to me, and I used Zola on offense pretty frequently. Now, he's a very versatile champion. He can handle a lot of tricky defenders like Captain Britain. He's one of the best counters to her, Dark Phoenix, and he can handle some matchups you would never expect him to be able to, thanks to his disintegration, which is his main damage source. No one's really immune to that. I mean, there is a cosmic champion come to the game that will be immune to that, but that's one champion in the entire game that will be immune to disintegration. Otherwise, the only champion that's really going to stop that damage are champions that shrug off debuffs. Now, as you can see there, that was a Sentinel nuked down in 37 seconds. Keep in mind, all of these defenders are on the CCP beta. They are 7-star rank 4 level and have the same amount of HP you would find in a Battlegrounds opponent. If everything goes perfectly, if you can back your opponent into the corner fast enough and you get good AI, you can nuke matchups in 30 seconds with Zola. Now, the reason he's a great counter for Captain Britain is the regeneration of the special 3. But one thing to keep in mind in this matchup is you cannot heavy spam in the corner against Captain Britain because she is stupid and her light attack is so fast that if you try to spam your heavy attacks in the corner, she will just hit you with a light attack and completely ruin your rotation. So you need to do the method where you basically heavy intercept the opponent. And yeah, this isn't the easiest way to play Zola, but his heavy attack reach is so insane that it's way easier to heavy intercept with Zola than it is with most other champions. So I'll explain that when I get to the next fight. For now, I need to explain his regeneration because this is going to be a key factor in this video. You're going to see this regeneration come into play very often. It works a lot like Sentinel. Basically, if you use your special 3 with Zola, you will basically regenerate all of your health. Not instantly, like Sentinel does, but you will gain a regeneration passive. And yeah, it's an extremely useful piece of utility, and it's quite broken, to be honest. So here I'm fighting a Jean Grey, and I always use Zola for Jean Grey in Battlegrounds. He's one of my go-to counters, and this is one of my favourite matchups because you don't really have to deal with the inverted controls too much with Jean if you're just heavy spamming her in the corner. So that's why he is such a great counter to her. And honestly, Zola's utility is so underrated. Not only does he have that regeneration, of course he has the special lock, so if your opponent has a really annoying special 1 or special 2, you can completely stop them from ever using that, which is an insane piece of utility, bro. Like, do you not realize how broken that is? Not just for Battlegrounds, but just for the game in general. And that was Jean Grey nuked in 50 seconds. Very solid. And now we have a Dark Phoenix. Yes, he's good for Dark Phoenix. And the thing is, I don't even use the regeneration in this matchup. You can use the regen, but honestly, I found it better not to. Now, when Dark Phoenix uses her special attack, if you heavy counter her special 2, you will not get inflicted with the Nova Flame because Zola has so many hits in that heavy attack that you basically offset the timer and you will not get hit with that Nova Flame damage off her special attacks. You will get inflicted with a Nova Flame when she goes into immortality, but that is a small price to pay. Zola is freakishly good for Dark Phoenix. Like, he should not be as good of a counter to her as he is. Yes, you're going to take some damage in this matchup, but there's not that many Dark Phoenix counters in the game at all, and a tech champion out here doing it with 88% health remaining and in under a minute is unheard of, bro. So now we have this Maestro, and yes, Zola works for Maestro because of his increased ability accuracy. Maestro will not glance your disintegration off your heavy attacks. So this is what I meant by Zola just does so many matchups you would never expect him to. He's a Celestial Secret Merchant, basically. Like, you can really shock your opponent with how versatile Zola is. Now, this is not a fast matchup whatsoever, but, like, it's a tech champion against Maestro. You're going to take a while in this match. It would be faster, but you basically have to use your special 3 in this matchup. Otherwise, you're just going to take so much damage from the Cosmic Radiation Aura that Maestro admits. So, you do have to go to your special 3. Other than that, like, yeah, he takes Maestro really solidly. It takes well over a minute, like a minute and a half at least, to do this matchup. But like, what other tech champions are nuking Maestro, bro? Not nuking, because this isn't a nuke, but what other tech champions are taking Maestro? Like, I cannot think of another tech champion that can do this fight off the top of my head. There probably is maybe one, or I don't even think there's 2. There may be one I'm not thinking of. Fam, that's it. Fam is pretty good for Maestro. But I think Zola does Maestro better because, like, with Fam, you're going to lose a lot of health from the Cosmic Radiation damage. At least in this matchup, you can reliably finish at 100% health. So yeah, Zola's regeneration of the special 3 is insanely broken, bro. Like, I cannot believe they added that to his kit. And if you're not playing in Battlegrounds, if you're playing in like a questing scenario, Alliance War, you can use this special 3 every match. Like, what the hell? I am flabbergasted that Kabam even allowed him to have such a strong regeneration. So he's actually a pretty good counter to Terrax, because Terrax has really aggressive AI, so you're very easily able to heavy intercept this guy. That's why he's a good counter to Terrax. Of course, you're going to take a bit of damage in this matchup, but you can always go to your special 3 if you want to. But in this matchup, you're better off just not going to your special 3 and nuking him as fast as you can. A trick with Zola that will help you finish fights faster is you don't always want to use your special attack straight after a heavy cancel. You know what I mean? You don't want a heavy attack into a special 2 sometimes. Sometimes it is better to spam as many heavy attacks as you can, and when your opponent gets to a special 2, you want to basically throw your special 2 after you've landed the full heavy attack, and this will just give you that extra bit of damage, as you saw in that Terrax matchup. Now, like Terrax, Weapon X also has insanely aggressive AI, so it's just really easy to heavy intercept him. And yeah, I mean, you can be safe in this matchup. and just back Weapon X into the corner if you want to. But honestly, this method is way better and a bit faster for him, so I would recommend doing this against Weapon X. The heavy intercept method is not easy to do. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, oh, it's easy. No, it's not easy. Even though Zola does have the insane heavy reach, it's still very easy to mess up because the AI is so unpredictable. A lot of the time, it will just stand there blocking, staring at you, doing nothing. And then when you least expect it, that's when it will dash in. So I can understand why a lot of people don't like playing Zola this way. I personally don't like playing Zola this way too much. I'm much more of a fan of Zola in the matchups where I can actually heavy spam in the corner. But you cannot deny how good he is. You cannot deny how much stronger of a champion he becomes if you do learn how to heavy intercept. Now against Onslaught, you're going to take a lot of neuroshock damage because of how many hits Zola has. So you want to go to your special 3 here. And just look how much I'm getting hit in the face here. I'm not getting hit on the face by accident. I'm doing it to get pushed to my special 3. And all the way down to 20% health. Do you think that matters though? Hell no, bro. We're just going to regen all of that. And Zola, he is immune to reverse controls off Onslaught. He's not immune to reverse controls in general. He's just immune to it off Onslaught. I can't remember the reason why off the top of my head, to be completely honest with you. And I'm not loading up the game to check the abilities because, like, I'm sat here recording a ton of videos at once, so I don't have time to do that. So sorry, you're gonna have to find that one out for yourself, okay? I'm sorry. He's not immune to it in general, but he's immune to Onslaught's inverted control. Someone tell me in the comments why. That would be appreciated. And now we have a Mr. Sinister, of course, one of his best matchups. He's fantastic for this. The concussion of the special 2 does not matter whatsoever, thanks to the increased ability accuracy which Zola possesses. So yeah, man, I 100% think it's still worth ranking up your Zola. Obviously, he's a beast on defense if you catch your opponent without a counter. There's a lot more counters to him nowadays, like the LGBTQ chick, Carolina, Code Obsidian, there's Deathless Thanos, Starkey's a great counter for him, etc, etc. However, he is really good on offense as well, so even if your opponent gets a good counter to him, you can just turn it around, use him on offense. And I do draft Zola just for offense sometimes, like for a Jean Grey or for a Domino, because he does counter Domino. You don't have to go to the special 3 in this matchup, thanks to the increased ability accuracy. Once again, you will not take any critical failure damage. So yeah, man, rank up your Zolas, and I would suggest sigging him up if you have the means to do so. I wouldn't recommend sigging him up over like a lot of tech champions like Prowler, Guardian, but if you do have extra 6 stones, 100% worth giving it to this guy. He's definitely worth it, and in my opinion, still worth investing in. This guy really shines in Alliance War as well. I know my officers at FAE always assign Zola a lot in War. A lot of other people use him in War as well, just because of how safe he is with that regeneration. Last match of the video, we have Zola versus Zola mirror match out here, and in this matchup you want to learn how to heavy counter Zola's heavy attack just so you can back him in the corner. You do take a bit of damage in this matchup from the disintegration because you will have to bait out 1 special 2 at least. But yeah, in general, Zola, pretty decent counter to Zola, you know, pretty obviously, because like Zola's all about his heavy attacks, and the one thing you need to do against Zola is use your goddamn heavy attack to remove his charges. So yeah, man, that's going to be the end of the video. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do. Support the channel, all the good stuff. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next one.